다음 이어서 최우범 감독님의 우트란부터 우리 한번 가볼까요? 자, 최우범 감독님의 우트란은 무엇일지 화이트보드에 적어주시면 되겠습니다. 아, 뇌신은 틀리지 않았다.
절약을 더 해야 된다는 의미입니다.
예, 최근에 안 그래도 에너지 요소들이 많이 많거든요. 예. 뇌신으로 불리게 된 계기, 대체 왜 뇌신인 겁니까, 이게?
아마도 이제 옛날에 제가 인터뷰에서 한번 실언을 한번 한 적이 있어요.
어떤 실험이요?
이제 막 예를 들면 이제 선수한테 뭐가 1순위냐 이런 걸 물어봤는데 저는 그냥 되게 솔직하게 이제 이야기를 했을 뿐인데
네.
사회적 이슈랑 맞물려가지고 네, 그게 좀 감독하면서 제일 힘들었을 때.
아, 그래요?
이제 영달이는 알겠지만 이게 제 의도는 이게 아닌데 이제
그때 그 약간 더 열심히 하자는 그런 류의 얘기였나요?
네, 저는 이제 그런 느낌으로 얘기한 건데
네.
진짜 재밌는 건 뭐냐면 이제 기자분한테 다음날 전화를 했는데
네.
그만두셨더라고.
아, 진짜요?
맞아요.
그것도 아예 몰랐던
이게 저는 이제 좀 지금 제가 의도는 이게 아닌데
아예 생각도 못한 얘기네요?
네네 이거 아는 사람이 거의 없죠. 되게 오래전인데도 이건 임팩트가 커서
네.
디테일하게 기억 속에 남아있어요.
실제 본인은 그렇게 쥐어짜는 스타일이 아닌가요?
쥐어 짤 땐 짜죠.
쥐어 짤 땐 짠다. 말이 좀 이상한데요. 예.
좋을 때는 이제 좋게 하고 아마 이제 영달이가 제 스타일 딱 알 거예요.
근데 두 분이 너무 친하셔서 약간 말 맞추는 거 아니에요?
아니야.
아니에요? 그럼 뭐 얼마나 짜고 얼마나 풀어요? 대충 느낌적으로.
그렇게 많이 풀어주진 않고.
그건 아니고.
일단 좀 짜긴 짜는 거지.
네, 짜는 게 기본 베이스네요?
좀 빡세게 옛날에는 확실히 하긴 했어요. 기본은 지켜야 된다고 생각해요.
언제나 기본은 중요하죠. 예, 기본 안 지키고 열받는데. 어쨌든 이제 최우범 감독님이 삼성을 새로 수립하시고 말도 안 되는 성적을 일궈냈잖아요.
2년 연속으로 안 된 것 같은데요?
삼성이 결국은
17년도 이제 삼성이 우승을 했었잖아요. 그때 이제 좀 뭔가 다 이뤄냈을 때 소감 같은 게 좀 어떠셨어요?
되게 뭐라 그럴까? 전 막 기쁠 줄 알았거든요.
네.
근데 뭔가 그 느낌? 현타온다고 표현을 해야 되나? 우승을 했는데도 약간 다음이 없어서 그런지 모르겠는데 뭐 기분이 말로 표현을 못 하겠어요, 잘.
근데 형 그때 신나가지고 뛰어가가지고 아니
뛰어가야 했다고요?
그 당시
말이 좀 다른데?
넥서스가 파괴 안 되면 나갈 뻔했어요.
그래서
그래서 그때 안 하나.
이가 보이니까.
기억이
맞아요.
나요. 그래서 제가 뛰어가려고
네, 형한테 잡으러 갔을 거예요.
삼성 아직 안 끝났어. 아직 안 끝났어.
신나서 나이스 하면서 막 뛰어갔잖아요.
그래서 뭐 그때 영달 코치님도 계셨는데
네.
그때 소감은 좀 어땠어요?
너무 기분 좋았죠. 사실 저는 솔직히 저희가 원래 8강 롱주랑 했을 때죠. 저희 그때 다 이미 못 이길 거라고 원래는 처음에 생각했어요.
저도 중계할 때 3대0 찍었어요.
저희 전날까지 아마 스크림이 안 좋아가지고
네.
저희 다졌어요.
다음날 이제 비행기 타고 가지고 막 그렇게도 이야기 나왔었는데
근데 다음날 아침에 뱀픽부터
맞아.
다 바꿨어요.
오, 아침에.
맞아요.
네, 아침에 다음날.
그거 누가 주도한 거예요?
당연히 제가
네.
오.
왜냐면 이제 롱주 게임을 VOD를 엄청 많이 봤어요. 롱주 VOD 계속 봤어요.
오.
근데 이건 하나의 특징이 있어서 선수한테 그것만 주입하고 뱀픽 싹 다 바꾸고 심지어 뭐 할지도 알았어요. 그 미드 라이너 성향.
이야.
그러면 그 지금은 그 하나의 특징 얘기해도 괜찮은 거 아닌가요?
무조건 미드가 로밍을 가더라고요.
항상
모든 그거에 맞춰가지고 항상 강가 이동하는 게 보였고 되게
기억난다.
많이 해봤어요. 항상 이게 같은 결로 게임이 이루어져서 그것만 얘기했던 것 같아요. 이렇게 게임하니까 우리 어떻게 게임해야 된다.
1타 강사네요.
그래서 되게 그 사실 호텔 1층 가면 로비 있잖아요.
네.
가는데 이제 강동훈 감독님 이제 막 항상 웃고 계시고 이렇게
약간 묘한 공기의
왜냐면 이제 그
동훈이 형 두 번 죽여.
아니 정해져 있는 거였어요. 우승이
분위기가 그때
네.
너무 좋았어요. 근데
저희도 사실-
어나더랩에 붙은 것도 그 팀이었잖아요.
네, 그래서 저도 이제 뭐 당일날까지 그렇게 잘 될 줄 몰랐는데
야.
근데 좀 결과가 좋게 나와서 다행이죠.
야 이거 같은 팀원 입장에서는 되게 쇼킹하겠네요. 다 졌어.
음.
우린 내일 당연히 질 것 같아. 근데 아침 되니까 감독님이 아침까지 돌려보고 있다가 해법이라고 딱 가져온 거야.
맞아
근데 심지어 그게 통해.
오.
맞아요.
영달 코치님 그때 뭐였어요?
저는 항상 애들이 이제 우범 형은 항상 화밖에 안 내니까
아 근데 진짜 공간 역할이 되게 중요하다고 생각해요.
아빠가 엄마네요.
어떻게 보면 그럴 수 있어요. 저는
굿탑, 배드탑.
예, 진짜
아.
되게 선수 멘탈 나가면 가서 같이 이야기 많이 해주고.
근데 좀 케어해주면서
네.
또 저는 이제 또 우범형 방향성을 이해를 시켜줘야 되니까. 근데 사실 그게 좀 저랑 티키타카가 좀 잘 맞았죠. 네.
게임 하던 사람들이 코칭 스텝 가면은
네.
그 역할 되게 못해요.
네네네.
보듬어줘 이런 거 되게 어려워하는데 타고나신 것 같아요 그런 것도. 본인이 어릴 때 사고 쳐가지고 막 그런 거 아니에요? 내가 다 이해하고 있는.
찍어보는 경험.
내가 해봤으니까.
네, 그건 아니고요.
그건 아니고. 에이.
그래서 이제 정말 많은 것들 이뤄내셨는데 그럼 이제 또 흔들렸었던 시기도 분명히 있긴 하잖아요.
네네.
이제 18년도로 한번 넘어가 볼까요?
네네.
저 때가 그 라이엇 코리아 처음 그 월즈 중계할 때 아닌가요? 저희도 굉장히 큰 중계 준비를 하고 이제 큰 맘 먹고 딱 한국에서 하는 월즈 최고의 결과를 낼 수 있는 부산 이거다 할 때였는데 저희도 좀 빨리 칼퇴했어요. 예.
걸보자. 안 나갔대요. 안 나갔대요. 안 나갔대요. 미안해요. 뭐 저희가 미안할 필요 없겠습니다만 탈락 아쉽게 되겠습니다.
사실 우리가 상황이 더 안 좋아서.
네, 유관.
목에 술이 필요할 것 같은데.
아이고.
흔들림의 갈림길에서
네.
최종적으로 이제 크라운 선수를 선택을 하셨잖아요.
네네네.
최종적인 선택의 배경이 어떻게 됐을까요?
일단 정규 시즌에는 플라이 선수가 꾸준히 잘했어요. 근데 이제 막바지 들어가지고 좀 스크림 전적이나 그게 안 좋다고 느껴졌거든요. 그러다 보니까 제 입장에서 선택을 해야 되는데 그 당시에 이제 정글은 2명을 데려가는 게 무조건 맞다고 생각했고 그래서 미드라이너 중 한 명. 이것도 근데 선택하기 정말 힘들었어요. 거의 끝까지 가서 선택을 해서 그래도 크라운 선수가
맞아요.
좀 필요할 것 같다. 왜냐면 경험도 있다 보니까 아무래도 그 전년도 우승자이기도 하고 또 마지막 폼이 나쁘지 않았어가지고
자 그러면 시간을 돌릴 수 있다면 그대로 하시나요?
전 그대로 할 것 같아요.
오.
목은 없다.
그대로 하시나요?
그렇죠.
오.
왜냐면은 사실 그때 민호로 바뀌고 나서 선발전 때 진짜 좋은 활약 보였던 걸 좀 기억을 했어가지고.
저희 사실 그 당시에 결 경기력이 월즈 올라가면 약간 안 되는 그런 느낌이었거든요. 근데 또 이게 신기하게 또 월즈 이제 선발전 하니까 귀신같이 또 다 말도 안 되게 잘하더라고요.
선발전 다 이겼죠 맨날.
저희 한 번도 이제
참,
져본 적이 없죠.
귀신 같은 팀이었는데 그 왜 그런 거예요? 몰라요?
성향이 좀 그런 거 같기도 하고 막바지까지 밀렸을 때 이제 최고의 실력을 발휘하는.
특히 큐베가 그렇잖아요.
큐베는 또 스프린트 때 못하고 서머 때 잘하거든요.
특히 동글리드
돈이
잘해가지고.
걸려있으면 항상 잘하고.
되게 현실적이다.
그 얘기해보면 돈 되게 좋아하긴 하더라고요.
맞죠.
돈을
솔직한
정말
친구예요.
사랑해요.
방금 전에는 선택에 대한 얘기가 나왔는데 저희가 또 결과가 있지 않습니까? 1승 5패 대한민국 월드 참사의 한 부분이었는데 그 당시 1승 5패하고 어떤 그 심경이나 소감이 어땠는지.
어떤 정도냐면
네.
그게 기억이 안 나요.
아까 사람이 이제 그 방어 기제로 받을 수 없는 기억이면 그냥 블랙아웃 시켜버리는 거죠?
1학년 5반 했을 때 저도
네.
기억이 정확하게 나지 않았는데 그래도
오.
그것까진 기억이 나요.
네.
그 1승 4패 했을 때
네.
그래도 애들한테 포기하지 말고 우리 열심히 해보자.
다 울면서 말했나요?
아니요, 그건 아니었고 약간 다
네.
멘탈이 좀 나가 있었죠.
마음속으로 울고 있었구나.
네.
자, 우범님 기준. 영달님은요?
아 근데 차라리 차윤이를 좀 더 일찍 썼으면 좋겠다.
이거 봐. 말이 다르다니까. 물어보면 달라요.
이게 이런 식으로 이렇게 대조해서 신문을 하면
네.
결과가 잘 나오네.
뭐 더 말씀해 보시죠.
아니 원래 우리 그때 마지막 날에 풀리그 때 찬용이 원래
그랬었나?
예. 내가 그래도 전전날에 혹시 저 어떻게 하냐 해서 아마 너가 나갈 것 같은데 했었는데 갑자기 그때 아마 민승이가 나갔을 거예요.
하루 선수.
아마
네.
이유가 있었을 텐데 그러면?
아 뭔가 이유가 있었는데
네.
모든 무덤에 이유가 있습니다.
네, 이유가 있었을 텐데.
네.
아마 뱀픽 때문에도 좀 그게 있었고 챔프풀 때문에 아마 그랬을 거예요.
그리고 그게 저희가 사실 삼성 때는 영달도 알겠지만 저희의 공식이 있었어요.
어떤 공식?
전날 선수들끼리 자기 전에 VOD 다 보는 거예요. 그래서 다 보고 그 다음날 경기하면 이제 상대가 어떤 스타일로 게임하는지 다 입력이 돼 있죠. 상대가 에코를 했을 거예요 아마.
뮤직해서.
네.
이거 시간을 돌려서 그런데 포장이 먹어서 손바닥은 피했어요. 그렇죠.
경기를 보면서 얘네 경기 안 봤다.
맞아.
제가 누구누구 안 봤는까지 찍었어요.
아니 대기실에서 그것도 물어봤는데 진짜 맞았어요.
대기실에서 너 게임 안 봐서 솔직하게 얘기해라.
맞아.
왜냐면 그 팀이 진짜 똑같이 했거든요. 말도 안 돼.
올라올 때 그렇게밖에 하긴 했어요.
네. 그래서
네.
그렇게 하는 거 알면서도 당해주길래 이건 무조건 안 봤다. 그래서 그 되게 웃긴 게 보면 저는 스마트폰을 또 뺏은 게 아니거든요. 그때
네.
저는
태블릿이었지,
태블릿을
태블릿.
뺏은 거예요 그냥.
어.
근데 이제 기사는 막 핸드폰으로 나가 있는 거예요.
맞아
그래서 저는 되게 억울한 거예요. 그래서
야 근데 이미지에
진짜
찰떡이긴
맞아,
하네요.
맞아.
핸드폰 뺏는
와,
거.
그래서 이게 뭐지 대체 나는 핸드폰을 뺏은 본 적이 없는데 핸드폰 뺏었다고 막 나와.
맞아.
좀 그런 건 억울하더라고요.
아 그리고
어.
태블릿도 선수들도 다 동의했어요.
아마 큐베가 2만 원 태블릿 갖고 왔던 것 같은데.
아 그걸로 뭐 리듬 게임 같은 거 했나?
맞을 거예요.
아 그쵸. 예.
리듬 게임 하고 뭐
리듬 게임 항상 하고 있지.
아니 그러면 결국 그 17년도 성공 이후로 너무 풀어주신 거 아닙니까?
그거는 솔직히 말하면 제가 잘못한 거예요.
아
좀
그것도 쿨하게 인정해 주시는.
풀어줬어.
확실히
맞아요.
풀 때 푸시네요.
그거는
맞아요.
선수가 잘못한 게 아니라 제가 잘못한 것 같아요.
피드백 강도가 좀 많이 약해졌어요.
엄청 약해졌어.
아,
그리고 이 얘기는 지금 선수들한테도 많이 듣는 얘기죠.
아
많이
그래요?
약해졌다 약간.
맞아 문제가 있어.
그 너무 유해지신 거 아니에요?
그러니까.
그런 얘기 실제로 좀 많이 들어요.
이미지는 되신인데 이거 무슨 뺄거리도 아니고.
그러면 지금은 약간 방전된 내신이 되셨는데
네.
이 18년도 이때 있잖아요. 이때
네.
당시 기준으로
네네.
그때 본인이 이제 가지고 있었던 그런 이론들 있잖아요. 그 스탠스들이 흔들렸나요 그때?
대표적으로는 뭐 열정, 워크래식, 근성 이런 거 있잖아요.
네네. 네, 많이 흔들렸던 것 같아요. 저도.
오.
왜냐면 저도 어떻게 보면 이거는 크라운 선수랑 비슷한데 저도 이제 살면서 목표가 월드 우승이었거든요.
그렇죠.
근데 우승을 했잖아요. 약간 그 다음인 뭐지? 약간 약간 이런 생각을 저도 없지 않아 했던 것 같아요.
동기부여가 살짝 느슨해진 거네요.
네, 그런 쪽으로는 좀 많이 저도 이제 그런 부분은 잘못했다고 생각하고. 근데 선수들이 1승 5패를 했어도 어쨌든 저는 항상 똑같아요. 잘못은 무조건 내가 1승이다. 못하면. 네.
맞아 생각난 게 궁금한 거 남이 왜 했어요?
남이요?
네.
네, 그래서 올라프가 1렙 때
큐베 위험!
네, 올라프가 1렙 때 예. 올라프가
그때 마지막 후회 없이 하자고 하면서 했던
네,
거예요.
후회 없이 좀 자신감 있는 거 해보자. 못했던 것도 꺼낼 수 있어.
후회 없이 해보자. 그 약간 무책임한 거 아닙니까?
당연히 이기고 싶었고 아마 그때 이겼으면 재경기 확률도 있지 않았나? 어떻게 해가지고
탈락 확정이었을
확정이었나?
솔직히
아무튼
남이
그래도
했겠지.
최대한
그 던진 거 아니에요?
아니 그건 진짜 아니고요. 네. 이렐리아는 크라운 선수가 진짜 하고 싶어서 한 거예요. 그건 제 기억에 납니다.
후회 없게.
네. 하고
후회
싶어?
없게.
해보자. 오케이. 이렇게 했던 것 같아요.
뭐 마지막을 불태운 낭만이 있긴 하지만 결과는 1승 5패라 뭐 아쉬웠다는 생각이 들고요.
자 그러면 이제 그 힘든 시기를 겪으시고
네네.
한 템포 쉬고
네네.
2일 스프링부터 오케저축은행 부려도 들어가셨고 또 이 시기에 이제 영달 코치님의 감독 대행이 또 시작되셨는데
레볼루션인가요? 어떻게 된 거죠?
성공한 겁니까?
단두대에 올라간 거예요? 어떻게 된 거예요?
아니
아니, 저는-
오다리는 근데
네.
감독을 하고 싶어서 막 이렇게 막 그런 게 아니에요.
본인 생각 아니에요? 야심이
아니요.
있을 수도 있잖아요. 제가 언제까지 형 동생이니까 이럴 수 있는 거 아니에요?
아, 그런 성격도 아니고.
아니 그냥 제가
오.
원래 그 당시 아마 저는 엄청나게 거절했었어요.
오.
네.
면목 싸움이나 그런 거 아니에요?
아 진짜.
약간 그런 거 아니야? 에이 됐다
에이,
아니야.
우범형인데 제가 어떻게 합니까?
그러면서 나이스 소를 하는
아,
좀 더 방패가 오래 있었으면 했던 건 있었네요.
당연하죠. 얼마나
아
든든했어요.
근데 이런 얘기 할 때 너무 텐션 많이 올라가시는 거 아니야? 약간 거짓말 같아요.
아니 진짜.
아 그래요? 찐텐인 건가? 네. 뭐 어쨌든 이후에 브리온으로 이제 가서 활동하게 됐는데
처음부터 이제 새 판을 짜는 건데
네.
많이 힘들지 않으셨나요? 그 과정이라던가 혹은 거기 자체의 과정이나 이런 것들요.
옛날에는 제가 어떤 선수가 좀 잘하는 것 같으면 그냥 데려와서 테스트를 볼 수 있었어요. 그런
권한.
구조였거든요. 네, 옛날에는.
무속
권한이라기보다 예전에는 첼코도 없었고
아,
또
맞아요.
시스템이 없었어요.
아.
팀들이. 아카데미도 없었고 심지어.
맞아요.
없었는데 이제 제가 근데 좀 하려고 하니까 전부 다 어디 막 소속돼 있거나.
이 생각을 못
이렇기
해봤네요.
때문에, 네, 이렇기 때문에 되게 힘들었던 것 같아요.
오히려 제도화가 됐기 때문에 어려운 부분도 생겼다.
네네네. 그 당시는 진짜 그냥 별의별 생각이 다 들었어요. 우리가 선수를 뽑아야 되는데 이제 뽑기 좀 애매한 상황이 많으니까 그래가지고 뭐 성진이한테도 연락해보고 뭐 여러 사람한테 다 연락해봤는데 크라운 선수한테도 연락해보고 첼코에서 가장 잘하는 정글러 선수가 엄티 선수다.
오.
네. 이거는 자기가 확실히 감독님한테 보증할 수 있다.
이건 좀 매서운 추천이었네요.
네네.
최호범 감독님이 어떻게 보면 그 요즘 유행하는 챌린지 있잖아요. 그 15달러 챌린지. 이걸 만약 감독님들 중에 누가 한다면
네네.
제일 잘하실 분 같거든요.
항상 이렇게 살짝만 해봤거든요. 하면서 막히더라고요. 뭐지?
아까
일부러 그렇게 짜놓은 거니까 그게.
근데 또 한 가지 더 궁금한 게 또 사실 오케저축은행의 간판 또 얼굴 마담하면 또 모건 선수잖아요.
네네.
진짜 연습 많이 하는 것 같던데 또
네.
모건 선수 어땠나요?
루안이랑은 이제 너무 오래되다 보니까 서로 이제 막 그냥 말을 진짜 많이 하거든요.
오, 영단 NK2.
저희 집 근처 와서 이제 밥 먹고 저희 집 들어오고
오, 진짜.
와이프 막 깜짝 놀라고 막
그 정도라고요?
한번
맞아요.
근데 이제 저는 루안이가 좀 저평가된 선수라고 개인적으로 생각을 했거든요. 그 당시에 낮은 순위였지만 좀 저평가 받는다고 생각을 해서 그런 부분에 대해서 좀 많이 이야기를 했던 것 같아요. 너가 좀 열심히 하는 모습을 보여줘야 된다. 감독 코치 다 똑같거든요. 결국에
네.
솔랭을 봐요. 하위권을 했으니까 그걸 보고서 선수를 뽑아가지는 않을 거예요.
그쵸.
근데 이제 그거 없으면 그래도 뭐라도 있어야 되잖아. 그래서 저는 이제 항상 솔랭을 높은 순위를 해놔라. 그래야 너네 미래가 열려있다. 감독들이 보거든요. 그래서
맞습니다.
이 선수는 비시즌에도 이렇게 열심히 하는구나.
네,
그러면 기회 줘야 된다 이런 선수한테.
맞아요.
제가 기억에는 시즌 끝났을 때 점수들이 다 높았을 거예요.
야, 근데 그거는 모고 선수가 잘 따라왔네. 거기서 그냥 귀찮다고 안 해버리면 다 같이 안 하는 건데.
그런 것 같습니다.
야, 확실히 눈에 가시성이 있는 성과가 있다고 또 말씀하셨고, 좋은 얘기 많이 있었는데 아픈 점도 있습니다. 브리온 어떤 라운드 전패를 당했을 때 이럴 때는 모두가 멘탈이 나가지 않습니까?
네네.
사람인지라 이럴 때 어떻게 잡으시는지.
최대한 그러니까 분위기를 좀 편하게 만들어주려고 노력을 했어요. 왜냐면 이게 연패가 지속되다 보니까 선수들 부담감이 이제 장난이 아니더라고요.
더 짜는 게 아니라.
네, 아니 저는 그럴 때는 그렇게 짜진 않아요.
아, 그래요?
오히려 정반대로
난방 따뜻하게 해주고 에어컨 실컷 틀게 해주고.
팍팍 쓰고 그냥.
네,
네.
편하게 이제 마인드 자체를 좀 편하게 해줘야 된다고 생각을 해가지고
오.
이거 연습이라고 생각하자, 연습이라고 생각하자.
음.
항상 그렇게 얘기를 했던 것 같아요.
전 개인적으로 이거는 최영호 감독님이 선수 경험이 있기 때문에 나오는 거예요.
선수들도 알거든요.
네.
느낌이 오거든요. 이게 자기도 안 편하고 이게 어느 정도냐면 연습 때도 뭔가 그게 안 되는 거예요.
안 되죠.
네, 연습 때도 뭔가 눈치 보는 것 같고
네.
이러니까 그럼 편하게 무조건 해야 된다. 어떻게 하냐, 대회해야 되는데
맨날 전패하고 나서 이기는 게 저희 팀이었잖아.
저를 기쁘게 해줬네요.
탈퇴하다가도 저희 팀한테만 이기고 그때도.
전패하면 또 떠오르는 게 그 당시 광동 프릭스도
네.
23년도 2라운드인가요? 라운드 전패가 있습니다.
맞네.
그럴 때
듣고 있었네.
맞네라니요. 그럴 때 국장님은 어떤 역할을 하시나요?
오히려 그럴 때 맛있는 거 먹으라고 그냥 해봐요.
카드만 주영달 카드 바로.
내 카드는 아니고. 네.
네.
프릭스 바꿔.
법카.
네.
근데 안 좋을 때마다 쏘신 거면 좀 많이.
그래서 좀 많이 혼났습니다. 예.
자, 이렇게 두 분과 함께 우트라에 대해서 많은 토론을 했었고 재밌는 얘기 많이 나왔는데 내년에 LCK 많이 바뀌잖아요.
네.
이거에 대해서는 두 분은 어떤 생각을 좀 하고 계신지 궁금하기도 해요.
일단 LCK 컵 같은 거 이제 피어리스트 진행하잖아요. 실력 차이가 좀 더 나지 않을까 이런 생각을 좀 요즘에 하고 있어요. 이제 강팀들 같은 경우에는 사실 습득이 되게 빠르거든요. 근데 이제 상대적 약팀 같은 경우에는 슬픈 이야기지만 좀 이렇게 오래 만져도 좀 안 되는 경우가 꽤 많아요.
배우는 게 좀 오래 걸리니까.
네, 이제 그런 게 있어가지고 그렇게 좀 염려가 되긴 하는데 그래도 이제 뭐 전체 시즌을 봤을 때는 팬분들이 보시기에 좀 더 전 시즌보다 재밌지 않을까.
저는 이제 사무국 입장으로 보면은 저는 엄청 좋게 바뀌었다고 생각을 해요. 왜냐면 경기 숫자도 늘고 저희도 스폰서 쪽에도 이제 더 노출할 수 있는 게 더 많아졌기 때문에 사실 저는 이번 리그 폼이 바뀐 거에 대해서 엄청 긍정적으로 해요.
승부사에서 어른이 되신 거구나.
어른이 됐네요.
본 얘기는 어른들이
네.
좋아하니까.
네, 맞습니다.
그럼 또 어쨌든 두 분이 나름대로 만족스러운 투보 리그를 보여주신 것 같은데 팀 순위 예측 한번 해볼까요?
저는 그룹을 나눠놨어요 그냥.
오, 예, 어떻게
네.
그룹을?
티젠한 이제 그룹 첫 번째고요.
세 팀 1그룹.
제 생각에. 그다음에 이제 두 번째가 KT DK가 두 번째 그룹이라고 생각을 하고
중간
있고요.
그룹.
이제 거기에 이제 낄까 말까 한 팀이 농심이라고 생각을 해요.
오.
낄까 말까. 그다음에 이제 나머지 네 팀이 좀 한 그룹이라고 생각해요. 근데 또 기준이 있는 게 7팀이 1그룹을 이기기는 진짜 거의 불가능에 가깝다 수준이거든요. 티젠 하나를 이기기는. 근데 또 하위권에 분류된 네 팀이 티젠 하나 빼고 위 팀을 또 이길 수도 있는 리그다. 네,
납득되네요.
네, 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
적어도
중상위권.
그 중상위권까지는 많이 비벼볼 여지가.
네네네 그런
찔러볼 수 있다.
감독을 오래 하신 분들은 말씀을 잘하셔. 듣다 보면 되게 그럴싸해. 뭔가 눈이 떠지는 기분인데 사기일 수도 있어요.
설득돼요.
제 개인적인 생각입니다 이거.
네, 인증된 것 같고 이쪽은 또
저는 저희 팀 예상 순위만 생각하자면은
네.
6등.
6등.
예. 왜냐면 저희가 항상 최종 프로를 못 갔어가지고.
일단 한 걸음 떼자.
네.
그러면 혹시 브리오는 어디 갈 것 같아요?
5등.
브리오 5등? 오.
같이 가자.
에이, 약간 억텐 아닙니까?
아 지금
이거?
매기는 거예요 매기는 거
그러니까
지금.
네,
말하고
이거 하면
왜
이거 하면
웃냐고.
싫어할 거 아니야.
또 말하고 고개를 왜 돌려요 갑자기?
왜냐면 퀴즈 받고 우승팀이잖아.
아,
맞네. 캐스파컵 우승팀이면
역시 감독님들이 말씀을 잘하신다니까.
설득된다.
설득돼버렸잖아 나 또.
이따 저한테 욕 엄청 할 거예요.
슬퍼지는 거예요.
아니 근데 진짜 갈 수도 있는 게 분위기가 너무 좋아요. 걸어볼 만한 것 같아요 두 분 다. 네, 그래서 희망적인 것 같고 다른 것보다 브리온 경기가 재밌을 것 같아서 세상에 어떻게 클로저 데리고 재미없을 수가 있나요?
저도 그래서 그건 진짜 긍정적이에요. 게임 내용이 그래도 항상 막 교전이 많이 일어나고 연습 때도 그래서 순위가 어떻게 됐든 그건 되게 긍정적으로 생각하고 있어요.
네, 이번에 또 팬 많아질 것 같습니다.
네, 팬분들이 보시기에 좀 재밌어하지 않을까.
네.
전 재미하면은 사실 여기도 라이프 선수가
네.
올해 챔피언 보기 좀 재밌었잖아요.
피어리스에 가장 어울리는 선수가 라이프 선수.
네, 그러니까 바텀 쪽에서 나오는 그 정민 펀치
네.
이거 전 기대하고 있습니다.
제가 피어리스 준비하면서 느낀 게 뭐냐면 제일 중요한 게 하나가 있거든요. 시그니처.
벤 뺄 수 있고.
이게 진짜 너무 중요한 것 같아요. 그치?
아.
준비를 하다 보니까. 근데 생각해보니까 정민이가 시그니처 픽이 진짜 많거든요.
너무
걔
많네.
너무 많아요.
네.
그
자르반도 있고 라칸도 있고
럼블도 있고
럼블도 있고.
럼블은 탑라이너보다 더 잘 쓰니까 이게.
걔는 탑픽을 잘해요.
아니, 뽑아놓으면 이게 탑이야 서포시야 해야 되잖아요 지금.
옛날 세트 서포트 엄청 잘했지 옛날에.
세트도 잘하죠.
아 맞네 세트도 잘.
이게
탱커
그러니까-
많이 넣으면 기가
네.
막히겠다.
근데 월드 갈 때도 맨 솔량을 탑으로 돌려가지고
아
생각보다 열받네.
한마디 해야 될 것 같은데요.
근데 그걸 또 혼냈어.
이게 3경기 가면 벤이 다 되고 1, 2경기 다 빠지잖아요?
네.
그러면 이제 결국에 자기가 자신감 있는 걸 뽑아야 되는 상황이거든요.
아 그러네. 또 이렇게 들어보니까 더 걸만한 포인트가 보이기도 하고. 이렇게 해서 이제 우리 최우범 감독님과 주영달 사무국장님과 함께 우트란 감독 총회 함께 봤는데요. 이번 촬영 어떠셨는지.
되게 재미있었던 것 같아요. 걱정한 거 대비 되게 수월하게 좀 재밌게 한 것 같아서 오히려 좀 나중에 섭외가 오면
네.
나 다른 것도 좀 참여를 해볼까.
아 실제로 이미지랑 너무 다르세요. 좋은 의미로.
아 근데 그 얘기 진짜 많이 들어요.
아,
저 진짜
그럼 좀
제일 많이
나오세요.
듣는 얘기예요.
두 분 다 오해를 사는 타입인 것 같아. 여기저기 나와서 얘기도 좀 하시고 좀 이미지를 만들어주세요. 두 분 쪽으로.
우리 비슷해서 그래요.
실제로 보고 배웠네 또 이렇게.
너무
아무튼
풀어서도
이제
문제지.
네, 꽉 조이시는 분은 아니다. 네, 이런 이미지가 있었고요. 국장님은 또.
저도 너무 재밌었던 것 같아요. 저도 오늘 마찬가지로 저도 좀 많이 사실 걱정 좀 많이 되긴 했었는데 지금 또 해보기 재밌네요. 나중에 또 그 성적의 결과에 따라서 박정호 단장님이랑 같이 나오고
오 재밌겠다.
오!
그
청문회가
네.
될지 뭐 축하하는 자리가
네.
될지.
다시 한번 또 이런 자리가 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 너무 재밌었어요. 네.
감사합니다. 두 분 다 너무 이제 재밌게 해주셔가지고 고생 많으셨고요. 또 앞으로도 우트라는 저희 계속됩니다. 다음 편도 기대 많이 해주시고 저희 이제 시그니처 사운드 우트라 외치면서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 자 가볼까요?
우리는
챌린지
알았다! 우트라!
새해 복 많이 받으세요, which means Happy Lunar New Year, a time
for you at home to try to get your resolutions back on track. And a time here for the LCK Cup Week 3 Group Battle teams to make their dreams come true. Welcome to the space, everyone. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf. Happy Lunar New Year, y'all.
Good job, Digon.
Thank you.
That was good Korean, yeah.
Was it good Korean?
So in Korean, like when you say it, it means like to get new fortune. That's the bok that you say. So we'll see what teams can get their bok in this upcoming final week of the group battle. Because a lot is on the line. You know, we're really going to find out who's going straight to playoffs, who's going play-ins, and who's getting eliminated.
It's not group versus group anymore. It's more like you have to fight each other, you know, for the teammate. So it's going to be really rough, but at the same time, you have to do it. Otherwise, you're going to play only 5 games for LCK Cup and you're out.
Yeah, you don't get to play until April.
5 games, mate!
Could be very, very scary. Let's take a look at the standings. Again, Group Elder has won the group battle as D+ sits on top, the only undefeated team in the LCK. On the opposite side for Group Baron, the big battle is going to be on the bottom side of those standings as Bro, DN Freaks, and BNK FearX all trying to find their way into play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, we're really getting down to the final standings here. And talking about standings, good job, Wadid.
Thank you.
On an 8 out of 10. We all did a little bit better this week, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the difference point was because of the HLE and versus DK, right? I already said that DK is going to win Worlds this year, so...
Yeah, oh my god, Prince. 9 out of 10, only Bro pick.
That's a prediction.
Yeah, he was on point with the predictions. Now, as we took a look at the standings earlier, here's how things will shake up in terms of the current standings and where they're going to go. With Group Elder already winning the group battle, 1st through 3rd will make it straight to the playoffs, where 4th and 5th will go into play-ins. Now in Group Baron, 1st through 4th will make it to play-ins, and the 5th team will be eliminated, and again, will not play until the LCK regular season kicks off in April. So going to be a tough road there for them.
Yeah, you might thought Group Elder is just chilling for now, but you have to get higher seed because, I mean, even though it's planes, like, you gotta show a lot of different strategy. You're gonna play Fearless Draft in BO3 and BO5, so it's gonna be rough.
So here's kind of where the standings ultimately get decided. You can see it's matches won, that's series wins, then games, then head-to-head, and then the game time. Now, it is possible that we'll have tiebreakers. If we do, they'll be on Sunday. So on Sunday, we have match 25. So Sunday's only scheduled to have one match that day. But I think given the standings, there's a pretty good chance there will be some teams that actually do end up having to either tiebreak for that 5th or final spot, or potentially even teams that have to tiebreak for standings.
Yeah, I'm expecting at least 2 games of tiebreaker because it's gonna be really interesting in that day.
Who knows? Sunday only has 1 series set up, but it might be just a normal day of LCK for us, 5 to 6 matches potentially. Here are the group standings for the winning group so far. With Group Elder, D+ Kia has already locked up playoffs with Genji, DRX, and KT fighting for those top 3, the final 2 out of the top 3 slots as well.
Really interesting for Genji, they're not locked in yet because if KT wins their match 2-0 and they lose their final match to Bro 2-0, or it's actually not them who's facing off against Bro, it's T1 they're facing, but if they lose to T1 2-0, like they lost to Bro, then they'll be at 3-2 with a +2 scoreline as well.
Now on the opposite side for Group Baron, it's more about the teams on the bottom where Bro, DNF, and BNK FearX trying to find their way on up. BNK FearX, easiest match of them all on paper against Nongshim, and the Bros have the hardest road against D+ Kia here with it.
Yeah, but Bro won against Genji, right? And it's, again, LCK Cup, you can never expect something like DK undefeated win in LCK Cup. No, I don't think that's possible. And also, let's say it's just goes that we expected, like let's say DK win against a Bro, then BFX is high chance they get a win against Nongshim. So it's gonna be really interesting to see that.
Yeah. All right. Now, with all of those things broken down by group, here's the full graphic in terms of play-in standings, and this is how it will be decided. As you can see, D+, Genji, and T1 all sitting on top, a tie for 2nd there. But again, the Baron group teams cannot place higher than, I guess it would be 5th because they are on the losing side.
So basically, to simplify this is all teams combined into one standings, essentially. So you're competing within your group, but also against teams on the other group to determine what that seed is going to be when we get to play-ins and playoffs. So your record every game does matter a lot here. So really important to see what's going to happen. I'm really excited to see what's happening. The most important match of all, of course, is that B&K matchup, because if they lose, then we already know who's eliminated.
Yeah, and for T1 and Hanwha Life, they're battling up against KT and DRX for the top spots for the play-in. So everywhere up and down this week, all the matches matter. Let's take a look at the patch notes, because we're undergoing 25.S1.2. Love the new patch naming system, by the way. We got some changes here. Feats of Strength and Otacon.
I mean, we already talked about it. First Blood is too much, and they changed it to 3 kills. And now Otacon kind of got nerfed. You cannot really risk it with Otacon, otherwise you're gonna give up a lot of golds to enemy team, and also gives them a chance to bounce back. So I think there's a lot to think about in terms of rotation and strategy.
Yeah, the Roses got nerfed a little bit, but specifically in terms of that withdrawal, the false life, the gold that you get from killing the players who res is doubled. So those kind of suicide missions we've seen, kind of dive bombing looking for inhibitor turret, for example, the risk of that is so much higher. Also, securing Otacon then getting wiped is going to be at a much higher cost than it used to be. So here's some interesting changes that we have to champions. For me, the one that's most interesting actually is the Yuumi changes, because Yuumi's AP ratios are going way up. Like when the devs were talking about, they're like, yeah, she's kind of not in a good place, we're going to buff her a little bit. But when you start looking at those numbers, the passive AP ratio, I think Yuumi is definitely viable, especially in Fearless Draft.
Yeah, and also I really want to point out the Smolder as well. In LEC, they already played this patch last week, so G2 played Smolder, and they gave up all the objectives like Otacon, Nashor, Elder, but it didn't matter at all. They just had fat Smolder on calves, and they won against it. So I think it's going to be popping off in LCK Cup as well.
Yeah, we've got to see some Victor as well be a priority pick. It gets nerfed, and Mel still not enabled yet here in LCK.
So the big Smolder change is the IE, of course, so that's an IE change kind of, because it affects Smolder now on his Q. But some of the big changes we have here are the tank shred. So some cost increases to kind of make this a little bit more fair, but still, I mean, the numbers here for Armor Pen for both Lord Doms and Mortal Reminder are pretty huge, 5 extra %. So you're gonna have a lot better of a time getting through those tanks. It's been something that AD Carry has been complaining about, I think, in Pro and outside of Pro, so those are some big changes. Yuntal's arrow getting buffed as well, because people weren't really picking it in the early game.
I mean, personally, I feel like AD carries are already broken at this patch, because you're already getting shredded, you know? So, I mean, maybe it's gonna be too much, but I really like to see that as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, Mages went down on the bottom side of the map. It was something that teams were practicing. You see the AD carry pool being focused heavily in a lot of these drafts. We'll see if it continues here with some of those changes. Despite some of those changes, we've had some standout players in the bottom side of the map and across all of the roles. Here are the player of the matches based on the roles and how many times they've been able to do it. Shoutouts to BDD, UCal, Owner, and Lucid for getting to them.
No, where is support, man? No support. It's Raid. Bring me back, like POGs, man. Like, where is support?
I'm really happy to see UCal getting credit, though, representing DRX in this list. A team that went 3-1 so far in the group battle. I think a record that people weren't expecting. You can see Top just not having the impact this season. It's more focused on the mid and jungle right now. Mid jungle synergy, really important moving into this year.
Yeah, you have better mid jungle, man. It's easier.
Yeah, that's what it is. Kingen able to get it done there for Nongshim and representing all the tops. And speaking of those POMs, some of them went to some of these players. These standout plays from the substitutes that have had the opportunity to step on in. Lazy Feel, obviously, the earliest one for DRX. Hype and Bull switching some time. Smash has had his opportunity as well. And Pungyun had the opportunity to get in. Who stood out to you from some of the substitutes in the LCK Cup?
To me, it's the two AD carries, Hype and Smash, right? Smash having an incredible record for a player who's so new, and Hype also making such an impact in Bros wins over Bull, who did take those 2 unfortunate losses. I think Lazy Feel is Hype in his own right. You know, he's a Vietnamese player here playing in the LCK Cup, but I have been very impressed with Hype and Smash. They've been very consistent, and it's part of why I'm leaning towards T1 in that upcoming Genji match as well.
Yeah, and also I'm curious that if team is gonna bring up the substitutes in BO5, like especially because it can happen in Fearless, like a real sports. Like after like game 3, if the champion pools are gone, then you can actually bring in the player and you can change the mood, the environment itself. So I think it's gonna be like one of the point that if team has great substitute, then you can bring in new environment, new air.
Yeah, one of the coolest parts about LCK Cup, the lower risk stakes for teams to bring players on in. Getting to see that in week 2 has been very, very awesome. Something we've seen throughout the LCK Cup, a change in how we dive the turrets because of what has happened to turrets in that 25.s1.1 patch where you're getting hit by the turret a lot harder and it doesn't cool off as long.
Yeah, so they hit harder and the heat duration is 2 seconds longer. So oftentimes that 2 seconds, if you mess up the dive initially, might be enough time for the defender under the turret to actually clear the wave out or, you know, get their skills back. So that's a big problem. And the turret juggle of the aggro is so important. If you mess it up just one extra turret shot, the enemy top laner, in most cases, is likely going to get a kill back at least.
Yeah, and I think strategy kind of got changed. Like when you compare the dive situation, I think before your support was always on top to protect your top laner, right? But nowadays, after that change, I don't think many supports are actually moving towards top lane to help his top lane, because you can actually outplay them 1 versus 3 because turret is really stronger. So I think that's one of the strategy change from this turret change. But also they really kind of be clever about the dive as well. You can actually just dive once and then after 5 seconds you could re-dive because they got nothing. You could see it on the replay as well. Jax used all the summoner spells and you could actually re-dive after that.
Yeah, it seems like dives are a little bit more coordinated and a new thing that teams have to figure out, which is something that felt so solved in last year's patch. And speaking of solving things, it's time, everyone.
What? Oh.
Doing the pose! Oh
Okay.
no!
No.
Yeah, we double take it.
Part of the show for me every time I'm on the preview.
Why?
Because I don't know what you're going to throw at me next. And you've been throwing lore questions out recently, and that's not my forte.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's because
the
we're
questions
in
are-
Noxus. It's season of Noxus. So yes, we are. Wolf's looking around to trying to see if there's any help on the wall.
Any hints?
We've got yet another moderate lore question, but has to do with way more gameplay. Now we do have a pro player on our desk. And I asked him what his favorite site was for stats, and he said Games of Legends. So this is pulled directly from Games of Legends. What did is played 219 professional matches as a pro player. How many times did he play a champion from Noxus? Was it A3, B10, or C16?
219 games. I'm going to go 16. I feel like there's a lot of Noxus champions. I mean, although he's a support player, though. There's not many Noxus supports, though.
But listen. You need to know that I play so many weird support because I was.
I'm going B.
I was in EU LCS, right?
Okay, so he's making me go B. I'm going
right.
B.
But you know what? Like all I remember from my career is that Tom Kench and Brown. And Alistar. So I don't remember other champions because my brain is full of tank champions now.
You have 10 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna go with A, because I'm kind of defensive. So
These final answers? Final answers?
Yeah, final answer.
A.
Well, dude's right. He played a lot of Tom.
B is my
Tom
final
Kench.
answer.
But the true answer is actually A. He's played 1 champion from Noxus.
Wait, really?
You could have played Swain. You could have played Elise. You could have played,
I'm boosted.
who am I missing? Sion. You only played Rel 3 times.
Wait, really?
At the end
That's
of
so
your career.
boosted.
Supports. I thought he played silent support like 4 times or something.
No.
That's why I retired, I guess.
Only played
Oh my
Rel.
God, this player, man. The champion pool is
Okay, I
definitely
like
an
how
issue.
at least you made it somewhat lore and gameplay related. Like there was a bit of a crossover there.
Chat, did you get it right? Let us know.
That's
in the
crazy.
Chat if you got it right. Only 3 times out of 219 games.
That's actually wild.
I mean, I think if my fans will get it because they know.
All right,
Yeah.
time to move on. It's time to move to players that know what champions they've played because they play them to take the gold. It's the Uri Bank Gold King. Again, last year's reigning Gold King was aiming, but this time it's another bot laner. It's Head Hunter Hype of Bro. He gets himself the Gold King after the victory over Genji.
Yeah, that's huge. I didn't expect Hype to get the Gold King, but I guess that is actually coming from the Genji game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up playing the Kaisa and getting over 10 kills, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big part of it. And this goes back to the discussion we were having about this guy earlier in the show about how he's just made such a big impact in Bro's wins. So when he's set up for success, he's really aggressive, and he turns a small gold lead into a massive one, 17,000 gold per game on average. So pretty impressive for the Bro player. You don't see Bro players getting these awards too often, but Hype Man, he's changing the narrative.
Wait, we got 2 gold kings in the 80 carries only, right?
Yes.
I told you, 80 carries are broken.
Okay, all right. The Wadid's 80 carry slander is going too far. Let's take a look at the schedule for this final week of the group battle, as it all kicks off today with the DN Freaks up against KT, then Hanwha Life Esports against DRX. Then on Saturday, it's a huge day, T1 versus Gen G, and Breon taking on undefeated D plus Kia. And then on Sunday, it's the tiebreakers, which is that empty space there on the bottom, plus the very important matchup between B&K Fearex and Nongshim. You guys selected what as your important one?
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
For sure. Like T1 Gen G is super hype. I actually officially predicted T1. I thought I was going to be in the majority, just given Gen G's current form and T1 having a little bit more flexibility. But it's actually me, you, and Digon, the only people who predicted them are on this desk right now.
Yeah, that is true. But also, you have to think about the DK versus Bro as well. As I mentioned, I don't think undefeated team can, possibility is really low in LCK Cup. A lot of things are happening, and also Bro's got the mood as well. So I feel like Bro can actually win against DK.
I did predict Bro, but Wolf brought up a very good point. I went 5-0 for the Baron group, who was destroyed in the group battle.
And also, you need to remember that Digon actually didn't pick up Bro, and Bro got the huge win last week, right? And now he's gonna win Bro because he's trying to be a fake Bro pan for now.
Yeah, he's got his green shirt on and everything. He's cosplaying. What's going on, Digon?
No way.
I think it's going to be a good week of matches, though, for real. That Saturday, we have seen some upsets, some disappointed casters. You know,
no Bro levers over there, not in the arena.
Chronicler, a known Bro anti over there. See, he knows. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good week of matches. I think the exciting storyline for B&K that we have at the very end of the week as well is really awesome, because that really decides a lot of those tiebreakers. So we save kind of the best for last.
Let's close here with the final thoughts on our first match of the day, the DN Automotive Freaks up against KT. Flashes for DN Freaks, and looking for consistency for KT. What jumps out at you as the key point here?
I think for DN Freaks, that I was really high on them after week 1. I think they have really good game plans. Their drafts have been a little bit eclectic, but it's the early to mid game where they've had some really good strategies that could push them over the line here. If they're going to win this series, it has to be clean early mid.
Yeah, and also DNF looks really great, but at the same time, KT looks a little bit off because BDD is trying his best, but other teammates, I'm not sure. So they have to really step up if they really want to get this win.
All right, huge matches throughout the week, and it all kicks off with this first one. The DN Freaks up against KT Rolster, coming to you. LCK Cup week number 3. Final matches start right now.
화이팅!
KT 화이팅!
파이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK Cup. We are back here for 2025. I am Curse Valdez, and with me is Chronicler, the caster Cursor. And we're here for a great first match, and maybe a great second match as well, depending on how UCal plays. And it's down to the wire here at the LCK Cup. Group Elder has secured their spot as the #1 group, and everybody on the set of Group Baron is trying to avoid that 10th place spot.
This is what feels like a must-win for DNF, in particular KT. Their ranking not great, but they're still decently ahead of Nongshim, and more importantly, they're in the winning group. Group Elder has secured the win with their 13 wins, so they're just living the good life. There's no way for them to get eliminated. Whereas for DN Freaks, if they lose here today, and BNK gets, I want to say, semi-upset against Nongshim, because I feel like both those teams have already struggled, but it's within realm of possibility that BNK gets that win. It could spell the demise as indeed a very high-stake matchup here, because what KT can get is an opportunity to get a round 2 secure, which means you are in the double elimination part of the bracket.
Yeah, you want to avoid play-ins, I think, in general, but, in their current spot, they can't quite do that. So as you mentioned, you want to be in that round 2, you want to play in the best of 5s, you want to have kind of an easier chance. And if not, then Bro secures the play-in round 1. So Bro will be making it into play-ins if that does happen. So will be pretty interesting. A lot of stakes for many different teams here, as the perfect player Emperor BDD receives high praises by all in the last match. Can he do it again today against the returning Bulldog? I'd say almost definitely yes.
Yes, and I'm happy Bulldog is back. Pengyon lost against Chovy, so obviously...
Oh,
yeah, can't believe it.
I can't believe he would do that.
I know.
I mean, Chovy of all players?
Has never happened to anyone ever.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, I think seeing Bulldog back is definitely good. Going up against BDD though, neither of these teams have had all 5 players look good at the same time. But for KT, the 2 players that have, which are BDD and Cuz, they have looked insane. And that's what I think is, for many people, the reason to predict, because I'm pretty sure it was like 60-70% favor for KT. It's just that mid-jungle duo. That's where all the POMs are, and that's where KT is at their strongest.
Yeah, and on the side of the DN Freaks, Berserker's had his days.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Bulldog sometimes popping off. I think that Dudu, as always, is sometimes good, but unfortunately, he's been more so not so great, a little bit less consistent this year so far, hoping he can get back on the bandwagon with the team.
Really want to, because 2023, 2022 Dudu was incredible, and we just haven't really seen that form thus far. As a love Kirby.
So they combined Cuz and BDD, and they put Kirby, which is how you say Kirby in Korean, Kirby.
That's amazing. That's going to be, you're going to get sick of that, I'm telling you in advance.
So yeah,
Kirby for life.
The Kirby duo, Cuz and BDD, that sign said they'll get it done for the team, and they probably will.
They will, because even though Bulldog and Pioshik, Pioshik has been up and down because it's Pioshik, that's just what he's always done. Bulldog, somewhat similar. Even when these 2 players are playing well, I don't think mid-jungle 2v2 is ever their strength. I think if you look at a combination, like most notably at the current meta, Showmaker and Lucid comes to mind, but even Peenan and Chovy back when they were playing together, it's the 2v2 that can make many of these matches feel unplayable, and particularly with how more important objectives are than they were previously. You really need to be sharp in those skirmishes. As a Bull Mom, always happy to support, happy that I imagine her son is also back in the roster. And that's what DN Freaks is going to have to show her today, because I trust Berserker and Life. I think that they've been playing pretty well, Berserker in particular. But just an 80 carry alone is not really going to do it versus a mid-jungle duo that has been on absolute fire.
So you might be curious what this is that says, BDD better than food, or basically they'll take BDD over eating. And I think that if you are a KT fan, as you can tell by the fan signs, they're kind of all in. They're like, well, our bottom lane, it's not very good. It's kind of sucking right now, actually. Our top is, sometimes good if he plays Renekton. BDD, please carry us. And he did, alongside of Cuz. There was that game where they were both like deathless and then everybody else had like 5 deaths and they won on Ahri and Wukong. It just kind of feels like there is some heavy carrying going on for KT.
One can only hope at some point we get DRX versus KT, and then it's which mid laner can carry the hardest, because Yukel's also been trying his very darnest. DRX is 3-1 at the moment, by the way, so they're higher up.
You mean Yukel is 3-1?
Yukel is 3-1.
Yeah.
Which is kind of mind-blowing in and of itself. And for DocDom, shouldn't come as a surprise. I think Perfect is continuing with the struggles that we saw them in summer last year, but Wei is unfortunately, I think, a big surprise in a negative fashion, and there is plenty of time to correct course. Support is one of those roles where if you're a little bit too eager, you will just die like 10 times. We've seen this with many metas, many engaged champs.
Barrel.
Especially compared Barrel, just in any match, really.
In general, yeah.
But given how Humbug and Hype have been performing, although, to be fair, Humbug also has that some Wei-esque escapades. We need to see him step up, because if DocDom and Wei can't match the power of Berserker and Life, I think Cuz and BDD are going to have a hard time carrying this one.
Yeah, so talking about the draft, we are here on the new patch. Will be interesting to see if we see anything new. The Azir ban and the Yone ban, those are targeted against BDD, but Yone is very good.
Yeah.
The Galio ban as well. The Skarner and the Kalista, I mean, it is what it is, right? That's just kind of the meta at the moment.
Yeah, triple BDD bans. The man has a pretty big champion pool. We'll see if he's willing to bring out some of his other iconic champions. Not Corki, hopefully, but things like Zoe come to mind. He was exceptional at that. Has also loved to play Veigar, and there is a lot of dive style compositions going on. DN freaks in particular like it, because Berserker has gravitated so heavily towards the Kai'Sa. So a late rotation Veigar pick, I think, can actually do a lot of heavy lifting here. Now, BDD's builds have been the topic of many a conversation, but his gameplay generally is where it needs to be, and particularly has been recently. Sejuani is open. That is one of Cuz's absolute favorites. Would go well with the Ambessa as well. Not going for the Jace first pick, though, which has been extremely high priority here. Perfect instead going for the more aggressive setup, and this would make sense from a utility point of view, and then probably going to pivot towards the Sejuani here on the third rotation, as Sejuani is a combo that has been very popular for a long time for the amount of CC and engage potential.
Yeah, and you already know that the Vi is going over to Pioshik. We even saw him on camera nodding yes, pick me the Vi. You know, it seems very obvious, as this will be Taliyah Vi if they do lock this one in. A very strong combo. It doesn't quite have the range of Ahri Vi, but the combo burst potential of Taliyah Vi is just insane. So obviously a very strong duo in its own right. And what are they going to pick alongside of this? Do you pick top at this point in time, try to match the Ambessa with a Rumble or a Jace, which seems to be the next two couple of tier list picks? They will go for the Rumble.
Does mean the top side is pretty magic damage heavy here for the DM Freaks, but nothing to worry about too much. Taliyah, not quite as lethal, particularly at 6 as the Ahri combo, as you point out. Also doesn't have as much backline dive. Ooh, I do think Pantheon right now is in a really strong spot. Picking him into Taliyah, though, can definitely be somewhat of a risk. And the Taliyah also feels amazing into the Ambessa, right? That's something you're always going to be happy about. Like Vi with the Rumble as well. Wonder what the bans are going to be here. I wouldn't mind a Rel ban here for KT, because most likely you're looking to pick up Braum here on 4. They're already going very heavy for a more aggressive composition. Again, I think the chances that they lock in Kai'Sa are basically 100%. We'll have to see what else is going to get banned away. Or maybe Ezreal comes to mind as well, because he can just kind of negate a lot of laning pressure.
Ahri.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Just,
it's just 5 BDD bans.
Yeah, you give them an opportunity to ban out BDD even more. I think they're going to take that and run with it. Question is, what would be ban number 5? Or do you take away the Braum at this point?
I'm like looking at what, like Swain, Veigar comes to mind again. Anything that is heavy AP. Playing it in Taliyah is not
Aurora.
Great though. There is good setup already with that Pantheon. I mean, theoretically, you can even flex it. Oh, okay. Boy, love
What?
that.
That's so cool. I mean, they already have so much lockdown, and now you've got a point and click, another one on top of the Pantheon. And it's just Corki.
It's
or
just Corki.
Berserker.
Yeah, somewhere Showmaker is salivating, seeing that TF is back. And it makes sense, as you point out. The Mercs value is going to feel great, but if you buy a lot of Mercs, then the rest of the AD damage is going to hit even harder. Rakan, do like it with the Vi, do like it with the Rumble, but Rakan Corki as a lane is not something that I'm feeling great about. There is going to be an incredible amount of lockdown available here. Wei could be looking towards the Poppy here. Has had, I think, varying performances. I remember a lot of great moments from him and a lot of moments that were maybe not so hot. This is really going all in on trying to punish the lane. Will leave you with not as much engage potential, but given the relatively short range for most people on DN Freaks, I do think that the Renata is going to get a lot of value. And again, you are going to absolutely pummel a 2v2 here with that Ashe Renata combo, so it might force a swap out from DN Freaks. We'll see if they can preempt that. But that mid-jungle duo, I know that Taliyah Vi is pretty solid, but into Pantheon and TF, that's going to be a tough one. Whoever gets ahead early as well is going to have insane pressure in the side lanes with the double globals for KT. And then even with that Taliyah, Bulldog can quickly roam to sides as well.
Yeah, you got Ash Arrow as well to kind of hop in there if you've got something brewing on the other side of the map, if the Ashe is in the middle. And it's going to be a pretty fun one. I don't think we've seen this aggressive of a duo with the TF and the Pantheon. You know, I was thinking about the draft, and I'm saying, okay, you're banning out 5 champions against BDD, but we already talked about how deep his champion pool is. He's like, okay, cool story. You wasted all these bans, and now we're going to get TF Pantheon.
Yeah, I don't think you're sad about that at all.
Yeah.
And Bessa as well, one of the strongest champion at the moment. We'll see if DN Freaks can fight back against his mid-jungle 2v2.
That is the question, as it looks like we are ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Let's do it. Here we go, game number 1, and the level 1s have always been something that the teams have gone for, especially the team that has TF and Pantheon and Ashe. You're going to be looking to get this going. And
yeah, I wonder what build BDD is going to go for as well. It's gone for Electrocute, which is about to be buffed on the next patch. Because there are a ton of different styles you can go on the TF. You can go for more utility-oriented builds, can go for just straight-up Burst. I think Burst is going to feel gooder. Want to try and go heavy on the AP as well. So you have so much AD damage. Yeah, so that mid-jungle 2v2, particularly with the changes to Taliyah, which at this point are already a while back, but generally, unless it's on BDD specifically, you will have a hard time 100-0ing someone within that combo. And the Pantheon really isn't that great of a target because of his E. If you throw too much upfront damage into him when he has the opportunity to go for an E, if you don't hit like a flash Q or something, catch him off guard, actually getting enough damage to take down Cuz is going to be quite tough, as we do have Cuz starting in the mid-jungle. And yeah, DN Freaks choosing to just handshake this lane, I don't think is going to feel very good. They do know that Cuz is on the red at the moment, that is spotted. So we see Pyosik immediately crossing over, but that's not going to change the situation about how rough this bot lane matchup is, and they're also on the weak side of the map.
Yeah. So they just elect, as you mentioned, to
So Dunk on my way can just...
It's not even really a handshake, because what they get instead is just a pretty basic... Okay, nice, going to get that. How many of the little guys are they going to get? Looks like 42 gold wins to Berserker, and no level 3 for Cuz.
Yeah.
So he is kind of in an awkward spot.
It's going to feel good at least. Nicely done there by Berserker. And live Berserker as a result also hits level 2. But it's, you know, it's a small win. Still stuck in this lane.
Yeah. Handshake comes in, life, you know, he can heal a little bit, but he's still level 1 Rakan.
Pots are already gone.
Yeah, the pots ticking there. You can see there's one going on the other side. And now, what you get is Dudu in a 1v1 against Perfect, who's playing Ambessa, and really doesn't care because he's Ambessa. The electrocute damage, you see, does a little bit there. Going to be doing a bit more on the next patch. But BDD's still feeling pretty good about that lane. Here comes Pantheon, because level 3.
Guardian is available. Life, I imagine, is the target here, because his passive stacked as well, so we'll have the empowered autos on W.
Heal comes in, they're still gonna go for it. The knockup goes in onto Cuz, he's tanking the turret, he's definitely going down. The first blood goes to Corki, and they do take down the Rakan. And, you know, with our new Warfare feats of strength, it's not gonna mean that, okay, DNF just win because they got the kill 1 second ahead. It's just going to be 1-for-1 as we work towards getting the first 3 kills, and now Berserker is in a rough spot.
Don't think that he is at threat of dying. Also level 4 already, has the red buff available. So DN Freaks take that, I'd say. Really nicely done there by Life to go for the W to ensure that Cuz doesn't just get out. And now they're looking for a counter dive. Perfect is relatively low. This is a big wave, and there is no one to help him. He knows, but...
He does have his flash. He's trying to dash and dash. There's the flash to get away. Nice. Very nicely handled by Perfect. The pressure's still gonna work. You know, it denies him a big wave up on the top side. And at the same time, though, it is gonna mean that Life, still level 2, has to kind of run back to his lane and try to hit that very important level 3.
Yeah, 2 levels down is Life. So that roam doesn't work out outside of denying the wave. Don't get the kill. As we take another look here, yeah, Guardian's up, the heal is used preemptively, and then Cuz going in with the W there. They do have the damage to take down Life, but I do think that it was pretty optimistic from the beginning, especially because he wasn't level 4, extra level in your queue. Maybe you get the opportunity to get that damage out and then flash out. Definitely think he should have, as he did, held his flash though. Because if he flashes, I'm pretty sure Berserker still gets him after he takes the initial 2 turret shots. It does mean that the kills are trading evenly, but do note, we have another swap coming in as the grubs are coming up shortly. And yeah, this feels so much better, the Warfare going to 3 kills.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm happy that it only took a single patch, because this does feel like there is actually stakes. There's a bit of back and forth like there is with the rest of the feats.
Yeah, we still have first tower. I don't think you can really do a thing where you've got like
that's
first
fine.
3 towers. Yeah, but it kind of means that sometimes if you win the grub fights and you get like a Rift Herald, then you can get the first tower. So there's still that kind of snowballiness
the ebb and flow.
in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not really sure there's a good change for that. Like I said, you're not going to make it like first 3 towers. That would just kind of be ridiculous and take forever. So at the moment, feels pretty good. And as you mentioned, they did elect to go for the swap. And here's Bulldog. And the stun does come in, even though the knockup is there. As how do you get away from this? You just got to try to flash. As, okay, Destiny going to be used in the top lane. He's got a yellow card out here. A bit of extra damage on Pyoshik, who will flash away just by the threat of the TF.
Big thing here is that PDD in one fell swoop gets the flash out of Bulldog, invalidates them to go and contest the grubs even with just that, and then also TP's top gets the flash from Pyoshik. And this is exactly what we're talking about. The 2v2 for both of these 2 teams is lethal, but for KT, both have setup. You can either gold card or you can start with the W, whereas for DN Freaks, Bulldog by himself can't really do too much. Does get taken down low and unable. Does get the shove in, but BDD was able to catch most of that wave anyway, so he's not going to be too bothered. And that is the grubs going fully, importantly, to KT, meaning that they are now 1 in 3 for those objectives as well.
Yeah, remember you were talking about the side lane and how you could put on some pressure. Well, KT already has 3 grubs. They have immense pressure with this composition. They could look to take 6 grubs. even if they have to give a dragon over or even a turret over, you can say, okay, well now we've got 6, and now we can really try to make some big pushes happen in a side lane. We do see the Roa being worked towards here for BDD, so maybe a little bit of, you know, just a backup plan in case he is the main target that is looking to get blown up.
Yeah, I don't mind Roa, but I do feel like going for Electrocute with Roa. You know, I think Until Spellbook still had a good amount of potential value there. So right now, Drake is being taken. That's 2 objectives coming through here for KT. Everything looking good so far.
Yeah, kind of getting everything. Perfect does not have his flash, though, and he's certainly being challenged by Dudu as the autos are coming in, but it's not quite enough to take down Ambessa, as she is just built different and is a new champion. So she's just going to run away and doesn't even have to flash. Couldn't anyway. Obviously, Dudu is putting on a lot of pressure there, and Perfect doesn't have his TP either, so it's going to make it pretty awkward, potentially, up in the top side. But again, Perfect is Ambessa. Can Pyosik make something of this? As here comes the ult on in. The damage should be enough, but Dudu taking a ton of damage himself. Bulldog as well making his way up. Even Life was here for the potential 4-man dive if they needed it, but they will get the kill.
Yeah, this time around, Perfect does go down, and you can't really fold him. Obviously, the earlier trade and him being low is his fault. As oh, we're dropping in hard.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Pantheon. This is just cause until BDD lands his destiny, but Dudu already next to the turret. It's going to hit Life.
Actually, a pretty big deal. KT invests 2 global ultimates there. Both of these are on a long cooldown. Pantheon is like, I think, close to 2 minutes. I think even longer initially. And so what happened there is Berserker shoves in bot wave. DN Freaks not only get off the top side gank, then get out with their lives, but KT also invest a lot. Bot wave isn't being caught up until the point where Perfect actually makes it back to that lane. So KT definitely not able to get the most out of the play there, and it feels like DN Freaks actually been able to retake tempo pretty nicely here. We'll see if they can actually turn it into an objective as well. That's obviously going to be the big test, as the grubs are coming up in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about ult cooldowns. Bulldog and Pyosik should have theirs first. I do wonder if they'll get theirs. I think the Vi definitely will. The wall a little bit less crucial, as long as Bulldog's just hanging around the mid lane. So just fine for now. They've also got that TP on Dudu, and might just end up being a grub trade here unless KT really wants to just kind of run at it and try to make a play for it. Maybe at least get one of the grubs to steal it away.
Yeah, what was cute there as well was that as Cuz was coming in, he actually had the Renata bailout on him. So just a little bit extra power there in his initial plays. Bulldog.
Yeah, just kind of face checking it. Not wanting to jump over the rocks was Cuz.
BD doesn't flash that, he dies. W was primed as well, and that's now no sums on the mid laner for KT. And vision control is amazing here for the DN Freaks as well. We'll see if KT feel confident enough to try and contest. They really want to get to the scrubs. Do have Prio in top. Way moving up, but I think this is not really the setup that you're looking for. BDD now has Roa done. I think also finished his boots just now. Swifty's at the ready. I think bought Lucidity boots at first and was like, nope, I need to be faster.
Gotta go fast. We do see Cuz nearby, but the setup here, much better for the DM Freaks. Cuz would love to just kind of stroll in and smite one away. And now the rest of the team coming in, but there is the knockback. Cuz getting pretty low, but now the crunch coming in from KT. TP behind this one.
That's Rumble.
And they committed big time to this. This Pantheon is just so dead. You're not getting away. As the bailout, he is not able to do anything. Duckdom left alone on the bottom side of the fight as rocks are flying. BDD as well is going to get knocked up, but I don't think he cares. I'm not sure they have enough damage between these two, especially with the Ashe nearby, but still it's a big win for the side of the DN Freaks as they've got push on top side as well.
Win the skirmish, get the grubs. All they give up is some plates toward the bot side of the map, but with the assist, Dudu is still going to come out very far ahead, gets the top wave crash as well. And KT, cuz I don't know what that was, just gets knocked back, doesn't use his E for the initial burst of damage, so he's basically already extremely low. Might be on cooldown because he does use it. So the disaster has already happened here, but then crucially, his E doesn't actually account, which makes sense because I didn't know where Dudu was until it was already too late for Dudu coming in. So he just roasts him. And then at this point, obviously you're not going to invest the teleport, so you're just kind of trying desperately to get anything out of it. The other members get out with their lives, but DN Freaks in these teamfights so far looking a lot better. We gave Cuz a lot of praise, but the Pantheon play thus far does feel like it leaves something to be desired.
Yeah. Also, we've seen so many players just kind of not respect not having vision in the banana brush over there by the Rift Herald pit as Destiny is going to come in. I think he tried to use a wall, and that's just going to be canceled. Bulldog will just be executed. This is what we expected out of this duo.
Yeah, this is still...
press your buttons and get kills, but as you mentioned, still maybe just one kill.
Still a thing, still good. Might if they get the dragon here, that would actually be huge. We'll see. Looks like OKT might try to go. I don't think they can get the turret. Plates are about to drop. If Perfect can stall even a little bit here, and they are able to get the third objective, they're going to be feeling good. They lost Warfare, though.
Bot turret goes down. And here comes an arrow from Duck Dom just trying to help out. The dragon goes down. I think KT, they got it. They got the feats, yeah. So now Perfect, I mean, yeah, he might go down here. He is still Ambessa. He's dashing. He's diving out of the way. And DNF are just left scratching their heads at the design. As that is pretty hard to do that. They're still going to be able to push him away and get the turret. But it feels like a consolation prize at this point. DNF's still in the lead. But they're down a couple of lead in gold, I should say. They're down a couple of dragons. They're down the feats of strength now. So it will be interesting to see how this game does play out from a relatively even position now.
It's a back and forth, Valdez.
Imagine that.
Yeah, we haven't had that many of those, so I for one welcome it. What I really like there is, again, just a very clear showcase of the power of these double globals. Bulldog just up too far in the lane, even though he is able to get rid of BDD, is always going to go down the moment that he gets CC. Doesn't have his Archangel Shield nor his Merc Treads. Is building towards those, as we can see, and those Merc Treads are actually, as mentioned, going to get a ton of value for KT, or for the DN Freaks rather, because both against the Arrow, but against the Pantheon and against the Gold card, it's all going to feel quite strong. The fact that BDD gets the kill is huge though, because he is the sole AP source. Looks to be building towards a Shadow Flame next. Have to see what he ends up going. Could also still be a Zhonya's, which allows him to go for plays that are a lot more aggressive. And yeah, Perfect did his job there in that topside play. Able to stall, clear the wave, and then get out with his life, which allowed his team to get the boots upgrade. And the sandals, particularly the Swifties are crazy good. So BDD going to be very happy with that. Like, they are, I think, by far the best upgraded boot, because the same reason why Cloud Soul was OP. You could just walk.
Just walk.
Just walk.
Run. I mean, at that point, you're just kind of running. Perfect going in on this one, not knowing the imminent danger that he is in. As the Vi-ult does come down, he does dodge a bit of that, but he's still going to be taken down. Now, Bulldog is in a pretty rough spot, but here comes Life, and actually going to force the flash away because they're not able to convert on the other side of the map. As Berserker solo farming, you got Dudu solo farming in the bottom lane. And that's been a lot of the story, you know, KT going for these big plays and not exactly working out, and DNF picking up the scraps elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, every time that they go for these ultimates and they don't get a kill, it's a really big investment. The counter kill does end up working out as Perfect. Fortunately, going in there, using those dashes, that could have been the difference maker. Doesn't tank too much of the equalizer, but it's still enough. I think actually got the ult off there to not get hit, but he already took way too much damage, so didn't end up mattering too much, unfortunately, for him. And then we had Cousin BDD go in, but not quite having the damage, as it looks like BDD opting to go for the Lich Bane instead. Does make sense. A lot of squishies on the enemy team, and the movement speed together with the Swifties, and Ghost is going to go kind of crazy.
But he's not playing Cho'Gath, Chronicler.
No,
You were
only-
showing me a build.
It looked fun, right? I hope we get to see it at some point.
Yeah.
Movement speed Cho'Gath. It's.
I mean, he's got Ghost Flash, you know?
No, I know.
He's got the movement speed.
Yeah. All he needed was Shirelius, really, instead of Roa.
I mean, that was the build in the past, you know, like Shirelia's into like rapid fire cannon and Lich Bane, and you're just kind of flying around.
Zooming.
There's that Lich Bane finished. So 2 items right now on BDD. He's actually doing decent damage. TF isn't the most, you know, damage-heavy AP source in the game, obviously, but at least, as you mentioned, he got a bit fed and he was able to at least shore up that lacking.
It's good burst
for his
mostly,
team.
which
Yeah.
this comp is going to rely on burst anyway. Although we do have Doctum also going for just straight-up crit Ash with the Wild Arrows. Dragons are going to be a really big deal, though. We haven't talked about this yet, but it's Hextech Drake. KT does have 2, and I actually think that is where their best way into a win for this game is, because the skirmishes thus far have not been going their way. I think that DN Freaks have an incredible 5v5 composition, and barring any really big ultimates from Wei or KT's preferred method, finding someone inside, blowing them up, the 5v5 should be favored towards DN Freaks. Now Merc's done for 3 people. Both Pioshik, Bulldog, and then Light as well all have them available. Berserker has also been looking good on Corki, which might perhaps be the most impressive thing out of anything that we've witnessed so far.
Imagine making Corki look good. I think it was Ruler, right?
Yes.
Denied the Penta on his Corki.
Ruler.
Yes.
Notoriously not that great otherwise.
Against the DN Freaks.
Yeah.
And yeah, the DN Freaks are like, whoa, that's pretty good. Maybe we should play that.
The takeaway is
yeah.
put back up that Corki Prio.
It's got a 7% win rate, but you know, we can fix him. It's fine.
Yeah, Velas was showing me in between before the series began.
Yeah.
The 7% Corki win rate.
1 in 12.
1 in 12. And the one win is Genji Ruler.
Yeah. The next closest is Nautilus.
Looking for the pick, but I don't think they're going to get it.
Yeah, that's more of like a just going to press R to see where they are.
Zone control. Yeah.
Yeah. Zoning ult from the TF. And with Rift Heralds, DN Freaks are very much in control of the map right now. KT, the equalizer is kind of, oh wow, it did a lot more than I was expecting. Dudu kind of taking up the turret though. Here comes Bulldog, just blocking the Rift Heralds. That's totally fine. It wasn't getting another charge anyway. But really the main takeaway from this is the pressure and the fact that they should, off of the back of this, be able to get the dragon, but they're not going for it just yet.
KT really want this dragon, right? Like, even if you're at a gold deficit, if you ever in an opportunity where Hextech Soul is only a single Drake away, you're always going to be feeling good. There's also Equalizer used to no kill, so I actually think KT have the right idea. Can they execute, though? Valdez, as Pioshik is in the pit. KT, they're going to have to pick a target.
I mean, it might just come down to a smite fight. Like, here comes Dudu. He's pretty fed. He doesn't have Equalizer, but he can roast everybody. That's the engage from Life, and he gets knocked back as well. Duckdom does nothing as they try to go for Bulldog, but he's able to stay alive. And down will go the Pantheon as well. That is a free Drake given over to the DN Freaks, plus a bonus couple of kills.
And Duckdom is the one member that can't go down first. Has to stay alive for this composition to have the necessary damage. And with him going down, there really isn't enough. BDD doesn't join the fight until later on. And you can see KT know that they have to go for this Drake, but it's the setup here. Life actually doing a wonderful job. Goes in, finds the chain CC, and then even with the Bela, that doesn't change anything because no one on DN Freaks is even close to dying. Bulldog looked like he might, but he still had his Archangel shield. That's now Voracious Otacon as well. And I think DN Freaks are about to bring us to a game 1 victory here because that is soul point denied.
Yeah.
That's Otacon, right?
Yeah.
I know that it's 200 gold now, but
whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just means you can't really be as...
as crazy. Yeah.
As absolutely insane as a lot of teams have been. I think that, you know, you can use it to put on pressure. You can still dive as long as it's a bit cleaner. And, you know, kind of utilize it to pick up the Baron. But they didn't quite sync up the timers for doing that perfectly. I don't think they're going to care too much. You know, securing the objective 100% is much more important than getting perfect timing on that. It's really about this goal difference over time. Like, every single team fight has gone the way of DNF. And yeah, there were a couple of picks that went to the TF and Pantheon, but they're not scaling out of control. Cuz is 0 and 3. DuckDom just got charmed and died without using his flash. He got bailed out, at least, which didn't do anything. And then they just didn't really have the damage or the wherewithal to fight that one. As, okay, nice arrow is going to hit into Berserker, just going to go for the cleanse.
That's it, it's just cleanse.
At least it hit him, you know. And now they're going for Cuz once again. The combo does come in, but that is Pantheon. Gonna bait out the Renata ultimate. So, hashtag worth.
Yeah, I don't even give up any of their buffs. Dudu is still happily pushing.
Little wall to come in. Nice flash from Wei. As, okay, BDD even gonna flash in against the wall in the top of the map. As we're going deep for this one. At least the bailout barely comes out at the end, but he's not able to survive. And of course, with the revive coming in from the Otacon, DNF able to just go ahead and do this. And yeah, every tower is falling, everything is falling to the side of the DN Freaks, who are very far ahead at this point in time.
And Pioshik and Life are the big difference makers in this one. It's the continuous engage of those two. I was a bit skeptical about this Rakan. The post-laning phase, they were completely fine. And it's that 1-2 of Pioshik diving in, Rakan following up, that has been a really, really big issue for KT. And here as well, BDD, revive comes through. Wasn't really going to be a big difference maker anyway. And now even his gold lead is dwindling. But we kind of knew the moment that Otacon was taken. And even before that, like, I think the moment that I saw that Drake fight.
Yeah, the Drake fight was the... that was the decider.
That was some highlight 2 territory I've ever seen at Valdez.
Yeah, a little nod to the space. I am curious if this Ashe will ever be able to do anything. You talked about the crit build on the Ashe, and it just feels like, you know, we talked a lot about TF and Pantheon versus Taliyah and Vi, and whoever gets ahead just feels so comfortable and good because you've got Taliyah to extend at least with her wall. We've seen that Bulldog multiple times. He's not trying to wall people off. He's just walling to get close to where Vi is engaging. So when Vi is going deep, he's able to go deep as well. And then you're able to go insane mode because nobody can get away from you.
BDD is also on the same level, even though, like, literally same experience as well. Bulldog is actually slightly ahead of him, even though BDD was the one with Roa. It's just not really coming together, I think, because his Pantheon play also not the most inspiring that we've seen. And now it's going to take a miracle. And what I really like from DN Freaks, the one way that I think you give KT a surefire way back into this game is anyone overextending inside, because with the arrow and with the double globals, that is still a way that you can do it.
Oh, Cuz, not again. As the combo comes in, you talked about it. This time it will go on to the Pantheon, and there's just no escape as bit of damage is going into Dudu, but he's got Sonya's completed. DuckDom desperate to do something in this game, but he'll be denied doing anything as Dudu even gets the kill onto him as he escapes at the same time. Just the burn damage getting it done. This game is done and dusted, Chronicler.
The killing Dudu would not have changed anything, but I still hope that it would happen, just so KT would have something.
The DuckDom fans would have been a little bit happier. Maybe.
Yeah, well, BDD at least got the TP out, so that's something. Yeah, BDD, unfortunately, you know how we talked before about he was in his promos and it was working out. He is again in his promos, but not in a good way, as at this point, KT so far behind that DN Freaks can go for any engage, make it work. Due to a really nice stopwatch there, the rest of the team ready to bail him out. The heal used, Rakan arriving in the nick of time. And nothing that really can be done here for KT.
Yeah. It was a very close game until it wasn't. You know, we talked about the comps at length, and it really just comes down to whoever gets far enough ahead can just absolutely just sledgehammer the other team over and over. And DN Freaks have made that very clear to everybody that is watching, especially after that Drake fight. They're like, well, now we just get to palm you over the head, and there's not really anything you get to do.
Yeah, there was, what, like two ultimates or 2 instances where both BDD and Cuz would use their ult, not get anything. Like, that's one of the things with global ultimates. If they don't work out and you're kind of even, it just feels horrible. Because, again, if you get into a 5v5, if you're DN freaks and relatively even, as we have seen, I think their comp is it's such a straightforward front to back. You have great engage, great follow-up, a lot of AoE damage as well with the Talia and the Rumble. And then we never really got to see an opportunity for KT to try and, you know, turn that lead into anything else, because the lead never really materialized.
Okay, they're going in on the doo-doo. They quickly realize their mistake as everybody tries to just run away, and they're all being burnt down by the equalizer, which was excellently placed. This should just be a straight-up ace, unless BDD survives somehow. Doesn't matter, the Nexus will fall, as Ingo's Pioshik trying to extend into position for life to make the jump. Actually does do so, and BDD will survive. But he won't be happy about it. He's got a 1-on-1 scoreline. The rest of the team don't look at those KDAs, as the DN Freaks absolutely crush KT in game 1.
Pioshik getting a little bit of a highlight there. His Vi combined with Life and Berserker looking good on Corki. Again, we keep going back to it because still might be the most impressive thing out of what we've seen here today. What we witnessed in this first games, the Freaks do not get caught off guard by these globals. You know, Bulldog died, what, like once in the bottom lane, but then absorbed a ton of other ganks as well. And in the 5v5, it's the jungle support that look so on point, and, you know, the combination of Renata and Pantheon was never really going to work out. But I'm just going back to that draft and I'm thinking, what if Wei was on an engaged champion? What if he could play with the Pantheon, and what instead of trying to go for lane, which again didn't work out. Like bot lane dive didn't work. I think Cuz on Pantheon just wasn't really it. I was excited to see it, but it didn't really blow me away. And this is just, yeah, perfect. Also this prio pick on the Ambessa, not able to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost as much as for Khan.
Yep.
It was rough for him. I mean, his laning phase was just getting dove over and over, but yeah, the Ambessa not able to do anything.
It's on the, if that happens, if you get 4-man dove multiple times, your team should be getting stuff on the other end of the map, and that just didn't happen.
Didn't happen, and the DN Freaks were able to crush them in game 1. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
이런 거 좀 다운돼 그냥. 더블 볼게. 억대기 쓸게. 다음부터 할게. 내가 다음부터. 오케이. 웨이트 피 온다 얘들아. 괜찮아. 두개 빼가고. 닦아줘. 용하지 말고. 봐줘. 애쉬 노플. 애쉬 볼게. 태영아. 애쉬. 왔어. 안쪽 맞아. 이겼어. 한편 노플. 트패. 나 W가 나 2초야. 이거 들어가자. 야 끝내자. 그냥. 나 2, 5초. 끝내자. 나이스 잘했다. 맞아. 어쨌든.
The DN Automotive Freaks come out swinging 1-0 over KT after their draft wasn't able to come together. Welcome back to the space. D-Gon alongside Wadid and Wolf. And gentlemen, after a tumultuous start for Corky, it is now 2. That's right, 2-12.
Doubled it.
2 in a row.
Yes.
And the first win was against DNF. That's right, it was Ruler against Berserker. Berserker says, I'm going to play that, and he finds himself winning in this one.
So let's talk about this draft. We don't do that many draft focuses here on the desk anymore, but I do want to talk about how KT Rolster hyper-indexed away from any sort of late-game scaling and power in team fights and went into this super easy-to-execute combo where you basically 2 global ults, lock somebody down and kill them and snowball the game. You get a vision control from this, you snowball sides, the Rumble gets pushed out, it becomes easy to play. You have the Ash into the Corky as well, so you should be able to get lane advantages there, right? But KT botched the bottom lane dive, so that win con fell apart. And then some of their Pantheon TF engages really just didn't hit the mark. There was some weird timings, and KT was just constantly behind in tempo this entire game.
This is completely wrong. Because like,
Oh my gosh.
listen, DNF banned 5 bans on mid lane, right? And then they kind of played out their best champs, like Ambessa on the top and Ashe on the bot lane. But your Ambessa is trying to escape your ulti with your ulti, and also your Ashe Renata is not winning the bot lane really hard, and also your Pantheon with his ulti, he didn't get anything, you know? So I think this is just completely wrong from the KT side. Like, we really cannot blame BDD for not carrying this off, because he already got 5 bans.
Yeah, and it felt like early on it was pretty difficult for KT to get anything going. When they dove on the bottom side of the map, the red buff went to Berserker, didn't quite work out there. The CS was equal for Berserker on Corki against Ashe, like you said. And now Wadid has a telestration for us to break down yet another early game miscue from KT.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to fight these grubs as a KT side, right? But they went for the top wave here, and I think that was the issue because you can see BDD having no ultimates, no sums at all, and also your Pantheon has nothing, right? So they should have just give up this top wave and just go all around to mid wave and group as 4, so they could actually have a chance because look at their comp. They have TF, they have Ashe, and they have Pantheon, which means that you can actually lock down one target really easily. But now, instead of that, just see what happens right now is like DNF just grouped as 4, and then they just split KT completely. And you can just roll the clip here. Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't just go for that top wave, you know. I think that was the issue. Like, Cuz and BDD tried to just walk in through the mid lane, and then they just tried to walk in as 2. Like, this is just completely wrong choice by KT here.
I mean, Cuz gets isolated, obviously, by the Talia, and doesn't have his E to actually block the damage. Has it here in a moment, so uses it to try to mitigate some of this from Pioshik on the engage, but he's already so low. And KT didn't have either of those critical ultimates, right? The Pantheon or the TF still wanted to fight this. They already have a 3 bleed. The problem with making calls like this in a game, when you're really trying to snowball, and if you fall behind at any point, you lose control, is that the risk is so high, and if you fail, as they did, it feels like the game is just out of your hands. All you could do is look for side picks, which they failed later on, and this moment is so critical because it gives a huge lead to the DN Freaks, who then are able to take that vision away, make that combo so much less reliable.
I mean, I mentioned so many times that like you have to pre-plan the fights, right? They already knew that they have no Pantheon and TF ulti. That means they have to talk about how they want to enter the grubs. And this was not the situation that they pre-planned for the fight.
219 games, y'all. That doesn't happen by accident. Make sure you're taking notes here when Wadid is drawing on the screen. Now, this one needs no drawing. This is how you're supposed to play out a composition like this. A great, great flank by Dudu, and the DN Freaks cook KT and close their dreams of a Game 1 win.
So here's the point. I was thinking that maybe they should just give up the Drake, the KT, because they already got the 2 stacks on Drake, and they have some kind of free golds on the top side. They could just get the first turret and just go for the another gold. But they, instead of that, they just choose to fight here. And I thought this is kind of impossible to win that fight.
Yeah, I think KT felt like, okay, this game is super doomed. We're 2,000-3,000 gold behind. They're probably calculating like this isn't going to work. We have to rush this dragon because Dudu's bottom lane, and so maybe we can get this done fast enough, but they don't have enough damage to rush the Drake down, which gives enough time for that flank to come through from Dudu. He doesn't have ultimate either, so I can see some of the ideas here for KT, like, oh, maybe he doesn't have ult, but it's a really nice combo here. It's set up from life. The Rumble damage is immense, so Dudu, even without his ultimate, just does so much in this fight. But remember, there was no ultimate for BDD. Once again, so many of these really important fights. He's not there. He's stuck in the mid lane, and it's divide and conquer once again coming through from DN Freaks. They were able to turn that fight on a dime. If the Ashe was further ahead, if they had more damage, if they could rush that dragon down, I think it's a reasonable choice. But they just felt priced into it because if they don't get that soul point to threaten further fights, like there's just no way back into the game. It was a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and going back to just the very first game, I think we saw DN Freaks, and specifically Bulldog on Talia, where you called them out saying, hey, build the wall the right way, ride the wall the right way. It feels like he did that multiple times in this series. And now the DN Freaks, after seeing KT not have an answer for all these mid-lane bans, are up 1-0 and 1 game away from potentially securing their spot into the play-ins. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Love the telestration saying how it was totally wrong for KT in that game number 1. And you know what? It was.
It was.
And both our analysts highlighted very well that it's a very risky comp. You don't get enough picks. You don't get enough of a snowball. You kind of just lose. And that's exactly what we had to cast in that first game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Shinji is trying to tell KT here, but I'm sure it's pertinent and important, and they need advice, they need help, because that was a rough game number 1. And we also see what happens when one of the two pillars of KT falls apart. Cuz had a really rough game, and that was just kind of it. Didn't do well in a couple of early skirmishes. Everything fell apart very, very quickly. I would guess Perfect is going to be looking for a Renekton here in this second game. Cassante, I don't think should make it through the draft, but maybe DN Freaks is going to leave that one open. Try and counter-rank with someone else's. Yeah, we were setting up for a B1 Renekton. That's how we're feeling right now, Valdez.
Yeah, could also be Cassante if it doesn't get banned. But let's see what they do go for on the last roll of bans. You had to ban Skarner on red side. I was curious what they were going to do with their bans, DNF, because, yeah, 5 mid lane bans against BDD, but you can't do that.
Skarner and 4 mid lane bans.
What about Callista?
Yeah, it's fine.
That could be an angle. You know, if Cassante doesn't get banned here, and then DNF are like, well, you know, we're just going to leave Callista open because we need to ban out BDD, then at least you're going to get trade. Okay, you want to play Cassante or Renekton, we can get Cassante. If you pick Renekton, we get Cassante and Callista. So they're going to ban Cassante here.
So they have to pick Callista, or they're going to feel very heavily obliged to. Is DN Freaks just going to pick away the Renekton here? Because I think, again, it's being very clearly telegraphed. Poppy also rises monumentally in stock. Talia is no longer available, but otherwise would be really good as well. His Dudu is just going to go towards his Jax. One of the champions that, particularly when given an early lead, can really do well. Wouldn't mind a Sejuani pickup here. I think Cuz had a really rough Pantheon game. Him going back to Comfort would be no shock. The only risk of that is that a possible Nidalee might come out to ruin your day. Because we have not liked Misfortune one bit, but we also hated Corki. And Berserker has just been good. Doesn't really matter what champions he's playing. I think he's had a stellar return to the LCK thus far. Which, you know, if you're a 2021 Challengers watcher, you would know this.
You understand on a deeper level. Yeah, there's not so many
like this all along.
Chronicler, and just as cool as Chronicler.
Okay, calm down, Veldas.
Nidalee going to come out here, so Nidalee and Yone going to be the choices here. Yone was banned in game 1. That was one of the mid lane bans. But Nidalee, this time, you could say, is comfort as well for Cuz. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a Sejuani level, but has certainly played a lot of games of Nidalee himself.
Ooh, Pioshik. That's a gauntlet throw if I've ever seen one. Does mean that you are going to be pretty heavy towards the AD. Spectrum top side of the map also might necessitate a few bans here from KT. Things like the Ari de LeBlanc will come to mind. Incredibly strong in the 2v2. And I know that, you know, I talked about Pioshik Bulldog versus BDD and Cuz. But even though Pioshik and Bulldog didn't sync up quite as much, we still saw them, particularly in teamfights, have a big impact, as there is the absolute no-brainer Renekton ban. That one should not shock anyone. Perfect things that you can go towards into the Jax. Gragas is the one that definitely is best, but I don't know if he has an AP Gragas in his lineup.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be tested here, and I don't know if that's really good news for the side of KT Rolster. Now they have Yone and Nidalee for BD Cuz they've got, you know, their carries on stuff they can carry with. The Poppy also taken away.
Huh.
So
you could have picked that one yourself. Pretty happily, I might add. Into Callista, Yone, and Nidalee, I think you would have been very happy with that. But I guess they didn't want to... Okay, and then you... Yeah. I would have much preferred to just pick them themselves. I feel like Poppy is so insanely strong. Gonna be DeLeona for life. Life had a wonderful game, number 1. Braum is still open here. Does get a good amount of value here. I think Braum does make sense. He has not been looking too hot, though. Gragas Braum? Slam it? Doesn't seem bad.
It is a very nice front line when you're going to have to deal with a lot of lockdown with Jax and Leona and MF firing over the top. They take away the Leona to deny, you know, a potential counter into the MF. There's the Gragas, so we're going to learn a little bit about Perfect's Gragas, a little bit more. And thinking about Rel, for Wei. That would put him on Engage, which I do think they need a little bit of reliable Engage with this kind of composition, so I don't mind it at all.
No, the Braum does feel amazing into MF and Leona, and you're playing to a pretty heavy melee composition, but we're never going to be mad when, especially when the other pick is already shown, giving your team a lot more reliable engage. Also, we'll have to see what Perfect's going to go here. I think the AP Gragas is definitely the most solid, as the Ahri ban did not come through. Instead, it was the Akali and LeBlanc, so Bulldog going for that final one, not too shocking. And this is one of those scenarios where I look at the individual matchups on the KT side and then feel pretty good, right? Like, in terms of laning strength, you have a really strong bot lane, you have the counter matchup in top, but then I look at the comp as a whole, and I think the burden of execution is actually pretty high. Between Yone, it's really easy not to have an impact, Gragas casks, the fact that Cuz is playing Nidalee, and then you look at the DN Freaks comp, and that one plays itself. A really strong 2v2 yet again, this time with an incredible amount of mobility, big AoE teamfight ultimates, a lot of CC. This kind of all comes together here, and we'll have to see if KT can bring us to game number 3, Valdez, because I think the DN Freaks, particularly with how good their teamfights looked in that first game, are going to be feeling pretty happy with this red side draft.
I think especially, I'm agreeing with you on this one, Chronicler, especially because so much of your engage power for KT comes from that bottom lane, from the Kalista and the Rel, and Duckdom and Wei have been the weakest link together, actually, down in the bottom side. So, I don't know. They're going to have to be clean in this game, and to be honest, they haven't proven to be very clean so far. So we'll see if they can do it, or if this 2v2 in the mid-jungle can somehow carry once again with BDD and Cuz. Otherwise, KT might be in some danger. As you mentioned, the DN Freaks have been much cleaner tonight, and they have a comp with they can do it once again. So let's jump into game number 2 right now. KDA Gragas.
I still can't believe that's a real skin.
Why not? What?
Because it's funny. It's absurd.
Makes sense to me. I think he fits right in.
It's like cheese dip Zach. You know, it exists.
Yeah.
And
that makes
I love
so much
it.
sense. Because he's gooey. Right? And Gragas is wearing a crop top, so I think it fits perfectly, actually. I think it's a great combo.
Sure. Perfect going for the Perfect going for the tank build here. As mentioned, I do think that you give up a lot when it comes to your actual threat in side lane. You can negate lanes still very easily, but with the AP build, you legitimately win side lanes against Jax throughout most of the game, particularly when you get access to a combo, when you get your first Lost Chapter back. And I think that with the tank build, eventually going to get to the point where you can't really match the Jax anymore. We'll see, maybe he's going to go Grasp into AP. The one upside is that if you are playing into a lane swap like Perfect is here, you're going to be feeling a lot better about your situation. I think he wants to try and get some XP, but unfortunately for him, this is warded. Oof, early E as well. I'm not going to be feeling good about that one. And he's going to try and get as much experience as he can. Dudu has it a little bit easier because he is Jax. That's Perfect. Just a little bit of XP, please. Guys, come on. As I say that, Dudu has actually taken a considerable amount of damage. And we might be looking at a slow stack wave into Nidalee dive here. Now that this is still Jax, so I don't really think that they can do that. And Cuz seems to agree, as he is dipping and heading towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee, as we know, going to be very fast on the farm, is ahead of Pyosik. Kind of leaves that onus on Pyosik to potentially set up some more plays. You don't want to just be the farming Lee Sin. We did see it recently, though. I think it was Canyon, right? He was playing farming Lee Sin, and then eventually he popped off. But that's Canyon, and a little bit of a different situation, so.
Yeah, that is kind of his thing. I've seen the man, I remember very vividly, play Pantheon as a farming jungler This was in like 2021. Showmaker just only existed to get Prio so that Canyon could steal the enemy Raptors and get ahead on Pantheon. And they won.
Yeah.
So
Might have a little bit less to do with Pantheon and a little bit more to do with the team.
oh, 100%. Yeah, it was not champion related whatsoever.
But, I mean, now we've got Nidalee in the top lane after the full clear.
Yeah, because making sure that Perfect gets to play the video game, which is definitely a good call. Sway will take a turret shot for his effort there, but this is the problem. It's Jax. So actually getting damage into him as Kalista, not going to be easy, because on a ward here. Oh, they're going to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get this dive
No
down.
E.
There's no counter-strike, so you just straight up die. And there's no help, you know, all the junglers were on the top side, so they knew they were totally fine and safe to go for this dive in a 2v1 in 2025. Not every day we see one of those, but also Dudu was low enough as well. It just made the dive that much easier.
The way that was promised, at least for that one play, so Bulldog nerves of steel. Not going to be too easily scared, but we'll definitely have to look for a back. CS is going to be basically even once everything comes through, as we can see here. Both mid laners going to TP, and we have even CS, but crucially no kill to go through. So Dudu crucially doesn't have his counter-strike. It's about 5 seconds off here. Wei just goes in, doesn't give him the opportunity for counterplay, gets the empowered auto, knocks him back, gets the Q, walks out of range immediately with the ignite already down. And then Dokdam gets to actually push his damage. Dokdam has unfortunately not really been able to uphold the level that we once upon a time saw from him. Remember, think back to 2021, was on a roster with Peanut, which actually ended up working out a lot better than many of us expected.
Also, Aphelios was meta, so
that did help. Yeah.
He got to play Aphelios a lot, and we didn't have Fearless. So, yeah, maybe seeing some of the weaknesses of Dokdam in the new format and the new meta.
Yeah, we also have just seen his form. I think on DK we already kind of saw not able to uphold it. But now is a fed Kalista, which is basically the ideal position to be. Already sitting at almost, what is it, 450 gold lead here. Let's see what else KT can get with it. Because I do want to remind everyone, this is what KT needs. I think that they need to keep a very tight lid on this game, not roller coaster too much, and ensure that they consistently pick up these early objectives and don't take skirmishes like they did in the first game. That's why Gragas is very fun to play into Jax, by the way.
Yep.
Nothing he can do.
Well, at least he gets to farm a little bit and eventually be a threat in the side lane, but for now, just kind of sitting around. Perfect used his body slam to trade, seeing that Dudu was low on mana. Felt safe to go ahead and do that, but that does mean that Jax can go in and land a counter-strike. Bit of a trade up in the top side. Dokdam is going to cleanse and get out of that one. Berserker still holding on to his thumbs, but a lot of damage does come through from the Kalista. Dokdam able to land that Q.
Favorable trade for the DN Freaks bot lane when it comes to the sums. But favorable for health for KT. So we do have a counter, or a little grass proc, but the body slam ends up getting perfect out of dodge. As Berserker.
Berserker! Okay, he's got barrier for now. There's the flash to follow away. He's going to pick up the kill. A solo kill, I might add, as now Life getting in, but that is Yone. You can't beat that champ, as he will get away very easily. Life just unlocking his Hex Flash for the future.
Ooh, Life can be feeling bad about that roam. Also, as a result, Berserker dies, and then the play also doesn't work out, because it looked like that was actually a timely arrival, but because BDD had his soul unbound, and because being Nidalee extremely mobile, they're able to get out. So that's a really big win for KT. They get additional pressure towards the top side as we take a look. Very straightforward. I don't know what Berserker thought was going to happen. A little late there on the board. Even his emotes, unfortunately, not enough to dissuade Wei. And then Rel does not have a lot of damage. And this will start with Pioshik invading. Then the flash being forced. And then it's just BDD and Cuz knowing that the level 6 is not available for Pioshik. They're going aggressively, and this is the tragic part, like Life flashing, trying to get on top of the Yone with the Soul Unbound. No mana on Bulldog and no level 6 on Pioshik. Things are looking up for KT in this game number 2. And they need to. Again, we need to see them keep this pace, set up more of these objectives, get that third kill for Feats of Warfare. But things are looking better than game number 1 at least.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I would not be surprised to see them begin snowballing with a comp like this, because, you know, no whoopsies just yet. BDD able to successfully get away from the Yona without burning his blast, so maybe they can set up something. Will be difficult to do onto Bulldog, and maybe for the time being we just kind of get some objectives traded. You can see that DNF, they don't really have a chance to fight over the Grubs, just based on the way this game is going. And with Pioshik farming the Krugs on the top side of the map, not going to be able to take down a dragon either. So just giving over all 3 Grubs to KT Rolster.
Yeah, the big benefit of having double lane priority in both of the side lanes. BDD is still getting pushed in mid, because Bulldog is playing that matchup nicely, but it doesn't really matter if both, as we saw, Dogdom and Wei can just roam freely, not get punished, and then Perfect is also having a much better time in this lane. Also hasn't been 4-man dove like 3 times, which I think also does help. You know, in general in playing the game. I think it's beneficial to your gameplay experience.
Just don't get dove.
Well, do you know why there's a durian in this Nidalee Skins back animation?
Are you asking me why?
Yeah. I don't know if there's a...
I don't know.
Because I'm pretty sure it was.
It was, yeah. The cat was covering it, probably because it smelled a little funky.
Little?
You know? A little bit funky.
Just a little?
Yeah.
Lot funky.
I've had durian before. It wasn't that bad.
I mean, I like the taste, but it definitely...
It definitely has a funky smell, yes. Just a little bit.
Maybe I have a more sensitive...
Maybe you just had a funkier durian, you know?
But like, there's large parts of the world where you're not allowed to bring them into trains and stuff.
Makes sense. Bulldog, not even going to ult away. He's just taking a bajillion damage, approximately.
Bulldog really has been... I feel like this has been a very consistent thing throughout all of his games. He's been very Nerves of Steel, like not using his flash unless he needs to, not just wasting the sums. Perfect is a little low. Is also looking to go for a build with damage, which I do applaud. He had a really rough game number 1, and seeing him go for the more AP heavy variant of Gragas is something that I think is a really, really good call. Even after such a rough game, not losing confidence is something that I think he has definitely struggled with. Renekton also got banned away as we have the Dragon now also going over. KT looking a lot better in this early game now. 1 kill and 1 objective off of getting those sandals. They got them in game 1 and they lost, but it's still good to get them.
It is still good. Generally, more often you will win the game if you're getting early objectives in one way or another, and if you're getting the sandals and you're getting those extra stats.
Winning does help you win more.
Winning does help you win more. Just like, you know, not getting dove helps you do damage.
Yeah.
Avoid dives. And Perfect did an excellent job of avoiding all the dives. Like, that wasn't even really his fault in the last game, although I'm sure he got memed for the damage number. But yeah, I mean, it was just an Mbessa from behind, not able to do anything, and then the team was so far behind that he was not able to do anything in the team fights. But now he's KDA Gragas.
I'm looking at for a joke with his KDA still being 0-0-0 is cuz. Yep, good flash. That would have been the end of him. Everyone else in the area, I feel like he should have seen that one coming.
Yeah, there is a little bit of like, I'm Nidalee, I can do whatever I want, but when you're playing against Ahri, especially, you gotta be careful.
It's like Ahri, Leona, and Lee.
Yeah.
Good flash.
You're not really getting away from
Solid
that one.
call.
Great charm as well, just the angle on that from Bulldog. It was certainly going to land. So getting out with his life. And it looks like both teams are gearing up for a bit of a grubs fight here. Question for DNF is how many can they get? Cuz was doing the red buff and not really in position to do them, but you can see that DNF from behind, they're not going to stick around for too long. They just want to get one and deny the feats of strength and get away.
Solo call, just making sure that they don't get it. Grubs is, I'd say, the easiest to get when it comes to trying to stack those early feats. So picking out a single grub makes that a lot harder. Good choice to disengage as well. One of the big benefits that the comp of DNF has is that even if we do get into a late game situation, I think both their front to back, but also their pick potential is still insane with the amount of lockdown and burst that they have. So as long as they can keep looking for those opportunities and maintain map control, I don't think they're ever going to be truly out of the game. Do have BDD sitting on a good amount of gold as well. I think should be finishing his first item soon. And I wonder when DN Freaks are going to actually pull the trigger. Perfect's going to have a big buy as well. Sitting on these components for a long time. Curious to see what he will end up with.
More components.
Yeah, that's a lot of CDR though. You're happy with that, as Gragas in particular. Mercs have been bought by Dudu, so his experience playing into Gragas is not going to be as miserable as it was before, but still between the Codex and the Kindle Gem and the boots of Lucidity, Perfect's going to have a really high uptime on those rotations. What I do want to highlight though is that KT keep matching, because I think it was DN Freaks initially that swapped. I think Dudu is a lot happier playing into BDD than he is playing into Perfect. Gets to take a lot more from the Yone, gets to contest it a lot better than you do against the Gragas. So would like to see KT at some point swap and try and match that counter matchup again. But Perfect's always going to be completely fine when it comes to farming, as this is going to be first Turbo Blood. There's nothing that DN Freaks can really do. Pioshik on a back at the moment, and this might also lead into a possible fight towards that dragon. Level 11 here for BDD.
He tried to deny the cannon. He was unsuccessful.
Tragic.
That's like plus 70 gold for Dudu. Feeling pretty good about that. There's really not much else to talk about in this game, to be honest.
No,
trying to
we're
deny a cannon. Yeah.
When there isn't enough happening, the casters eventually just...
Boom! Start making noises.
Yeah, our brains crave activity, Veldas, and we're not getting a lot.
Yeah. Well...
He had a charm in top, you know, Bulldog.
He did, yeah. It was huge.
Look at Perfect's health bar. He did get... They get hit.
Yeah. Another reason to play AP Gragas is that he's pretty naturally tanky anyway. Not quite as tanky as tank builds Gragas, but at least you do damage. And you do the Bomba.
Yeah, there were times where I think the tank build was really overtuned, but after they did repeated nerfs to his passives, yeah. I do think that the AP build, you can go like Bruiser-ish, you don't have to go full Glass Cannon AP, but I just think it's so much better.
Feats.
They are in. They do not know about the Lee behind them. Dokdam.
Okay, he is going to flash away from that one, and now it's just a kick on a Leona. That's actually Pioshik in a rough spot. Throws him in, and now the turn is huge. Easy kill on a Pioshik. Life will flash away. The cask is very nice and perfect. He once more, he's going to land the slow with the bomb there, as now Bulldog has to flash himself. Does dodge away from the Yone and will survive. But at the end of the day, KT just getting so much out of this trade.
And you know what the best part about this is, Veldas? It's not cause BDD. It's the rest of the team showing some signs of life, which I think after that game number 1 was really necessary. Well, cause also did not show a lot of life into the last one, but he's been fine and literally just doing what he needs to, securing the objectives, building a farm lead. But it's actually the combo. Dokdam this time does nail the response, just flashes, doesn't get caught in any rough situations, and then we're trying to kick the Rel. And the Rel also has a Callista, so it just doesn't end up working out. Really nicely done there by Perfect. Gets himself the cask over the wall to knock life back in. And then, yeah, the moment that he gets over and hits the cask, there's no way that life ever gets out. Big win for KT. That is the Dragon now going over to them as Berserker. Just sold that Q and was like, nope, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
You remember in the draft when they picked MF?
I do.
Yeah, they picked MF, and you know there was no Leona pick or anything like that, but there was no Leona ban. So Nidalee was picked by KT, and then they first rotation on red side after the second phase, Leona, and then Perfect's like, you know what also stops MF ults is Gragas. And I just wonder, you know, Perfect, he basically just had to show his big belly at Berserker, and Berserker just flashed away. It's just that easy. And the MF does nothing. Especially from behind, it just feels like DNF are kind of sitting here losing. You know, we haven't had a lot of games like this so far on this patch, I think, which is probably a good thing. We had a lot of those in the past. You know, the Jin Air days, the old
LCK special,
the old bro days where it was like, we're losing, what do we do? Let's do nothing. And literally they would just stand there and lose. Very nice combo here from BDD. Flash on in, he wants the kill. He will not have it and gets pretty low himself. But yeah, DNF kind of doing that old style of LCK, which is not a good style of LCK.
Bulldog staying alive there, that's the biggest win that they've gotten in a couple of minutes.
Oh, here comes Wei. Wants another solo kill. He tasted blood, you know.
It's like, this is what used to happen all the time in Challengers. You guys don't know?
It's true. In Challengers, probably Bulldog would have stuck around to farm the wave.
And just died. Yeah, I could see it happen. Wei, of course, part of the KT roster that did the unthinkable in Challengers, which is just win everything. Both the, you know, like Challengers equivalents of Worlds, just like mini Challengers, and both domestic splits. Now, unfortunately, no longer together with Hype and Humbug, both of which are on Bro. We've been doing not as hot as perhaps we expected, but still a lot better than their recent years.
I just think they're going, you know, the Kespe Cup, it was a weird time they won it. I think that even if you're lacking a bit of experience, you can kind of get away with the Kespe Cup win, but the second LCK starts, you really begin to see their weaknesses. So I wouldn't give up on Bro just yet, you know? I think they've got some longevity. I believe in Hambach. I believe in guys like Hype, if he does stay loaned to the team. And I think they've got a nice amount of angles. It feels like Closer really fits. But we'll have to wait and see how that one goes for that team, who is not in this game.
Yeah, there's been great glimpses. Well, you know, it's KT's there, so we can still talk about them.
Yeah, same team. Duck Dom gonna just cleanse the slow, and Wei's just going to maybe die. He does get pulled back by the Fate's Call. So DNF, they found the one angle as
that was I think,
because slams his face on the keyboard and presses every button at the same time.
Yeah, that was a lot of buttons used. So the Herald one is not that bad. The Sonya's arm guard obviously is very unfortunate. Will it matter though, Valdez? I don't know.
It
I don't think so.
It feels like no.
No, I don't think it will. They're 6 or is it 5.5k gold behind. Perfect, like single-handedly, is just kind of dancing on them as he does as KDA Gragas.
Yeah, they're trying to fight for this one. Life is probably dead. His flash is already down. Pyosik is behind enemy lines, and we also had Dudu TPing into this one. Pyosik is free food. Remember when Wadded broke down on the space about how they could have just taken top turret KT in game number 1 and just given up the dragon? It was the third Hextech dragon as well. A little bit of a different situation because KT got the first couple of dragons. Yeah, DNF, they could have maybe done that as well. Instead, they elect to TP down, take the worst fight of all time, and also give up the
Okay, but this one is way worse than the KT one. The KT one, I understood a little bit. This one, I'm vexed, Valdez. Vexed,
Vex isn't in this game, actually. So...
Okay, I can't be vexed?
No. You can't.
So we're trying to engage on the Gragas. Perfect did finish his Fimbulwinter. Does not care. Obviously gets so much shielding from that, as well as a healthy portion of mana. And then, unsurprisingly, PremiumBeat is just desperately trying to get out of a rough situation. This game is done. It's cooked. There's no... We haven't even spoken about the fact that they also now have the Otacon buff, which is going to make matters even worse. Are Bulldog and BDD just fated to have the exact same thing happen to them? Where they're like just watching the rest of the mob fall apart and they're like,
What do I do?
What do I do?
I think at least BDD tried to do a little bit more. It's obviously a bit easier to do when you're TF Pantheon compared to Ari with a Lee Sin that does not exist.
He is not real.
And so you just charm people and they get away. So yeah, there's not really much that Bulldog can do anyway. So it's not his fault. You know, maybe he could look for a pick onto BD, maybe like an ult in, but they have the Otacon buff at the moment, so now it's not the time.
When is the time, Valdez?
After Otacon buff, maybe on the Baron. If they allow you to get close to the Baron.
Oh my god, this Gragas build, man. Going, what, like Frozen Heart next? It just says
all the blue
mana.
items, you know?
It's blue Gragas.
Yeah.
Cosmic Drive for at least a little bit of AP, plus the...
And it's blue.
The speed, yeah, and the CDR. It's always going to feel great. A lot of ability
It's
haste.
also blue. I think that's more important than
Okay, sorry,
the
sorry.
CDR.
What's next?
Well, Life is going to be okay. The charm into the ult. Still have Otacon buff. BDD goes in, might just kill Bulldog here. No, he will survive.
They still have the buff. 15 seconds. Maybe a Hail Mary engage when it times out, but look at that, KT. They're not even taking the risk. What is this? Is not my KT. Where's my roller coaster?
Yeah.
They're playing safe.
Kind of feels like the new Otacon changes just make it less fun. You know, it was fun when the winning team would all just dive for no reason, even though it was very dumb and overpowered. But now it's like, oh, they're just going to LCK it, where they push and wait until it's 15 seconds left and then just run away.
Oh, I went Ranwins as well. That's not blue.
Oh, no. The blue theory is just out the window.
I wasn't a subscriber to the blue theory. Anyway, Valdez.
Eiffel, what is it, 85?
I want to say 65.
60, I think it is 65. Yeah, Wolf would know. They're very sad right now. I wonder what those guys are up to nowadays.
Who knows?
They were like kind of one-hit wonder for most of the world, except Wolf. He knows all about them. You can ask about it.
Yeah, this is. I don't.
Space.
Maybe this is one of those topics where if you say that, there's a certain type of fan that gets really offended. Like I do when you say Carly Rae Jepsen's only haters call me maybe. I'm like, what?
That's the only song that I know. So
no, there's not. I've let you.
Do you think I know the names of those other songs? Do they really exist? Did it even happen?
At least you know I really like you, right? Like that one you do know.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I do know that one.
Yeah, so that's two.
But it doesn't immediately come to mind when you say the name, you know. For you guys who are curious, the lowest amount of kills we had was 10 kills. That was, surprise, surprise, DNF losing against DRX. It feels like DNF are just that team this season. We always have the one team, you know. It was Bro last year. Just kind of sit around and lose.
Just do stuff. You're gonna lose anyway. They're gonna get Hextech Soul. Okay, this is fine. They're gonna go for a Hail Mary fight, and we're gonna get erection. And then either they're gonna either win or lose the game. Right here, right now.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards lose.
It was 10 kills, the record.
Okay, the Hextech Soul's gone. It's. What?
All right, Hextech Soul gone. There's the flank. They have everything they ever could have wanted. The MF does ult just to get Gragas cast, as I did mention. That's a double kill.
Penta angle?
Penta angle here. Penta. Wait,
Penta.
Gonna go down. Duck Dom looking for it. He misses the kill. And he might just go down at Ignite and the minions. So that was kind of sad. We're not going to break the record for lowest amount of kills either.
Oh, Duck. Yeah, if you play that, I think you know when there's too many juicy targets and you kind of just lose track.
And you throw your Q in between them.
Yeah, you try to kill all of them, and instead it just doesn't really work. It doesn't matter for the game, but that would have been fun. I don't know why we're... I mean, I know why we're getting a replay, but like everything about this, BDD failing his W over the wall, and the fact that the Hextech soul is already gone, Berserker trying to channel an ult and Perfect just from a screen and a half away being like, "Hey!" And then doesn't get to play the game. Dogdom trying to get his penta and then just eating a charm and dying. I'm ready for the next game, Valdez. That's what I'm trying to get to here.
I've been ready for like a good 15, 20 minutes. Like, I am so ready for game 3. We kind of had an inkling that this would go to 3.
Pioshik. He's a man with a dream. No dream. Well, he's still behind them.
Where did he even go?
No, he's still behind them. They don't know.
He went into the river.
They're not aware. He's pool-baying. He's trying to challengers to challenger.
Okay, well, he got the kick, and Dukdom will die. It's a 1-for-1 trade until the rest of the fight happens, where it's not a 1-for-1 trade, and KT just bop him over the head. And there you go. Maybe just headbutt them over the head. And yeah, just going to be a full-on ace. Down will go life. And Dudu, not very long for this world. He does have his Zhonya's to keep us in this game for just a little bit longer. And there you go. Full ace does go the way of KT, and they will look to end the game.
Going to be close to 30 minutes, maybe even sub 30 minutes. Finish here. Bulldog will be up in 12 seconds, but I don't think we're going to see him in this game anymore, Valdas. We are going to a game number 3. KT, after a rough game 1, bounce back in pretty crazy fashion. And DN Freaks, when they win, they look good, but when they're losing, nothing really happens.
Yeah. Not much happened in that game, except KT just kind of taking the entire map and going on to win the game. Felt a little bit like game 1, but game 1 had more back and forth early on. It just felt like DNF got behind, and then they just decided, okay, let's try to scale up, let's try to wait. And they never were able to do anything. They lost Hextech Soul, you know, maybe hoping for like a lower roll on the Soul, and perhaps they could play it out in 35 minutes, but...
I can't believe that the scaling Lee NMF didn't work. Very rough.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We are going to game 3, so the draft's going to look differently there. Maybe this time Perfect gets to play his Renekton. And good bounce back game. Perfect has been a player that I think has been on a pretty heavy scrutiny, understandably. This is his 2nd year on the KT roster. This game did make good use of the counter pick. BDD, no notes. You know, it's BDD. I don't know. Really thing we need to talk about. And Dogdom in a way stepped it up. And maybe in game 3, we get an actually competitive game for the whole duration. Can you believe, Valdez?
I'll believe it when I see it, Chronicler. Let's go to a break and have the space to break it down. We'll be right back.
밑에라도 하나 있으면 맞아. 이거 맞아. 야, 오케이. 바텀 뒤에 리신 돈 거 아니야 이거? 리신 돈 거. 리신 돌았다. 맞을래 봐. 나 클리즈 있어. 클리즈 있어. 클리즈 있어. 맞아. 리신. 야, 잭스가 먼저 가. 아, 리신부터 와봐 이거. 리신 높여. 나 오케이. 리신 높여. 리신 뒤에 있어. 생각 뒤에. 높여. 맞을래 이거? 이거 들어가서 맞아. 들어가줄게. 리프 높여야. 탑으로 가서 끝날 때 미드로 가면 끝나. 앞에 3초. 승민이 미드. 아니야 이거 갖고 왔어. 나 1초. 나 더블 1. 나 3탄. 바탕으로 가자 이제. 바탕으로 가자 일단.
Is so important to deal with is now Humbug on a flank angle. They haven't dealt with the wave just yet. There are flanks upon flanks. They don't know. Flanks.
Botwave is crashing as well. In they go.
Yeah, Morgan's making his way around. The ulti comes down from Closer. Humbug misses the Q though as Cuz goes in. Closer is the one in trouble, but he lands the combo and it does so much damage. Cuz has to flash for it. As now Doctor dies on top of Hype. Doctor may be the hero for KT as Morgan in the river by himself. Now Humbug picked up by BDD.
What can they find? Can they get on top of lane steal? Utah or Rich? Remember, Rich does not have a splash.
Angle here on a doo-doo, but Sponge is kind of going for a walk on the left side. He's so tanky though. UCal again, he's gonna fight the front line. Massive Orianna ultimate, but it's just, there's no follow-up. He catches a lot, but the DPS isn't there. DRX are too far ahead, and UCal has put on a show once again.
He's got his paws in the wrong position.
Yeah, I'm like, everybody except Wei is having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Wei is sacrificing himself, right? So that's why.
Yeah, I mean, all of KT can never perform at the same time. That would not be KT at all.
Yeah, 노플이지. 오케이 이거. 간다.
All the zap. Oh, he even gets the cat. Does he die? Yeah, because Smashes chases him down, has the extra movement speed from the Inspire, and it is so new. Like this should be just Baron. The ebb and flow of this fight, though, you can see now Morgan moving in, spots the teleport, might see that this is the time. Magnustorm this time finally working up the polymorph is gorgeous. Onto Morgan into the backline, he's stunned forever, but he still has access to that counter strike, and he's still going to be feared beyond death. Close against in there, 4 people with the ultimate, and now Hype. Can you do it? Can you be the savior? Can you be the hero? The flash is so good!
Now they're pushing into the river. Still standing. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Denji on the dragon. Ocean Soul Point. I said they wouldn't fight over it. They're all going all in. Pyoshik knocking out everybody, but he's super low. And Kasate in the backline is totally fine. But Dudu just got here, and now it's a 5v5. But everybody on the game, the kick is massive from Canyon. But it might not matter. Dudu in that backline, not able to quite do enough damage. But Pungyan as well, still alive, full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. The knockup comes in, and Pungyan, so sad for him, he gets knocked down.
Did anyone really think this was going to be a quick 2-0? Of course not when KT and the DN Freaks are involved. We're going to 3. It is tied up 1-1 as KT dominated, almost perfect gamed the DM Freaks for 28 minutes until the last couple of fights that blew the game wide open. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf. Let's get straight to it. Draft time, because it felt good until there was one big, clear, glaring, maybe 3 times played by Wadid champion that was open. And for some reason we went with Leona.
I mean, we did were watching this like, wow, it's the perfect Rel angle. They have Misfortune, they have Jax, which pairs well with it. It's super easy to lock Rel here. And I think maybe they decided to go Leona because they were scared that Leona on the other side could mess up some of their combos. It can be quite strong into Misfortune, but it just seemed like the pros were way higher than the cons of actually flipping this the other way.
I mean, besides of draft, they still had the really strong early game draft, so they could actually win out from this draft. But still, you know, they really didn't have clear plan for the game. So we're gonna see it on the highlight anyway. So.
Yeah, this felt, and the broadcast brought it up, this felt very much like a fall behind, do nothing, lose at 30-something minutes, and they called it pretty early. And this is why, early on, a couple mistakes here by Life.
Yeah, so first of all, they got traded on top side. It was really like bad trade from DNF side. So after that, they gave up all the pressure from the top side, and Leona chose to reset. And they tried to give some pressure on the mid lane because Leona could just go on the mid lane, right? And on top of that, MF got solo killed by Rel, but they had to win this 2 versus 3 because it's only Leona moving towards mid lane, right? But I think that was really bad execution from Life, especially because Lee Sin had Q on Nidalee, but he somehow tried to like stun on Yone, and outcome of that was really bad towards DNF here because KT was just having fun here. Nothing happened.
Yeah, this ends up being a big disaster here. Life using his flash. And Life, specifically on Leona, we've seen it this tournament. It's not been his strongest pick, right? And this is showcasing some of those issues here in this game as well. He's played it a few times. Not the greatest KDA, some big errors, some disappointed coaching staff as well with some of these moments. But the Leona just didn't work out. That play didn't work out. And it was just another one of those glaring issues here for DN Freaks. When it looks like they have a really strong game plan with some of their drafts, the execution is super crisp. And other games like this one, it feels like it's freestyle. And they're not doing very well with that.
Yeah, I mean, props to Wei for finding that engage on the Rel in a cannon minion wave where the damage was extra for the side of KT. And you could see the idea was right. They wanted to try and get something to happen in mid lane, and then we know we had Mad Movie earlier in the break. This one would file under Sad Movie for Pure.
Yeah, so KT are getting Dragon, right? They had side lane control, bottom side. This whole time, top side control did belong to the DN Freaks. They weren't able to do anything to perfect up here. Bulldog, you know, we were joking, did 1 rotation of spells on him to stop his back moments before. And Pyoshi goes for this long con flank here, and then completely, unfortunately, the execution is botched. So flash here from Duckdom is fantastic, avoids a solar flare. Then he goes for a kick play here. Unfortunately, Fate's Call, though, is still available. So the one area you actually had pressure on the map, the one place where you needed to make a play way faster than this, they waited for the Herald fight, gave enough time for KT to rotate up. The execution, again, poor for Pyoshik here because Fate's Call exists. It buys enough time for that rotation of the Yone to come here. And look who's not here this entire time. The Jax. He doesn't have side lane control, so he's not pressuring the turret during this either. And it's just a big whiff here on the map across the board for DNF.
Actually, Pyoshi could outplay that so well because he was in a really great position, but he used the blast cone, right? Instead of that, if he did the ward and flash W to cancel his motion and kick Kalista towards his Leona, I think that could work. But as you mentioned, the execution-wise, it was really bad from them as well.
Yeah, that one was pretty tough. The 3 of us here were watching it in the space and lost our minds from that because we knew that the Fate's Call was coming on in. 1-1, drafts have gone a little, obviously deeper, a little wonky. We're not best of 5, we are just best of 3, but what do you want to see here from the Freaks as they return back to blue side, which has been so dang dominant here in the LCK?
I mean, it's not a huge draft issue, to be honest. They had Lee Sin Ahri, which is really strong in the early laning phase, and also they had really strong in the bot lane as well, like MF and Leona. So it was really not a draft issue, but as I mentioned, so many teams are missing their pre-planned thingy. So they should think about what they should do in the early game, and then it will make it easier.
Before we toss, real quick, Wolf, what has Eiffel 65 been up to?
I mean, they tried to reform and did some experimental stuff that's more like their second album, Europop, but it didn't really land, so they disbanded, tried again, and nobody really knows what they're up to now.
Yeah, well, the blue team here looking for a win and try not to end up too sad. Let's send it on over to our newly educated Eiffel 65 fact casters, Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, our experts on Eiffel 65 and also the pre-draft or the pre-game thingy, I think is what he called it. Whatever you commit to from your draft is what Wadid was going for. And yeah, it's true, they should.
I don't know if ever in the history of humanity there's been such a wide breadth of knowledge contained in such a short segment.
Especially
now
about
I know
Eiffel 65.
about drafts, about pre-game things, and Eiffel 65. And we jest because that last game kind of made us lose our minds because nothing happened for a very long time. We have returned to the game plan of ban, out, BDD. A lot of trademark picks have already been taken away. No Talia, no Ari, which we have also seen him pilot. No Yone, as he played it himself. Is the Ezreal ban gonna come through? I wonder if we're getting to the point where the Kai'Sa priority is gonna start to rise. Caitlyn is another pick that we see often pop up when we get to this point in the draft. A Varus ban seems pretty prudent as well, as that is probably the highest tier AD carry that is still available. And there it does come through. Cassante is still waiting, biding his time. I think KT banned here, but most likely that it gets banned away and we don't get Cassante in this series.
I mean, if they take Cassante, maybe you just take Jace, right? So they might be saying, okay, well, we've got an answer. Maybe we want to ban something else.
Wukong.
They do go ahead and ban Wukong. This is without Ahri available. So, you know, that's a duo we've seen a couple of times now, Ahri and Wukong. Just going to take the Wukong and say that's a very strong pick right now in the jungle. Now, Dusante, a very scary thought, and it might just come through here. I think we'll definitely get to see either Perfect on Renekton or Jace in order to counter this if it does get locked in here, and there you go.
We have not seen any super strong bans in a, I want to say, a very long time, or bans counter picks into the Cassante that actually feel like they're putting him down. Things like the Gwen come to mind. We had a period of time where we did go for that. Normally this is what happens. You handshake it with Jace, which is also a tank now. Kind of usually goes for the hybrid build where you end up going for the Spear of Shojin into Fimbulwinter to still have a big enough mana pool. And your base damage is crazy. So even with the base damage, you not amplified by any items outside of Shojin, you're completely fine. What is the setup going to be here? Do we lock a champion for BDD? I do think his champion pool can be trusted. That is a Cuz classic. Maybe we really return. And we're going like Viego, Lissandra. I do think Viego has just not felt that strong for a good amount of time. And the teams that have been trying it, I think, haven't really been making it work. I think DN Freaks are feeling pretty good so far with the draft that they've secured, Valdez.
It's just a more aggressive Kate Lux who got Elise. She does more damage. Trying to maybe counter this with something that can threaten both the Kate and the Elise, but instead, just gonna go for Jhin, maybe try to match the range with this pick. But yeah, KT just kind of have 3 champions. And I think the DN Freaks, they have a very strong bot lane. They've got Dusante. Yes, Perfect has the answer to it. But I don't know. I feel like KT needs a lot of rounding out here on their comp at this point in time. Thankfully, we do have a second phase to do just that.
Really do. The Jhin does make sense in that it is a traditional, not counter, but neutralizer for Kate lane. It's something that we used to see in top a lot as well, where you go Gragas into Renekton and you just kind of stonewall the lane. I don't think it is quite as convincing with the Elise also being there. My biggest issue with Elise trying to pick like Blitzcrank or picking a Pike is that she's, even though she's stationary, still feels very slippery, and trying to get a Caitlyn consistently is quite hard. I would much rather see you pick for the team fight and just look for a lane swap. Although Jace is definitely going to feel worse than Asante. Also, what will BDD play? I've been talking about the possibility of a Veigar for a while. That I actually quite like. I think that you are not going to match the all-in potential, but this should be able to contest the early levels and the early push, which should neutralize these type of kill lanes. Bulldog going to have to blind here. And with this, you also shut out a ton of champions that I think BDD would like to play here. If it's BDD Xerath, I think you're very happy. Because of the, specifically Viego, BDD kind of has to play something that can set that up. Because right now they have zero setup for Viego. This is a reset champion, and you don't really have anything that sets it up thus far.
Yeah.
Like, this is a really strong 2v2, and it does actually create the kill pressure that you need, but playing a comp with no engage versus, I think, again, really well-run team comp is definitely going to be tough. That champion's not available. A Syndra would also fit the bill. BDD going back to it would be amazing, and there it is! Showmaker watching BDD play two of his favorite champions.
So jealous.
Back in the series. Well, back-to-back with a game of Yone. Between Yone doesn't count.
Yone's fake.
Yone's not real.
Not a real champ. Get that out of my
It's not a mage.
It only exists in my nightmares, actually.
I just ban him.
I do ban him every game, actually. Still.
Yeah.
To this day.
As you should.
So Syndra actually going to come through. I mean, there's a lot of range. There's a lot of poke as well, even with the Karma coming through. But as you mentioned, there's really no engage. Like, almost none. Like, you get poke into, like, a Deadly Flourish, and you have, like, roots and stuff, and you just kind of keep them at range.
The comp is really good when you're winning. You know, and you can set up vision traps. They're forced to face check. They walk into a scatter, and then you have the long-range follow-up.
But what if you're losing?
Yeah, the FF. I think this is the type of composition, like Viego, Syndra, Jhin, Karma. There can only be winning. Because if you start losing, I don't think you get away back into the game. For DM Freaks, like, your team fight is still amazing. Obviously, you're still trying to get as much done in the early game with the Kate and Elise. But with that top side, you can go late and be fine. Play skills amazingly. You have the double tank duo, Sejuani Engage.
Yeah.
And then this, I think champion strength is good. I think there's a lot of comfort, but it feels like it kind of needs to go well early.
We'll see if they can do that. So far, the red side has not been doing that, but let's jump onto the Rift for game number 3. All right, here we go, level 1. Trying to come in here as a team is KT. They will sweep out the ward. And Bulldog just maybe trying to see what he can see, but just hanging around in mid for now. KT did do this in game 1. I think they had a bit of a better invade comp. This one isn't terrible, but still able to push in as the team, get some vision, but of course DNF are able to do just the same on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you don't want to be Jace stuck in a 1v2 lane against Elise Caitlyn. That sounds about as unfun as it can be.
Yeah. You remember last game as well.
That might be his reality, though.
Yeah, we had who was it? It was Dudu playing Jax, and he died 2v1.
Yeah, I do think that Jax is actually a lot more doable, and he just misplayed early on.
Yeah.
Really respect as much as he should. But I actually like this from KT. Like, just don't put Perfect in that lane. Just don't do it. He's just going to die. There's no value. Try and have him make an impact on the rest of the map. As Dudu just needs to make sure he doesn't eat too much poke, but he also wants to get experience, and those two things are unfortunately kind of mutually exclusive. We'll see if Perfect's going to try and join this bot side dive bonanza that I think is about to break out here. Cuz does really want to hit level 3.
Yeah.
And the Viego thus far hasn't really worked out. Getting another kill onto him would be absolutely huge. Just Dudu, he knows what's about to happen. Life is backing now, but he's not making it here in time.
Well, it's a flash, but the Deadly Flourish comes in. Wei should be able to tank 2 shots, but he tanks a 3rd and just dies. Oh no, level 2 here for Dudu, and he's got his W, but down he will go. It's traded. He gets 2 of them down, and it looks like one of them was in execution, but still, that was not the 4-man dive you were looking for.
It was not. Dudu actually hits level 2 there. Throughout that dive, gets access to a W, and that is the big game breaker. And still, teams are not ready for the extra damage that comes. Now, I still think, even with everything going as poorly as it is, this is a win for KT, because they had a kill on the Viego, they get the matchup that they're looking for, which is perfect into Dudu, instead of having the Jace be stuck in a 1v2 lane against this Elise and Caitlyn. But the fact that Dudu got a counter kill is huge. The fact that Cuz wasn't able to make it out, Wei also dying with his flash up, I think that kill again is as big a deal. But maybe an extra rotation, maybe a little bit of shielding could have been the difference maker. Now Dokdam and Wei are pretty far behind in experience, and they're going to have to try and catch back up, as Pioshik will get spotted, but he is making his way over. Level 3 still a ways away for Wei.
They have so much lockdown here with the Elise and traps, but Life is in a bit of trouble. He is going to go in with this one, take the aggro, go up into the sky, but it is a bit of a scary dive.
Berserker had aggro there, so
yeah, that was...
Life didn't actually, because the whole point of the Elise is that you specifically get to drop aggro at will. Now they are going to go for a redive here. Flashes are still available. Wei's now level 3 as well. The cooldowns are going to be back up. I don't think that they can do this. They're definitely going to try, and Life needs to get... yeah, that's the teleport.
Yeah, well, Life is going to go up into the sky. The flash...
That's Elise.
Doesn't make any sense. This has been meta for a while now.
That's Elise. Oh, Wei.
Yeah, no way you could say. Yeah, that was rough. I think also the dive was pretty rough, though, from the second DNF. Like, Pioshik moving in first, taking aggro, they totally just try to abandon ship, and then somehow they win off of it just by the flash being burnt, as now an angle, bit of damage coming in. Duckdom, it's totally fine. And now Light.
You gotta hit those! He would have died!
Alrighty then.
Ah!
Okay.
Well, that's...
Yeah, this is totally fine. Yeah, no.
Oh!
Just some League of Legends. Everyday League of Legends.
Okay, so great flash there. Dodges the stun. Then is able to stay alive. I think actually it's due to the kill. Right? Even though it doesn't get the kill, even though it's just the execute. Then gets level 2, which gives him access to the W, which is why, with that damage reduction, why he's able to stay alive in the first place.
Yeah, those were KT Rolster fans that were...
That is always the KT Rolster look, though.
Astonished, yeah. It's just permanent on all their faces. Kind of scary.
BDD then also TPing towards top, and Wei's like, I can set you up. Bet. Only for that to not really work out.
Yeah.
I think both teams are feeling the pressure
maybe
here,
we can
Valdez.
like restart the game, maybe?
No.
Can we like do it again?
Valdez, this is a lesson in life. Sometimes things aren't pretty. They're not perfect, and we're just gonna have to live with
perfect is the top laner for KT.
I knew I walked into that one.
That one was so easy.
There's already enough going on, Valdez.
So easily for that one.
Attempted steal, not going to work out, because it's going to take Dragon as well. It's just a word. I need to be able to say that word.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? You know what? Screw you and Atlas. I'm just going to say pristine only. No more perfect.
Okay.
No more free jokes.
I'm fine with that. There's no player named Pristine. You know, we can't meme you on that one. So
yeah,
you would get us there. That would be kind of funny if there was like another up and coming top laner and he just named himself Pristine.
It's not
like I'm better than perfect. I'm pristine.
It's not a bad name.
It's pretty cool. I like it.
Okay, 2v2, round 4. Can we do it?
I don't know if I want to see this again, actually. Can we just
Cuz is
keep
fine.
it at round 3?
Yoshik.
I
Is
mean,
he doing it? He is ulting.
he's going to get over the wall. Pyosik has to flash away here. And now
Scatter
maybe
hits.
the leash onto Pyosik. But there's no follow-up. Pyosik is Sejuani and created enough distance.
I really would have much rather that he flashed over the wall and kept access. If you're committing to that, keep access to the ult so you have access to the damage. Because if you ult over the wall, you're, I think, always going to lack the damage
Yeah.
to take down Pyosik. Still get the flash out of the Sejuani, so that's definitely nice. He still has the early kill. But the game needs to, I think, keep swinging in KT's favor. And so far, it's been basically even, with the objectives also being even thus far. Obviously, Dragon is a little bit more valuable than the Grubs, but to see what happens on the next spawn.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a very slight lead. It is a lead. It doesn't feel like enough of a lead to feel good about their composition if it goes even into the mid game, you know, which is really the main thing we were talking about in this draft is KT's comp that has 0 engage. You're just kind of sitting there hoping for a scatter the weak or, you know, a deadly flourish. Otherwise, you're just kind of getting pelted by some really nice poke and an actual front line that DNF have and KT do not have.
What do you mean? You have tank chase.
They have Paperman in the jungle. It's Viego.
Hey, he's going the Bruiser-E-ish build.
They also have shields from Karma, right, Chronicler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notorious for making you tanky enough to tank the damage that's going to come through. Fortunately, Jace doesn't need to build damage to do damage, so they'll have a good amount of poke. And as long as they maintain map control, because to me, this composition is not like it really... I think it will still have a good amount of threat come mid to late game, but it's just you need to start off every fight by one-shotting someone, and if you lose map control, I just think realistically it'll be really hard. There are scenarios where you can do like the absorb and engage, you know, like they over-invest and then you have the kite back with the Jhin ult, and then you re-engage, and then maybe you do something of the sorts, but it does feel like somewhat of a stretch. I think both teams also really wanting to take this one. Dokdam now level 6. We'll be getting close to 7. Berserker up about a full level here. Almost 30 CS as well. We'll get equalized a little bit, but the Jhin and the swapping not really working out too nicely here for the bot lane of KT.
Yeah. They didn't have a lot of great options, you know, especially game 3 of a fearless drafting system, and you're playing into Caitlyn Elise, so it's like, well...
Well, you could have done the BDD plays Jace mid as AD, and then you pick a tank, and then Dokdam just locks Ziggs.
Yeah. That could have been
And then
pretty
you
nice.
also completely neutralize the Kate Elise lane because you just wave clear indefinitely.
Yeah. Could have been good. Maybe Dokdam not wanting to play Ziggs. I think he has
Definitely
played it.
has, yeah.
I don't really remember how it went. I think it was okay.
That's usually what happens. As we do have the Grubs being taken by Pyosik. Cuz not going to do too much, although seems to go back on that decision. Even a single Grub I think would be big here. They want to get a catch.
Yeah, they're going to get the scatter, and Bulldog in a bit of trouble.
Fair.
And he is actually just going to run away. He does flash for it.
That's a good cooldown to get on a stationary target like the way, and they will get their Grub as well.
The one Grub. The denial of the objective. Here for the feats of strength for DNF. That's really what it means. A little bit of that extra XP for Cuz, who is very far ahead. He's actually the most far ahead out of any player on the Rift. Even more than the Caitlyn over the Jhin. With that first blood. Or not first blood. Was it first blood? I guess it was first blood because the first death was actually execution.
It was, yeah.
So that was first blood to Viego. Which does make sense why he is ahead. You know, you get some items, you're able to clear faster. You're
look at that.
Always going to have good clear.
Like this from Perfect. Going for the Black Cleaver. Gonna get a ton of value out of that. I don't love Dokdam, who seems to be going Collector first, and then we're gonna go like Lord
Why don't you
Tom
love
second.
Duck
Why? It's more so the build.
Oh, okay.
Because I do know that Jin will never excel at killing tanks, but you are playing into double armor stacking, and you're going Collector.
As Jin.
As Jin.
Yeah.
I don't love. But you need to kill someone, and I guess they're gonna just all in on trying to kill Bulldog, Berserker, or Life. I don't know how good his target access is gonna be in that regard, though. So we do have Cuz waiting. And we also have a roam down from Bulldog.
I'm pretty sure he was spotted.
They definitely know, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a board in the river. Okay, now, how do you retake BDD? Well,
All right.
that'll do it.
Engage Syndra.
He flashed in.
Surely they can follow up on this.
What? You know what?
I mean, they did a lot of damage, right?
Dudu's here.
Perfect's there. Dragon is in the dragon pit.
Life takes about his whole health bar, and no one gets Dragon. The engaged Syndra Valdez. Never thought I'd see today.
BDD's taking it into his own hands. Game 3, he's like, man, this team is heavy. I gotta try my best on engaged Syndra.
Thought that we were bored after last game. Imagine how it feels playing that game.
Yeah.
Never going in. As we now will have Cuz. I hope just let the Krabby go, because BDD is catching a wave. Just let him have it. It's fine. Berserker is alone. They don't know where the Elise is. A lot of poke coming down. I wouldn't mind if Docdom opened up. Doesn't seem to be doing it just yet. Ooh, if got that auto off, would have been big, but Berserker does make sure he doesn't get too close. And the Collector is going to feel good as long as you're laning into Berserker, who's still up a full level and a bit of experience here. Docdom about to ding level 9. Just now hit it. Back and forth. That's what we asked for. I think we were expecting a little bit more action of the missing skill shots or going in and hitting skill shots, but nothing happening variety. But it's better than game 2. I'll take it.
I thought DNF would do a little bit more, you know?
Well, they don't have to.
You got Sejuani Elise.
Yeah, but
can make plays.
In their case, I think actually the right thing is to just not do anything at all. Because if you just... No,
Don't tell them that, Chronicler.
I'm not kidding. If
they already did that.
If you get to 5v5s and you have like 2 free items on your Hui and you have free items on Berserker, I think you just win by default as long as you execute on the team fights, which, by the way, you have 2 frontliners. You're great engaged with your Sejuani.
Yeah.
There's only squishies on the enemy team. Well, I guess Perfect isn't squishy, but he's still a good target. This is the vision trap we were talking about.
Here it is. There's their big engage. They are going to catch Life.
They got a kill!
100%. They did it. They got the Elise. And the follow-up here. Another stun from Cuz. Going to force a flash out of Pyosik. And you know what? If DNF face check an unwarded brush, there is a way for KT to get kills. I saw it with my own eyes.
There is a shot, Valdez. Didn't love the angle which Docdom opened up with there as well. Felt like they should have been able to maybe get a little bit more out of that, but we'll take it. Perfect. Probably going to have to give up this turret, which means that the erase...
First turret.
Ooh, this is low, but yeah, I don't think they're going to be in time.
They should probably be hitting this, right?
I'm pretty sure they could have gone
They would have gotten it if Dudu just stuck around and hit the turret instead.
Yeah, it was...
Who needs the feats of strength anyway? They're totally overrated.
Yeah, when I said don't do anything, this was not what I was referring to. I just want to be very clear about this.
Yeah, it's an excellent example of the SpongeBob, episode where Plankton's like, all right, now give it to him. And then SpongeBob just gives him the ice cream. So you can have it. So yeah, you can have first turret blood. Well, we don't need that.
Well, they don't have the sandals yet. You just have to get the free kills first and get 2 more objectives. So it's fine.
Are we going to hit 3 kills in this game for one team? I don't know. Still yet to be seen.
Surely. Okay, KT, you do not have control. They're going to try and force a little bit. Get the TP. Maybe you just take that.
Yeah. They'll get the TP. A lot of damage, a lot of poke coming down. Dudu, he wants more. He is angry after giving up. He doesn't have Q3. And so he's just a rooted Cassante because he didn't dodge that either. And, well, they're going to drop the Rift Herald. So they should be able to get this turret. Here we go. Charge on in. Okay. Didn't get it there for a second. Was a little bit worried. But they got the turret.
Good enough. I'll take it. Bit of action. They get the Herald. We get a bit of a scuffle. As we take another look. There are people that can face check that, and that's Pioshik and the Cassante. I don't think Life nor Bulldog should be anywhere near the unwatered, dangerous brush when the whole point of KT is that they're playing a pick composition and they need a kill desperately for the plan to work. But I think that's a lesson that DN Freaks can take, and if they implement it in their gameplay, then it'll be good. Pioshik will find way. Doesn't have flash as way at I don't even know if he had to flash, but he flashed a Q-free, I think it was a W of Cassante earlier to make sure he didn't get dragged back. Doesn't mean he needs to be a bit more respectful now. Now the Cleaver is going to help a little bit with killing Dudu, but Dudu is 100% just going to build more and more resistances and going to get harder to kill. BDD realistically doesn't really want to be bothered by trying to kill Cassante. That's not a good use of his time. So we'll have to see who is going to take care of Dudu later on. I don't think it'll be the Collector first Jhin, although he's building towards a Lord Dump second, so that's nice at least.
The new change, 100 gold, more expensive, 5%.
Or 5%
more armor
5%
pen.
5% armor pen is good.
It is good. It's worth. And he'll get it eventually. He's going to be killing tanks, Jhin. Well, he'll be trying.
KT, I really was hoping for a higher pace with how this game should go for you if you do want to win it. Because I think DN Freaks are just chilling right now. Like, they're feeling great. Ocean Soul, so it's like, whatever. You can take it. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, if they get Ocean Soul themselves, or any amount of Ocean Drakes, I feel like they're going to be kind of laughing their way to the bank. Whereas Ocean Soul for KT is like, it's good. You know,
it's always fine.
They wouldn't mind it, but at the same time, I don't feel like the value is as high.
It's not.
And
there are
now you have to fight every single Ocean Drake because you don't want to give them over to DNF.
Yeah, there are edge cases where you have like a fight that's really messy and it's just a bunch of skirmishes. I think that's a scenario where you do actually get a lot of value. You have champions like Viego and Jace who can kind of weave in and out, get a lot of rotations off, and in that case, I think it's pretty good. But that's not really what DN Freaks should be looking for. Should just be looking for straight up, good old, honest 5v5s. As we have Life waiting, biding his time like a trapdoor spider. This time the brush is warded by him. And NKT's like, nope.
Do they know?
They should.
Well, Wei is in a bit of trouble. Just a little bit, not a lot. Takes a bit of damage.
That's 2 ults. And Karma did get chunked, but is definitely not taken out of the fight here.
Yeah.
KT do not have access, though. They don't have control of the river, which I do feel like they really need. BED has his flash available. Maybe he's the hero that they need.
And they're going to engage onto the Sejuani, and Duck Dom, he's just burning down so quickly, as now the Wei ult, is going to push them back. And just like that, DNF will net themselves a dragon without doing all too much.
I want to highlight again, if DN Freaks get more Ocean Drakes, the game does kind of...
Yeah.
It does. It is kind of over.
Yeah.
This is just one, so it's fine. They will also ensure that the battle for the Sandals continues. Still not done because we haven't had free kills yet.
Do we have that stat, like the latest?
This has got to be it.
Strength?
This is 100% it. There's no way.
Secure?
Because it used to be First Blood, and then after that it was...
Yeah.
Like, we've only had 3 kills in this series.
Certainly with the new patch, you would have to imagine. We're kind of out of position, but rotating over, and now the drag on a Duck Dom, who's just going to have to flash the wall, just dying to a Cassante. Wei as well going to get knocked back here. Bit of damage here on a Cuz as this Cassante.
Outer flash.
Not necessarily that killable. Looking to threaten them with some very tiny needles. That is what Jin fires, by
It's
the way.
fine,
It's not
it's fine.
actually bullets.
You just gotta get them low enough, and then the Collector passive will take care of the rest, Valdez.
You have to believe.
Dudu just forces 2 flashes there by himself in a 1v3. Doesn't have to use his own subs. He's just fine.
He missed the cannon, though.
Does not bode well for his mental. As BDD, why are we going Banshees? As I want to think, there's a lot happening here.
Chronicler's going to lose it by the end of this series. We have a second series today, by the way.
As Dokdom, he's 2 levels down. He is Jin. That was a 4th shot, by the way.
He's moving closer to the wall. He's like, please pull me over to the wall. Obviously, he wants to get closer to the Karma, which is really what he's thinking. But like, he puts himself in position to die to Cassante and have the flash.
Yeah, then the curtains are open. Life is unimpressed, just stands in front. BDD, this is the type of game where I think you really, you can't go defensive. We need you full burst. Okay, I want to see death caps. I want to see void staffs.
Shadow Flame.
I get it because there is a lot of skill shots which if they hit you, they just kill you, right? Like there's Cocoon, there's the ult from Pioshik, there is Bulldog. But you need a kill for your comp to work. Like Cuz needs to get just 1 kill. Just 1 kill, bro. Just it doesn't matter who it is. Just give him one.
Please, bro. Just one
kill.
Just please.
Please, just 1.
Well, they only have 2 so far, so they're really asking for a lot, you know, percentage-wise.
As we are currently fighting for position to get Otacon.
Oh, that's
BDD.
scatter down. Scatter down. BDD has to flash, and it's just KT running away. DNF not able to secure much except some summoners, which is pretty big. I mean, they're going to get Wave's flash. They get BDD's flash. He holds on to his Banshee Veil for a little bit.
Yeah, the Banshee's not enough. Still has to invest a summoner. As we now have DN Freaks are just actually moving like a team. I feel like KT still feels so scatterbrained. As Perfect is on the flank angle. They don't have a Sejuani ult. Maybe this is the moment, but they need to hit some CC.
Well,
Any.
It's going to check the brush there with the Deadly Flourish. Again, the pick comp of KT. They would like to get a pick to start this off.
1 pick,
oh,
please.
Life, what's going on here? Oh, wow.
I don't know about that ult.
Yeah, the ult was optimistic, let's say.
That's one of your big cooldowns.
Uh-oh. And now the big burst, the big boom boom damage coming out of the way, but look at this, Dudu, it's taking a huge amount of damage. Jin can kill tanks, and he does it there. It's not gonna hit anything else, but life might go down. He's gonna taxi over to the minions, but this is Viego we're talking about, not really getting away from him. And KT, they get a couple of picks. They didn't get 1, they got 2. They doubled their kill score.
It works, Valdez! The comp works! Just 1 kill, bro! Just 1!
Just 1!
Just 1! They get the 1 kill, that's Voracious Otacon. That's Sandals as well.
Wow! KT Rolster.
So we take another look. What happens to Dudu here? I think it's just the scatter. Yeah, gets hit by the stun from Cuz, then gets hit by the scatter as well. Never after that, doesn't get to W, doesn't get to ult, doesn't get to flash. And the Cassante can't die as the first member because the rest of the team immediately has to cede all space. And also it means that Cuz has access to an actual tank. And his resets pop up. And now, this is a 2-minute period in which DN Freaks are not going to be able to contest. I do want to highlight, with Wei and the Caitlyn, like this is still not enough by itself, because the wave clear is so good. Getting caught would definitely do it, though.
Oh, life! It's going to flash out. There's the Mikhails as well. I mean, they have a lot of ways to get out of the engage of DNF. Really, the Cassante is the biggest problem. We saw what happened to him in the last fight. Dudu doesn't remember what happened in the last fight. He's going to continue running at them.
Okay, that should be a soul point setup here for KT. And with how these fights have been playing out, I'm feeling reasonably good about a team being able to get good value out of that. As Bulldog, yeah, unsurprisingly, his poke has been hitting the mark. And that is what you're gonna kind of hold on to. As long as the Baron isn't taking, actually taking objectives consistently is really. Look at the health on this mid lane turret, by the way. Between the traps and the wave clear that Bulldog has available, like both their outers are gone, but as long as you can hold on to this mid lane turret, you can really make your mark on the map. And as the gold lead is good, but DN Freaks are not out of this, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, the poke is coming in from Perfect, who is threatening on the bottom side here.
30 seconds on the buff.
Not really much of a turn angle onto the Jace.
Just start Nash. Why are we sieging this mid lane turret? They have Wei and just you have to buff.
They have
you could have just started it.
Caitlyn with 5 traps down. Flanking Jace is not the answer. And
okay, well now the buff is going to time out.
Yeah, and Ducktom's pretty low. Okay, nice pick there onto life, and he is not able to go up into the sky. As now 0 and 3, he keeps looking for very optimistic cocoons. I mean, just kind of dying.
We don't know where the, the gray screen is. Maybe it is in the sky.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, life dies there, unfortunately. He is doing a great part of simulating one part of Barrel's gameplay, but not the part where
what about the other part? Yeah.
Barrel still wins the game. Right, game's not over. Maybe he gets a big cocoon on Cuz that ends up winning them the game. Because I am a little underwhelmed by the Otacon value that KT got.
It just feels like our LCK teams, they saw the change and they're like, you know what? Let's just treat it like getting gold, like extra
but they
gold.
don't even get gold. They did, did they get a single turret?
No.
No.
No, they did.
They got Ocean Drake and they set up for Soul Point, which admittedly is quite nice.
So they got Otacon?
No, but I mean, what did they use the Otacon for? Getting Otacon.
Yeah, for getting Otacon. They won the fight. They won the fight that led to the Otacon. That gave them some gold.
Actually, really nicely done
stun,
there.
got him. Yeah. Look at Sejuani.
You can see that BDD knows that this game isn't over yet. And he did go Void Staff. So, hats off to BDD. I knew I could trust you. Need as much pan as you can get so that we can one-tap anyone on the enemy team through Locket, which is always a bit tough due to having seen what happened to him last time. Also has picked up a Spirit Visage. So going to be pretty juiced up when it comes to the MR.
Yeah. Pretty good item in general for the Cassante. I think it's fine to go with third against the one AP source, which is Syndra.
Yeah, the sustain on your Q benefits. You have a single Ocean Drake as well.
Yeah.
Not bad. And it's those type of picks that I think we need to see more of for KT.
It's just, it's what you were saying, Chronicler, where it's like, this game isn't over yet, though. You can get so many picks onto Elise all you want. You can get the one Ocean Drake, and
even if you get,
it doesn't matter yet.
Even if you get Soul, again, I think Ocean Soul is probably, together with Chemtech, is pretty low in terms of impact. This doo-doo.
What is going? He's just running through the river. He's got Flash.
Santai, they're not actually damaging him.
Wait, but Jin was there. He has a Tank Buster build. Chronicler, tell me that Jin killed tanks.
Okay, go Nash, please. Please.
They did the Tank Buster build. Look at how low Doo-Doo is. They did so much.
BDD is level 16. Should be going Death Cap next, I imagine.
Yeah, I hope so.
Randuin's as yeah, they're not messing around. That's a Elixir coming through as well, because this might be where the game is decided. KT gonna be looking for the Soul, and yeah, as I said, even a weak Ocean Soul is still Dragon Soul, and Dragon Souls have an absolutely absurd win rate for a reason. Insanely strong Perfect. Yeah, he doesn't really have to be afraid. BDD, he's just trying to have his presence be known. No one gets to walk near a choke point. This is what actually using the Banshees offensively. You know?
Yeah.
It's something. Is it enough? We're about to see. So I think if DN Freaks take a big loss here, the game's going to be really hard to play out.
Scatter down. The tanks are, in fact, tanking. Doo-Doo and Pyoshik soaking up the damage. And just trying to really bully their way into this Banana Brush. They need vision if they want to try to contest over this Ocean Drake.
It's actually not that bad. A little bit landing on the back line.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's doing a little bit. It has chipped away quite a couple of ticks of health bar.
Okay, BDD again, over the wall. He is the crucial part of this composition.
Yeah.
His damage is what makes the difference, and they need a pick to set up. Ocean Rift actually doing a lot of work there. He's gonna like get over the wall.
They need BDD here. He's just not really here just yet. As Dudu's going in, they're gonna look for Cuz, who ults away, and now
BDD?
the flanking Syndra is gonna land the stun onto multiple. And there you go, you have your pick, but the turn does come in. Pyoshik is gonna go down. Can anyone kill Dudu is the question I have. They're trying to get Duckdom on the backside. BDD is so low, running away from Berserker, who is going to get the kill, and Dudu is still alive on the right side.
They got soul though!
They did get the soul, and that is going to be huge. And finally, we know that Viego and Jace can eventually take out the Cassante, and that they do. So KT, they stumble their way across the line, and they get an Ocean Soul.
They do not stumble. They are dragged by BDD Valdez, the flanking Syndra. And the damage that comes in on Cuz and Perfect is enough. Flash and ult are used defensively. And then the moment that BDD gets into the back, you can see as well kind of the chaos for DNF. But I gotta say, if they just play forward, they spotted BDD on that ward. That was all the damage that wasn't there. So if they just play way more aggressive with the front line that they have, I think they can win that fight.
I mean, Dudu did. Dudu went in
He had the right idea.
By himself, and he almost 1v3'd. The rest of the team kind of just, like, Pyoshik tried to dash into Syndra when there was a ball on the ground in front of him.
Oh, flash on Perfect, but he does have Ocean. Like, look at the healing.
Yeah.
That's coming through on this guy.
Ult's coming in.
We're letting him tank a lot.
They want the Jace. I don't know if they can kill Jace.
I take back.
The answer is no, and Dudu in a lot of trouble. Now the frontlining Jace, they're trying to block for Dudu, but they can't. They do not get the block down, and DNF are falling apart. KT Rolster, a couple of huge picks, and maybe now finally they go for Baron.
I'm taking back my Ocean Soul slander. Perfect. You have shown me the error of my ways. I should have believed in the pristine Ocean, as he tanks so much there. Completely unbothered. What was it, like 2 free ultimates?
Yeah.
Went into the Jace, didn't matter. That's Nash. And now, lit in a purple glow. I think KT have done it, Valdez. It was a very KT fashion.
Yeah. And we said, you know, if this game goes long enough, it should go to DNF, but it just feels like, unfortunately, for their sake, they weren't quite able to make as many grounds.
It doesn't matter, it's fine.
Perhaps we thought they were going to. And now KT getting a big enough lead, especially with the Ocean Soul, almost 10,000 gold ahead. And we'll see this play once again into Perfect. It is a bit staggered, I'd say.
The fact he goes back in as well. Then they have him tank the ultimate. Then there is the Despair as well, and it just shrugs it off. And then obviously counter engage is really nice here. This is a great scenario for Jhin. Berserker doesn't really get to walk up there because he will get targeted, just get taken down. Caitlyn really is relying on her front line, and we're now got to the point where, due to the fact that these longer fights, KT's just sustaining up. They can actually get through the health bars on these tanks. Death Cap almost done for BDD. And DN Freaks, they're gonna need a miracle fight. Backline access. Blow someone up, ideally BDD. Even Dokdam will do in a pinch. But gonna be hard. McKills, Redemption, heal, all available.
All right, stun onto Viego. Root comes down. Just trying to siege this turret right now. They still have 1 minute and 20 left on the Baron, trying to do as much as they possibly can with it. As Cuz gonna let that one hit Duckdom. That's just fine. BDD, think about a little rotation over towards Dudu. This 1v1 will never end. But yeah, just trying to siege, trying to get as much value as you can. Might just end up being a little Elder flip moment in this game if KT can't get enough with this Baron.
That is a good way back in, actually. Pyoshik stealing an Elder buff. That could do it.
Yeah.
Shouldn't get the opportunity, though, because this is the scenario that we talked about. This comp from KT, if you are behind, or if you are ahead rather, if the enemy is behind, don't have any map control, playing the game going to be very tough as life. Still hasn't found the cocoon to get them back in.
Yeah, no cocoon. Not too much hope left for them. But again, no inhibitor turrets go down. Like, not even the turrets themselves.
Elder Flip?
I mean, the series does feel very Challengers, baby. You know?
Okay, but I do now think, like KT, they're going to have death cap. It's a 10k gold deficit.
They should just
realistically
be able to bully them away.
Always be able to put them away. BD actually doesn't have his death cap yet. Do see the pod also bought for Doctam. Perfect now has both Thornmail and Randuin's. I'm going to check the damage numbers afterwards. That's Fanky production. 800 gold still left for BDD, so might actually be tough to hit it. We'll have TP available though, so might be able to TP back in.
Well, he's going to go very deep for that kill. I don't know about that one, cuz. And now no reset comes in. Doctam, no, the flash! Fourth shot, just like that, to the face. And now with Berserker gone, you don't have enough damage. Bulldog is being bullied away. It looks like KT finally did it. We're not going to have any Elder Flips, no challengers here. It's just straight up LCK Cup. KT Rolster looks like they have finally done it, as they will look to push to end right down the middle of the map.
And it's so KT to still be like, are they really going to do it? Are they really going to win?
Is it enough? I don't know. I think it's enough at this point, as we're going to get some shots on in. Popping over, he's going to flash away. Safe to say the Elise from life. Maybe we don't get to see it again here at the LCK Cup. If they do make it into play-ins, we'll have to wait and see on that one as well. KT Rolster take the victory off of the backs of a very interesting pick comp that they forced to work with some fun engages and vision denial. And DN Freaks were not quite up to the challenge on this one. See the handshake. What even hit Berserker at first at the end of that?
I'm pretty sure it was actually a Jhin auto. Because as much fun as we poked at Doctam for, you know, the initial build, I do think that he course corrected nicely. And the damage to Squishies still very much where it needs to be. KT get the 2-1 victory, and I do love to see that. Perfect. Going back to like when they locked in the Gragas, and he was just like, oh my god, guys, I had such a... Like, I was worried, but I think he did actually have a great game, number 2 and 3. Pioshik, unfortunately, we know how emotive of a player he is, and did not end up getting the win here today, which means for the DN Freaks that they are now going to be reliant on BNK. So this is a really big deal. If BNK get the win against Nongshim, it would mean that DN Freaks actually just straight up are eliminated. No chance to fight through play-ins. No chance to further improve. And no chance to make a deep run in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel very good to be denied a chance, you know, at least to make it through play-ins, to make it into playoffs. It's not an easy tournament, this LCK Cup, but KT Rolster will be moving on up. And curious about this team because they've certainly had their up and downs so far in their first 5 games of the Cup, to say the least. Starting off with this dive, which wasn't clean, but as you mentioned, you know, you get first blood on your Viego, deny some experience from Dudu, and
this is the moment
where mind control them to face check the brush.
Yeah, DN Freaks is going to go back to this moment because this feels like it really sets up a lot of what happens later on. Like specifically just a little bit of extra gold into these reset champions. Moments like this, where KT fans, I imagine, were absolutely terrified, and justly so. Because this was not a clean game, and this was the breaking point, where BDD finds the big scatter on his Syndra, one of his... And we keep going back to like BDD's iconic champions because he's been playing for so long, he has so many, but his Syndra is definitely up there. His scatters were the difference maker for me. then once those resets come through, we do see Cuz be able to have an absolutely immense impact on one of his most comfortable champions in that Viego. And this is another moment. I still think they could have done it. If they just push aggressively forward here and don't relent. It's hard though, because up until that point they don't know where BDD is. We have perfect vision, they do not. I think the DN freaks in that moment, that maybe was the one out. They didn't quite find it. So I want to again see what happens. I think it is just, yeah, that was one docked up auto.
Yeah. Because that was a little bit dangerous for him, but you could see the shields coming in, and then Duckdom eventually just flashed on him.
It might even be that the vision there was also because the ult came through, because there wasn't any wards, or it was someone just around the bend there. Not really sure. But the moment that Caitlyn's gone, KT know that the game is done. Really big win for them here, ensuring that they stay ahead of Nongshim and giving the opportunity to catch up with DRX.
Yeah, and we'll see how that all ends up. We will find out in the last 3 days of the LCK Cup, including today and the next couple of days. There wasn't ever really a time, actually, if you look at the gold graph, where DNF had any much of a gold lead.
None, actually. That doesn't happen often. It's just 0.
Yeah, you know what?
Like
there was a little piece of dust on the monitor I thought was like a tiny little lump there, but no. And does this surprise you at all? BDD does pick up the player of the match.
Yeah, I voted BDD, which should come as a no-brainer.
Who else do you vote for?
Well, that's my question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Jisung said the Eiffel something.
Oh, Eiffel 65. Could have voted for them.
Yeah.
I actually didn't see the angle for that one. That's on me.
I think
Apologies.
this is 11 out of 11, I would imagine. But guys, we do have the interview, and we will see indeed. Let's jump over to the interview right now and find out what BDD has to say after this big win.
2025 LCK Cup 21번째.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the LCK Cup POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Rolster. Hello, BDD. Hello. You know, we talked to you right before the holiday for that POM interview, and you got another one again today. And it was a must-win series today, and you closed it out pretty well, despite it being an intense match. How do you feel? You know, I think we were able to have a good break and also a good opportunity to actually be able to refine our performance. So it was great. It was a good win. So what were you trying to attempt to do during the draft in games 2 and 3 after all the target ban mid? I think we were just trying to go over all the available options, and I think we were able to optimize our picks in the end. And in Game 3, we got one of your classic picks, Syndra. So how did it play out for you? You know, I ended up playing Syndra just based on the enemy comp, and I think it just ended up working out because the enemy comp didn't really have anyone that was too tanky. And so Showmaker also happens to like Syndra, so would you like to sell out to encourage her use on stage? You know, to be honest, she's not that good. How would you rate your own performance today? No, I didn't think I made too many mistakes, particularly, so I think it was not bad. And it looks like every time KT wins, you get nominated to be the POM. So we actually prepared a few comments by the analysts and the commentators. So let's go over those. Well, it looks like Coco said, I want to be BDD's Azir soldiers. And Helios also said, how much more can he offer? There's also Cloud Templar who said, where's my diaper? Oh yeah, I thought Cloud Templar's comment was the funniest. So now you have secured a spot in the play-ins so far. So what will you work on improving until then?
잘하는 팀들도 너무 많고 오늘 같은 경기력이
First of all, there are so many good teams, so I feel like
좀 많이 준비해서
with our performance today, I don't think we'll be able to win against stronger teams, so I think we all have a lot to work on.
승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations again, and that's the end of the interview with BDD, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is a 2-1 victory here for KT. Another ride on the roller coaster of the Rolster. But it shows up victorious this time in a game that they very much needed to secure their spot, definitely in play-ins. Space one last time here. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf.
Unanimous!
All right, we did it. We were worried that Wolf was going to get mad and have to call people out for voting a certain way, but instead everyone knew BDD was the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know Syndra could flank in the team fight, you know? Like, I never seen the Syndra once again. I mean, he got target banned like so many times in this series as well. Like, so it's just impressive. Like another game by BDD.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like BDD is doing so much heavy lifting for this team right now. He's dragging them across the finish line in so many of these series. So Guy deserves the credit he's getting right now. I think he's actually now POM leader across the tournament.
Yep. All right, comment time. One of our favorite new additions in 2025. Wadid the Novelist said, do you really think you could stop me with those bans? Because he took so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, the TF was not really popping off, but, you know, you gotta give credit for his large, huge, tremendous champion pool like by BDD. Once again, it's only BO3, but it's gonna be a banger in BO5.
Large, huge, tremendous,
Yeah.
massive, global, oceanic.
Yes, exactly.
I went a little bit more around BDD's Syndra. You can't find BDD's Syndra at the department store. You gotta go to that B1 vintage shop. You gotta go down, it's dark, find the BDD classic. Friends like, hey, where'd you get that Syndra? You're like, oh, you can't buy it at the store. Only I have it. And that's only we have it here at the LCK Cup. You can't get this Syndra in LEC. You can't find this Syndra LPO.
Never.
You know, you think you're gonna find this in Oceania? I don't think so.
No need to pair it with Engage. You've just got the BDD classic.
LTA, oh!
What about Showmaker Syndra? That's
I mean, not
It's not the same. It's a knockoff brand.
Wow!
It's a new brand.
This is better in some ways and worse in others.
Let's see what else. What else do we got here in terms of our comments? There's Cronny, as inevitable as the sun, the moon, and the tide.
I don't. This comment scares me. It makes me think the sun's not coming up tomorrow because we only get like BDD Syndra like once a year since 2021. So Chronicler's making me a little bit worried. The end of the world may be coming soon.
I mean, it's definitely a last game of TF. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, Ghost TF, no TP. We'll see. Korean side, here we go. Helios. Here one moment, gone the next. BDD, the K Robin.
This is so good. This one is the best one.
He's on point. He's on point.
All right, and I think
So many meanings in this one.
yeah, you could go a lot of places with that one. I don't know. Here's the last one for those of you that watch Culinary War. It's me, BDD. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot explain KT without BDD. You know, it's him. KT is him, basically.
Yeah, right now he is the guy. I mean,
He's
no
the guy
question.
for KT.
Yeah, they're still looking for some others, but BDD is the guy right now as they take the victory here. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game. And we got to go all the way to 24 minutes because there was, again, lack of engage on these comps. And BDD starts this one off by ulting an Elise.
I mean, once again, like I really didn't see the mastery on that champion from live. He was on Elise, but he didn't even try once with his cocoon flash. So that's why they were kind of lack of engage. And also BDD was really just focusing on life like all the time. So that's why they really like couldn't find out the engage moment for the team fight.
A lot of this team fight for me, I mean, it was slow, but it was really methodical here by KT Rolster to eventually take the tank out. Chronicler pointed out that just destroys the entire comp. But one other thing I really noticed in this fight is just DFN don't seem like they trust each other in some of these team fights. Like, Berserker's not given the space to actually do that damage on Caitlyn, and they're kind of stuck in this fight where they're not able to wrap around the wall to get on top of KT without confident enough to burn Dragon, and they're kind of just sitting around waiting for something to happen, and then KT just slowly burned them to death.
Yeah, definitely. And also, again, the broadcast called it out, the Tank Buster Jhin build that was there. It did a little bit of work there as Dudu got blown up pretty early on Cassante, and then here at 33 minutes, this was the final fight before DNF ran out of opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, the fight, again, I think they used really well around the Karma. They didn't have engage tool, but at the same time, they had some utilities to walk around. You have Karma shields, and also you have Jay's gate to have extra movement speed as well. And also you have Jin's ultimate to kind of engage with the long range. I think they understand what their comp can do in this kind of team fight, and I think that really worked out well with their play style.
I think in order for the comp to work better for DFN, they needed to play around Life's Cocoons, like you said, a little bit more. They didn't really try to utilize that. The Sejuani ultimate had some synergy there. Tried to play a bursty style. Didn't opt for like going for Leandri's, for example, on the Hui, which would have given them more slower teamfight damage if they wanted to play it slow like they did. And yeah, I think they need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, basically it's all about knowing your champion's limit, you know? If Life knew his champion's limit well, then we could see more creativity from his pick. But as you mentioned, there was a synergy between Sejuani as well, but we didn't see that from this game.
All right, well, DNF, now they've got no more games to play. They only can sit back and watch as we take a look at the standings. They are not out, as again, they hold the lead over BNK FearX, but their only hope now is
BNK has to lose. Otherwise, like, they will pass them. And then obviously Bro could also lose, and then they would be tied at 1-4 and -5 if Bro is 2-0'd. As a lot of people expect 2D+, but like, it's really, really scary if BNK wins, and then you're like, fate is in Bro's hands, etc.
Yeah, and also when you remember week 1 of the LCK Cup, DNF was their last hope for Group Baron, but now they're on a really choke point.
Yeah, they're going to be fans of Nongshim on that Sunday night match. That's going to be whether they play more matches here in the LCK Cup or they don't get to play a competitive match until April. Brutal is the format, but that's the way it goes. Everyone knew how it went. All right, we're not done yet here on Friday's matches as we have Hanwha Life Esports up against DRX. DRX with an opportunity to lock in that playoff spot. Hanwha Life Esports trying to bounce back from a slow start in the LCK Cup. We'll have that match for you after the short break.
when the bite marks cut through the skin.
welcome back to the LCK Cup. This is the second series of the night. Hanwha Life Esports up against DRX. And this one, on paper, it feels a little bit more one-sided, but DRX have just been getting wins here and there. UCal's been carrying quite hard, and they have been playing up against Team Baron, I believe.
Fellas, they're 3-1.
So they're just winning a lot.
They're 3-1.
And they're good, I guess. But I don't think a lot of people expected them to be good.
A lot of these series have been very up and down. There was one thing, though, that everyone can agree on, and that's that UCal has been playing out of his mind. And want to highlight as well, I think that LazyField had been doing an admirable job holding down the fort. Force up, particularly with the pressure that was on him, even though it's not really in the LCK, he's still playing against LCK teams. So being able to perform the way he did, look at that. Look at that. DRX.
They do have 3 wins, and
now, most likely, if they lose against Hanwha here, are they going to drop to 4th? Yes, doesn't matter.
So important things to look at here. It doesn't matter. Still winning. They have locked in a play-in spot, and that is what they have locked in so far, right? So you can get a playoff spot, which Gen.G and DK have. The teams on the left there, bro, they also have a play-in spot, and that means that Digon will be very happy for now.
As we compare mechanics to potential, what will it take to win as we get towards the end of the group's battle? Hanwha Life on a 10-match win streak, unsurprisingly, but DRX advances to the playoffs upon victory. Now, it would be absolutely monumental if they can do it here today. Not expected, obviously, but Hanwha have not looked nearly as dominant as many of us were expecting. They've looked kind of all over the place.
Yeah, I think that Hanwha Life from Baron and Gen.G from Elder have been the teams that we expected to be extremely good and extremely dominant, and they haven't really hit that mark. They haven't been clean, at least. They've been good. But by the way, Teddy is coming back today, and we got fans from Houston, we got fans from Kentucky for Teddy. As you can see there, the teddy bears and obviously the Teddy written there. So lots of people coming down to watch Teddy's return. I'm just glad that he's healthy and that he's back.
Who will win a super team with a 2-time world champion winning substitute coming in, right? Zeus replacing Doran was the biggest news of the offseason. Multiple world champions on this roster. The Orange Tank or SpongeBob and his buddies. That's what we're saying. There is the Faker of HOTS. There is UCal coming back from the LPL. The Human Nexus back at it again. And what a fight it would be if DRX actually bring us the distance here. We're building it up because realistically, even with Teddy coming back, I do actually think that LazyField had a great time. I don't think that alone is going to be enough. We need to see a real step up when it comes to particularly the team performance of DRX, because even though I feel like Hanwha haven't really been on the same page, I don't know if DRX can make use of that space that has been given us. This man, definitely the most talked about move of the offseason. So far, it feels like both T1 and him are still finding their footings without one another.
He feels very out of place, which I think is to be expected in a way.
It'll take time, yeah.
It'll take time when you play with the same roster, when you debut with the same roster that you played with for all that time, and you only know one roster and one shot caller and, you know, one system. And then you have to make a huge change, right? And I think Zeus has been doing that, and it's been showing that he has been struggling. We know he's still a good player. Form is temporary. And I think once he gets online and once this Orange Tank all comes together, all the pieces come together, they're obviously going to be a strong team, and they are a strong team. They've only lost to Gen.G, but we'll see their true potential at that time, I think. As Viper, sniffling a little bit, hope he's okay as well. It is a bit of flu season over here, so we get the zoom in on the hands of the Human Nexus. Teddy is back.
Looking good as well. Happy to see Teddy back. As good of a job as LazyField did. Considering the circumstances, always going to feel really good to have the player back at LoL Park, ready to perform here today. Andale Gonna have to step up here today if they want to get even a single game in. I think would actually be a big deal. KT is currently sitting at a +1 score. So if DRX lose 2-1, I think actually that still wouldn't be enough because they would still go down. So I guess they have to win, which does make the whole equation a lot harder.
Just win.
Just win.
You get that higher seed.
On paper, Feldas, this one seems like a no-brainer. But I got a feeling that it's going to be a good time. But I don't know for which team.
Yeah.
That's scary. Look at these scores. 3-1, 2-2.
Obviously. Yeah, I actually forgot that HLE also lost to DK. That makes a lot of sense. Especially because DK is undefeated.
That's not real. That's not actually.
So DRX, they have Blue Side. Blue Side has been pretty strong here at the LCK. Can they start off with a quick victory, catching HLE Esports off guard? What is UCal going to play?
Santa taken away. Jace, probably the highest prio pick that is still open. Varus and Ashe also both there. Vi, another one that I would not be surprised to see Sponge pick up early. Sponge, really still embracing, as the ban does come through, the challenger in that some of his games looks incredible, and then other games just kind of dies a lot.
You know which game he had trouble on? Which champ? Pantheon. A lot of our junglers have been struggling. You know what he looked great on was Nidalee.
That's still, out of any jungler, the fact that Sponge has actually been making the Nidalee work, and the team has been playing around it well, has kind of blown my mind. Because, you know, Nidalee is notoriously one of the hardest champs to execute, and Sponge, again, has had great moments, but not consistently. But the Nidalee has actually looked good. Also, feel like this should necessitate a pick away of some of the AD mids. Obviously, the Yone is already taken away. That's the big one. But even Jace could theoretically be flexed. So I think taking that early on, definitely a big win. And also, it's Zeus. He's the lightning guy. Jace is one of his most iconic champions. And the champion right now is absurdly strong.
It's very good. It doesn't lose lane to anything. It's super tanky and does damage. It's just one of those champs that LCK teams will love. And not just LCK teams, but teams around the world. Because it's just so reliable. It's hard to lose with it. And Ambessa was the next choice on the list. Maybe you could have thought about a Rumble, but not wanting to play that one. And the Leona will also be locked in here for Ondil.
Leona Prio provides good setup that you really do need. Even Ambessa, I think funnily enough, can feel somewhat reliant on setup because of how much of her kit in teamfights at least relies on getting an ult off. With Nidalee, goes without saying as well. As it's Sejuani here coming through for Peanut. I was kind of expecting him to also go for a support lock-in, because now DRX have plenty of opportunity to ban away some of those. What this does do is it also kind of hides where everything is going. We don't really know what's going to happen with the Jace. Again, most likely going to go to Zeus, but we'll see what DRX thinks of this. Now AD carry pool can get further thinned out, but this is game 1, so I don't know how much you really want to do. Maybe just ban the Ezreal, leave it at that.
Yeah, I think the Ezreal's a good shout. Take that one away.
Do you ban Renata if you're DRX? Varus Renata is a very, very uninteractive lane.
Rel? Okay. The Rel gonna come out here.
It is Delight.
Denying Delight.
It's like Rel Recon ban, maybe?
And Ambessa was picked, and Rumble follow-up ban here.
Maybe not trusting. Because there is still the opportunity here for DRX to do some flexing as well.
Yeah.
Could even go towards something like the Ziggs, just try and neutralize the lane completely. If you pick up another AD top laner, you flex Ambessa the mid. I'm pretty sure UCal was the first guy that did it, and I guess the Rakan leaving it open makes sense given that you are playing Leona into it, which I don't think is as much of a counter as it was, but it is still solid. Zaire taken away from Zeka. Zeka has been fine, I think, this season, but if you ask me right now who I think the better mid is, it's probably UCal.
Yeah. Right now, at this point in time, it's definitely
It has to be, right?
For sure.
How he's been performing thus far?
I do think that he hasn't really been tested just yet. to be honest.
That's fair.
I do think that Group Baron was pretty weak overall.
Well, because Yukal's not in it. He can't play against himself.
Exactly.
It's just Ash. Kind of a no-brainer. Interesting to see that it makes it this far through the draft. And what is the actual setup going to be? No. I know it won twice.
Yeah.
I know we doubled the wins.
We're on a winning streak.
This can't be the answer, Yukal.
2 in a row.
No!
Yeah, the guy who got multiple stolen Nico 5-man knockups in team fights is now going to be playing Corki. Camille gets locked in.
Oh, God.
So
yeah,
that's going top lane against the Ambessa.
So instead of picking any setup for Nidalee, we pick Corki with it. So now our mid-jungle 2v2 is quite bad. And then we get the last-minute switcheroo. Zeus, in fact, not playing one of his most iconic champions, but instead switching to one which we also have seen in Pilot with great success, to Camille. Camille and Sejuani, absolutely disgusting 2v2. And Zeka can go tank chase into the Corki. Corki hasn't really been able to do
What do you mean? He's on a winning streak.
The only wins were 80 carry, Valdez. It was Ruler and it was Berserker.
Yeah, but they still count.
Corki mid, it's just not... It doesn't spark joy.
No.
I'm not feeling it.
It doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. Especially when it's Yukal. I mean, this guy, he's single-handedly carrying this team with playmakers, right? And then you put him on Corki.
Is a decision.
That's not a playmaking champion.
Okay,
the rest of the team has set up.
Leona has enough CC for every... I look at this composition.
Ash Arrow?
This looks beautiful. The only downside is no AP damage. So maybe there's an angle there, but I have to see it before I believe it, Veldas.
Yeah. Well, let's do it. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1.
Camille is so tall. Like, that was scary. Just a giant, like half her legs are blades as well. That freaked me out.
I'm glad you're ready for this series. So that first one really prepped you.
Yeah, it did.
Put your mind in the right spot, you know. I really like the zoom-ins that we get over here at the LCK. And, you know, I wasn't looking at that time. But yes, Camille is very tall and very sharp. And some of the best top laners have played this. Zeus, Bin, they make it look broken. It can be pretty difficult. There was a time, you know, way back when Camille first came out that it was perma-pick ban because it was played jungle and top because you could AoE with your hook shot.
Oh my god. I know. I also remember the... Like, that was back when you had level 2 Krabby and you had, like, the level 2... Oh, like that!
Oh, okay.
Like that!
Like that!
Cool! Yeah. This is also why, particularly when Bloodsong was really strong last year, we had a brief period where Camille support was a thing. Because you go Halo Blades and then you go Bloodsong and then...
Yeah.
Rich is actually going to get a good amount of experience. Is it worth it?
Yes. I'm going to say yes. What do you think?
Is it? I don't know. I'm not so sure.
That sounds like a no.
Depends on whether he gets Dove, which I think he does have a little bit of defensive vision, so he should know when this is happening. You have a ward on the Raptors. So, unfortunately for Zeus, he's getting bullied, but did actually get a good amount of XP himself. And we have Ondil making his way over. Now, let's take a look at the path that Peanut takes here, because this topside play might just be a roam. Otherwise, it looks like Ondil does not have to cover for any dive. So it's just going to be Teddy against Zeus, which Zeus doesn't know this just yet, but I'm sure he'll be clued in momentarily. But it also, you know, he's playing into Ashe. Ashe is one of those champions that just kind of seems like a nightmare to play in the 1v1 unless your jungler shows up. But Peanut is pathing towards the bot side. And DRX should know this. So realistically, Teddy should be able to get the crash and then peace out, which is exactly what he's doing. You'll love to see it as possible angle here towards the top side. Maybe Rich needs to make sure to sell this. Do not look. Oh, there we go.
Just run straight at them. They got the flash out of Delight. So that's something, but
Hey.
Viper was able to walk it off.
No Hex Flash, so actual Flash cooldown. That's a win.
Huh.
I didn't catch his rune setup. Did he
Hex
go like,
Flash just not
probably
good
went, like,
because you go Domination with the new runes, right?
Yeah, probably went Deep Ward and
Yeah.
I know either Cheap Shot or yeah, I imagine it should be Cheap Shot if you're Poppy. Get a good amount of value out of that.
Yep. Makes sense. No X Flash though. So Atlas somewhere is crying, watching at home. Sorry, Atlas. The value not seen. I am curious how UCal is going to do on the Corki. You know, we weren't exactly very happy to see it, and we like to see him on Playmakers because that's what we've seen so far, but maybe he's just really strong at anything. And maybe he's going to play a sick Corki game. It's not very exciting, and obviously it's 2-12, so nobody actually has seen a lot of potential. So we look at this and we're like, well, it's obviously not going to do well because history teaches us that, well, it's just not winning. But I'm curious to see if he can actually make it work.
And with these swaps, we'll have to see whether Rich can also kind of dig himself out, because he, even though he didn't get dove, still didn't get nearly as much CS as Zeus. Zeus also has just been here in the bot side the whole time, whereas Rich needed some time and now is getting pummeled. Like, these early trades with Camille are super impressive. And as you said, Valdez, we'll see UCal. Maybe we were wrong on Corki and it was just really unlucky. 12 games in a row. You know, we can't know these things for sure.
I
have a suspicion.
That's why we needed more than 12 games. Then game 13 and 14, really, that's where you begin.
They did. The game 13-14 did throw us off because he won twice.
Yeah.
Corki mid, though, still without a win. And guess what?
Yeah.
If UCal's the first, that'd be very impressive.
That would be really cool.
That would be a really cool thing for us to witness today and have happen. Look at that 0 gold difference between the junglers. Just observing all kinds of wonderful things today, Valdez.
It's just a lot of really cool things happening on the Rift today.
That's not good, though, if you're Nidalee. You really do kind of want to pull that in Sejuani. But he ganked top, right? So makes sense.
He was there. He took a little bit of time to do exactly that. And, you know, maybe he can gank once again. They do have Ashe and Leona in that lane, so you're talking about, you know, the one lane of the setup that is it. Right. So if you're Nidalee, maybe you just hover around there. We do have the grubs.
Oh, Rich, I'm like, he doesn't have TP, but what if we just rotate him over? I don't think this was the call.
What if we just run really slowly?
You just, like Zeus is level 6 as well. Okay. You know what? Could have made that decision earlier.
Go back.
It's better than the alternative, where they just go and watch. Now they get a shove in, and then Zeus TPs, and then you have a timer, where he might not even have to TP, actually, because we were too slow.
Yeah.
Now he might just get it on the crash. If there's a cannon in there as well, is he even going to miss anything? Aww.
No, he's not going to miss anything. So Zeus runs up, they get all the grubs, and then he runs down and misses nothing. We have a little fake dive here. I think they probably would have gone for it if Hondo wasn't there. But
hey, there we go. That's a win. Get the dragon.
Yeah, early Ocean Drake, not bad. Can be a lot of oppressive lanes when you're dealing with Camille into melee, and then you've got Jace as well. So
early individual Ocean Drake is, actually quite nice. Rich did run around and Zeus didn't give anything up, so unfortunately his struggles do continue.
But he's got an Ocean Drake now.
Yeah, but it doesn't give him back gold.
Or XP, no. It doesn't do that. No. He was level 5 when he was running up.
So Sponge misses a spear on Krugs.
Yeah, it's that kind of game, isn't it?
Not again. We already had those earlier, Valdez.
It feels kind of weird, but like, I don't know what happens, but now we've come into this new patch, and all of a sudden we're getting old LCK back.
Was it really just the fact that First Blood was valuable, plus the Otacon buff being completely bonkers that did it?
I think so. Because I was going to say, you know, like the Otacon, it just feels like now teams are valuing it a whole lot less for a good reason, right? You're giving double gold. And the first blood is, it just doesn't matter as much as they're trying to get on top of Peanut here. Peanut was the one trying to dive in, but he went a bit early. There's the ult into Leona. Andil has Eclipse up, but now the flash with the chains, and there you go. Viper gonna set that one up, picks up first blood for himself. And
Corki for the win.
The flanking Corki, the failed knockup, the combo comes in, the splash in front by Sponge, and now Yukal is going 1v4, and he's gonna get stunned eventually, right? Okay, maybe not. Oh, he gets stunned into the wall and just dies. Well, it turns out that Corki's not a playmaker, especially when it shows up 40 minutes late to the party, and Homalife Esports will get the 3 kills, and they get the feat of strength.
Yukal, you were the chosen one! You were supposed to do the thing!
Yeah. You know,
imagine if he's like Azir there. I know Azir was banned, but like, I'm just...
Syndra?
Yeah.
Anything?
Even Syndra. As we take another look here, so Andil feels confident, but it doesn't actually get his Aftershock. Just have the Eclipse, which... Yeah, you really need, and even if he had both, I don't think that would have been enough. And then this is crucial here, is that Teddy is just taken out of the fight immediately. Actually really well played there by the rest of Hanwha. And then here, like Viper, actually, because he goes for the flash Q, or Q flash, but he flashes behind him so that he knocks him back into his own team. So it makes the follow-up really easy. Just really cleanly done here by Hanwha Live. And the game's just kind of done. Which I hope that's not actually what happens. But this is a 2.5k gold lead at 10 minutes, Valdez.
Okay, but one thing we can look forward to is a totally useless Otacon from Homalife Esports. That's the new change from the patch. That can help us. Unfortunately,
not like this.
What we've seen is that they get the Otacon and then they don't do anything with it, but they still win the game anyway. So it doesn't actually help.
You can't let us be right, Yukal. You've been playing so well. Don't let the annoying know-it-all casters be right. Prove us wrong.
We know nothing, actually.
Please.
We are so dumb.
But I want to be proven wrong. I want to see what every coach and every player is seeing, Valdez.
I mean, you kind of already said it, though. Like, this one's kind of... I don't know. Well,
it's not done. It's fine.
It's not done. Okay.
There's bounties. They can get the bounties. They're fighting for grubs.
We
might have a fight on our hands.
The doneness of this game. Yeah, we got to fight. That ult's going to miss. It's going to slow. At least Zeka, he's just hopping on in. He's so tanky. As will they even take him out? They finally do. But this fight is going the way of Homalife Esports still. A massive spear goes in. Zeus, though, going to land this stun. No follow-up, though. As it feels like Viper was kind of 1v1ing maybe Andil on the top of the fight. And now, looking to back away from this one, Homalife Esports would love to get at least one grub.
Okay, Sponge is healing.
He is. Smites that one. No smite for Peanut. And everything's missing. Delight, he's
TP.
okay. TPs are coming in.
Double TP.
Delight getting pretty low.
We're going in.
They're trying to get on top of Viper here. Now the Jace is back, and Rich, he's trying to take away the Sejuani. He will be able to. And now Zeka's going to miss the shock blast. He's on the run, and he is super fast. But, wow, DRX, okay.
Take that, casters.
Yeah.
What do you know? Game's not over. I'd love to see a replay of the whole sequence because there was a lot going on there. But they got the bounty on Viper. They got kills on Sponge. So we go all the way back. Peanut unfortunately misses there. Then Zeka goes into multiple people. And they do get Teddy, but he actually gets a lot of damage done. Then Rich tries to go for the ult to kind of save himself, but Zeus already has the channel. And then Zeus there goes in on Sponge, and he definitely could have killed him, but instead he just dies. The rest of the team is like, we're piecing out. And then here, unironically, the Corki actually gets to do so much damage, right? Because he just gets the auto, fire away. And in these early skirmishes, I feel like the Nidalee, especially with blue buff, like you get so many heals off. That's like a couple of 100 extra health that DRX had to their to use. I don't.
Yeah.
Look at that! We're back in gameplay territory.
Yeah, we are. It is doable for either team at this point. It does look like Hama Life Esports should be able to group up and take this dragon. I am curious to see what kind of Dragon Soul we get in this one, as we had a couple of Hextechs and an Ocean in the last one. Turns out that Jace is pretty strong, not just into top lane champions, but also into Corki without any items. So Yukal just kind of takes a beating. I don't think he was picking Corki to trade against a Jace. He didn't even know he was laning into Jace until they saw the Camille. But that's just the way that one is going to go. Jace very playable, obviously, in this matchup. Pretty much any matchup.
Yeah, that really is a problem. Champion right now is just insanely strong. With the showing of Poppy towards the top side of the map, we do have Sponge going, and then as soon as they are vacating, he will do so as well. Not going to run the risk, even with Leandris. If Sponge dies, this game becomes... Well, it's already hard. But then you go from normal hard to like from software hard. Because he's the one with the shutdown. He's the one as a sole IP source that really just runs the
software.
Keep going. Yeah.
What's that?
It's from Dark Souls and Elden Ring. And
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah.
Well, I know those games. I just didn't know the...
Oh, developer. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rich, you can't dash away from that. That's one thing that Camille is very good at doing. Pressing the R button on the Ambessa. So Rich goes down.
My guess is that Rich thought that they'd rotate it down because Zeus and Delight both were shadowing towards the river. So most likely thought that they'd actually left. Then unfortunately quickly found out that that was not the case. And yeah, the amount of combined CC probably would have been enough, but then also the Camille ult, as you point out. No shot of getting out of that one. And that's the first Turblood, and the Sandals have now made their way towards Hanwha. And I know that the 2.5k gold lead was gone for a little bit there, but it's back, and it's now
scarier than ever.
Well, relatively less scary, if, you know, mathematically, but game state-wise, I'm
percentage-wise, yeah, true.
Game state-wise, still not feeling too great about it.
Well, let's see what this dragon is going to be as we do hop on the replay. Rich just...
He actually just got boomed because of Otacon. That's so sad. The only way Camille gets that hook shot is because of the Otacon wall being there.
Illaoi playable?
Sure. If you find Ixu and get him back in the LCK, make it happen.
It's Hextech again.
Maybe that's the forbidden answer to Jace. I'm joking. Jace has no counters.
There is no answer to Jace.
So it's what's actually really sad, because I think even champs that used to be like Malphite, Wukong, they used to be really good into him. Like now he builds tank. Like if he goes Cleaver, Fimbulwinter, Malphite ultimate, then what?
Yeah.
Like nothing really happens. Wukong was another one where even with the fact that he can, you know, take Witty AD and try to kind of shred through him, if you can't kill him or at least severely chunk him in a Cyclone combo, then what's the point? He's just too beefy.
Yeah. He gets to do whatever he wants.
Oh, the arrow?
Okay, that's a nice quick cleanse out of Viper. And maybe gonna open this one up, but Ash Arrow is down. Zeka being pushed away. That ult was a little bit confusing. Andil going in, they're trying to burst down Zeka. Will they be able to kill Jace is the answer. And Zeka goes in, Rich has the angle. That's a couple of kills for DRX already. Zeus trying to frontline, will be able to take one down. There's the Poppy ultimate as well. But Zeus does have to flash away. They're not willing to take the rest of the fight, but DRX, man, their resilience is so cool to see. They will not go down without a fight.
They even got the Herald! Sponge stole it!
Not
got the eye! Man, as this game continues, I think we have to face the reality that DRX might just be good.
I don't know if I can accept it, Chronicler.
Neither can I. It is Peanut, unfortunately, completely whiffing, and Ondale sets up this whole play. Like, actually, him flash in, getting the CC down onto Zeka, and then DRX being way quicker on this play ends up being a big difference maker. By the time Teddy gets knocked away, the fight is already lost. Zeus most likely would have gotten caught by that spear. That could have been the end of him. And the Camille getting a kill was nice. The fact that Viper only loses clans, not more, is okay, but that's going to be at least a ton of damage here towards that mid lane turret, and their siege is not bad, Valdez. We'll see if they can take it down. Will be big. Possible flank coming in, though, with Jace and Camille on their way, and it looks like DRX don't want to run the risk.
Yeah, I mean, they did a huge amount of damage to that mid turret. It is incredibly low, so if you get to an even game state, they're not quite there just yet. Obviously, a big fight that they just took to keep it within touching distance and actually make this possible. Especially with the Ambessa, actually.
It's fine.
Okay, yeah, he just came back. It's fine. We'll forgive you for that one, Teddy. That was pretty off. Didn't have a lot of vision. I hope he didn't honk out there.
The last one was good. You know, he got the cleanse from Viper.
Yeah,
it actually ended up
absolutely
being big in the fight because then Viper can't step up as much.
Yeah. I'm just happy he's back.
I think we all are. Yeah.
It was nice to have LazyFeel have him, you know,
he did well.
Show his stuff.
As Sponge got that one.
Double solar flare coming on in, and now a chance. Sejuani just to try to peel. As Zeka never really finds an angle in. Looks like that was going the way of Hummelate Esports, actually, but they elect to just get out of there.
I think it was Ondil that actually went for the disengage cone there. Probably also saw the writing on the wall. I think it 3 stacks on permafrost, so if he goes down, comp kind of falls apart. Even with Rich actually doing really well in the previous fight, Zeus is still up 40 CS. Rich, obviously, you know, coming from a game where farming is not a...
Yeah.
I can't keep making these jokes. He's not been in Heroes of the Storm for what, like 7 years?
Do our viewers know what that game is?
I don't know.
Some of them do.
Some of them will.
Some of them are base.
The real ones.
Hipsters.
But unfortunately, does mean that the Camille is going to keep getting further ahead. And the main thing with the Camille is the levels, right? Because particularly when you get Sterix as well, her scaling on base stats gets absolutely insane on the Q. And that is kind of what we're getting towards. So even if the gold lead, I think it's kind of stabilized. I think it was around 6,500 before as well. And Zeus keeps getting these kills in fights. Rich did do a good job in the previous one in terms of damage, but has been giving his life for his team a lot. He's going to become a bigger and bigger issue.
I'm sorry, I really wanted to say no life is a team.
Don't do that. Especially not after the game.
But I couldn't do it seriously. Like, there was just no way.
Want to highlight, Zeka actually going for a damage build. I can't believe he's doing this in 2025.
Why?
Building damage. Well,
would he do that?
Because he's a mid lane. You know, you kind of need your mid laner to do
Yeah.
damage. Although you have,
I guess. You have Camille.
Yeah, which Camille's a lot of true damage. I think they might be afraid otherwise. They only have lethality and they're full AD. So if you don't have an extra source of damage, you might actually be lacking, which I think is valid.
They're just slowly doing the Otacon on Vision, by the way.
I think they're trying to get preferably a teleport out as a sponge.
Sponge? There's the ult coming in, and the engage from Delight was super clean. Down goes the DRX jungler.
Uh-oh.
And maybe the hopes of DRX in this game. Zeka, though, the damage Jace is actually being burned down. They take him out, but there's no more Ondil, and you're not getting away from Camille, so Teddy just elects to CS instead. Definitely the smart call. As now they'll just be gifted the Otacon. Thank you for the leash.
He sponged too close to the sun and burned up. Ends up going down, unfortunately, with the flash up as well. Sponge up until this point has been having a great game, but that is, well, I'm not going to say it after being wrong multiple times, but that does feel like a kind of a game breaker here, as it's the poke that actually ends up being a big difference maker. Viper's arrow, and then getting caught off guard by that flash from the puppy. Right, Peanut also this time with an ult that did hit the mark. And then nicely done here by Yukel and Teddy to take down. But yeah, Zeus coming in from the other end of the map. Very easily cleans up, extends the play. And unfortunately, that is the Otacon buff now here. Rich is most likely in a rough spot here.
He is Ambessa, but it's Ambessa and Poppy and Sejuani. And Zeka comes in, he says, thank you very much. I need to improve my KDA. It's pretty bad right now. So I'm just going to take this kill. And they still have the Otacon buff for a minute and a half. They're not going to do anything crazy with it. Mr. Chains will miss. Viper just says whatever. And we'll look to push bot with his team. Doesn't really feel like DRX are trying to stop this push very much. Yukel was top, at least he got a turret.
It's as you said, Valdez. Otacon is just the new Baron buff, where we just let them have, you know, whatever they want.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's funny too because as the losing team, you can't overextend either because then they
That's
just
Poppy.
respawn. Yes, you get extra gold, but this dive very nice from the side of Zeus. Will they get Teddy? The answer is no, and actually Delight will have to revive Zeus as well. Does get pushed back a bit, so they get 100 extra gold compared to last week.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think that alone is enough. But it's something.
But yeah.
They didn't lose any inhibs.
It really just does feel like DRX, as the team against Otacon, they're like, well, we can't do anything because they'll revive. And then Hama Life Esports are less inclined to dive. So we just get stalemate on both sides now, instead of actual crazy OP insane dives.
I think that's the first time I've seen Riftmaker on Italy.
I think there's a good reason for that. But Riftmaker is,
TP?
it's a thing nowadays. Yukal is dead, but maybe Zeka as well. 4 seconds on Otacon. Will they wait?
Oh, the timing! It's good!
Yeah. There you go. They wait, they get the kill. And they're at least able to make it.
They have to keep going, of course.
A 1 for 1.
I don't think they can really extend the play. Samba Life just says, no thank you. Got the red buff for Viper and Peanut. And dipped. Rich.
Okay, there you go. Nice angle. Delight not able to do anything to save Peanut, but the flash and the dash. There is an ult straight into Edge of Night.
That could have actually been... like, if they get that, they get mid lane push and they maybe set up for Baron. Could have been a moment, but Viper says, Peanut, you have caught so many skill shots for me. I got you back. Don't you worry.
First time. It's first time for everything.
As we take another look, Yukal. Yeah, there's no turret. Ends up getting completely bodied by Zeka. But the play as a whole is probably still worth it because the timing here means that Zeka just ends up going down. Unfortunately, even with the kill speed donated to him, KDA crying yet again. And then we had Rich with a nice catch on Peanut. Peanut does flash, which actually is a big cooldown. Now, the only way that I see Hama Life losing this game is throw at Baron. So as long as they don't do that, they should be fine. It's the only thing.
Yeah, they should be. I think if you just set up this, which is Zeus 2 levels up and in a 1v1, I like Sponge hovering around just in case because Zeus knows that he always wins the 1v1. And little did he know it was a 1v2 in that little moment in time.
I mean, he might even win the 1v2 Velda. Like, he has Starix.
Probably does, yeah.
Level 15.
Upgraded, plated steel caps.
I am happy to see Zeus on the carry as Zeka.
Oh no, Zeka! He's being bullied so much in this game.
The TP.
Yeah, the TP. I don't know about this one. He's gonna get back over the wall, but okay, DRX making plays.
It does still feel like the issues that we've had with Hama Life are kind of there, right? Like, just these catches continuously happening, these fights.
Just
looking
do
as decisive.
Baron.
Okay, well, DRX, this is a Hail Mary I've ever seen one, but why not?
You might as well. The game is in that position at the moment. Andil is level 9 against level 15 Zeus, and down goes Sponge. Sponge is dead. And so is Rich. And so is Andil. Okay, well, that was a short-lived Hail Mary.
Yeah, so
I like that they went for it.
The thing about Hail Marys is that generally they don't work out, Veldas, and unfortunately, they don't even need Zeka. Zeka is not necessary for this game plan to work out. Hama Life will be bringing us to a 1-0. Okay, but
bullied the whole game, building actual damage. This is why we don't go for these builds. You just build tank instead. He was trying to be not cringe, but honestly, sometimes you just gotta send it and be cringe. It's fine. Yeah, so that's another kill as well onto Andil, but at least that is gonna push them back from ending the game to the chagrin of the Korean commentators who all groan at the same time.
We're really gonna step up our game. But Teddy, this is a hard game to play out. You're playing into Poppy, playing into Camille's Ashe. His arrows, outside of that one, have actually been on point. And then unfortunately here, they can't extend the play. Big ult there from Delight, because if they somehow got to lock down Zeus there as well and take him down, could have been big as Andil's like, I found Zeus! Watch what happens to his health bar as the Q2 comes in. Yeah. And then Sponge just gets slammed into a wall. unfortunately dies unceremoniously without the Nidalee. No damage available. And I'm alive! Playing it out as
싸움과 일부러 만들어졌어.
I purposely made that happen.
he's just like me, for real. Like I died, but guys, I wasted the
we're winning,
cooldowns that made that happen.
Yeah.
That was all me.
I set up that fight. You can thank me later. So Hololive Esports going to get the Baron. We did see a go ping on the Hextech Drake for DRX, who say, well, we can't contest the Baron. Let's take the Dragon. We might as well. And they will be able to get it. There's not much that Hololive Esports can do to stop this, unless they ran directly over and tried to stop some backs, but that's not going to happen. They're just going to try to push an end.
I wouldn't be shocked if Zay's 1v5s at this point, but he doesn't have a TP, so can't go towards the bot side of the map. So the last Hail Mary didn't quite work out. Another one is going to have to come through. 11k gold deficit next.
You know, UCal's been very good about turning fights and making big plays.
Yep, and on the Corki, maybe he can do it, Valdez. Let's see.
The Valkyrie angle? Maybe? No, I don't think so. The Poppy ult, let's see where this one lands. It's not going to land. It doesn't quite matter, as Zeus just going to maul the Ashe to death as the rest of the team does die as well. This is the Nexus going down. Hololive Esports will very much take down DRX in unceremonious fashion. And the Camille looking very strong in this matchup against Ambessa.
Zeus on the carry, looking quite solid there. Impeccable Camille game, a lot of backline pressure. And this one was also mostly standard lanes. We started out with lane swap, a little bit of funny action, but then pretty quickly we just went into the straight up 1v1, 2v2 lanes. Zeka, I think his struggles do somewhat continue, but outside of that, I think great game. Delight, Viper, no notes. We have Zeus coming in hot, and unfortunately for DRX, still, I want to give credit to their early fights. I think that these guys are looking at a performance that is much higher than what I was expecting, even as we see more and more of it. I actually like the proactivity, the fights that they go for did really feel like they were kind of outgunned. There were a couple of crucial mistakes in where they were on the map. It means they were always fighting from the back foot.
They absolutely were. Hololive Esports proving they are a very strong team here from Group Baron. And guys, we'll take a break and have the space to break down that game. We'll be right back.
미드 타부터 해도 돼. 천천히 해. 어제 포킹 하면 돼. 미드로 넣을게, 나 이거 천천히 볼게. 라인 넣으면서 봐도 돼. 자, 강 나오면 나도 미니언 타워 볼 테니까 홍해줘. 코르키는 풀 찼다, 얘들아. 한 번 나온다, 강. 나 이렇게 한 번만. 한 번 받아라. 레오나 노플. 코르키 맞췄고. 코르키. 안배사. 코르키 P1이고. 니달리 노플.
flank angle. They haven't dealt with the wave just yet.
Morgan.
There are flanks upon flanks.
They don't know.
Flanks.
Baldwin is crashing as well. Did they go?
Yeah, Morgan's making his way around. The ulti comes down from Closer. Humbug misses the Q though as Cuz goes in. Closer is the one in trouble, but he lands the combo and it does so much damage. Cuz has to flash for it. As now Doctom dies on top of Hype. Doctom may be the hero for KT as Morgan in the river by himself. Now Humbug picked up by BDD.
What can they find? Can they get on top of lazy field? Yuka or Rich? Remember, Rich does not have a splash.
Angle here on a doo-doo, but Sponge is kind of going for a walk on the left side. He's so tanky though. Yuka again, he's gonna fight the front line. Massive Orianna ultimate, but there's no follow-up. He catches a lot, but the DPS isn't there. DRX are too far ahead, and Yuka has put on a show once again.
He's got his paws in the wrong position.
Yeah, I'm like, everybody except Wei is having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Wei is sacrificing himself, right? So that's why.
Yeah, I mean, all of KT can never perform at the same time. That would not be KT at all. Yeah, look what it do. Okay, go. Oh, no. How does that? Oh, he even gets the cat. Does he die? Yeah, because Smash just chases him down, has the extra movement speed from the Inspire, and it is so loose. Like, this should be just Baron. The ebb and flow of this fight, though, you can see now Morgan moving in, spots the teleport, might see that this is the time. Magnustorm this time finally working up the polymorph is gorgeous. Onto Morgan into the backline, he's stunned forever, but he still has access to that counter strike, and he's still going to be feared beyond death. Close against it, and 4 people with the ultimate, and now Hype. Can you do it? Can you be the savior? Can you be the hero? The flash is so good!
Now they're pushing into the river. Still standing, but doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. Benji on the dragon. Ocean Soul Point. I said they wouldn't fight over it. They're all going all in. Pyoshik knocking up everybody, but he's super low. And Kasate in the backline is totally fine. But Dudu just got here, and now it's a 5v5. But everybody on the canyon. See the kick is massive from Canyon. But it might not matter. Dudu in that backline, not able to quite do enough damage. But Pungyan as well, still alive, full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. The knockup comes in, and Pungyan, so sad for him, he gets knocked down.
It's a happy Zeus Day for all those who celebrate, as it is 1-0. The top lane birthday boy get the job done over yesterday's birthday boy, UCal, and DRX. And you would know that all if you follow the social media account over at LCK Official. Make sure you go and do that. Degon here alongside with Did and Wolf for that last game. And early start, okay, and then things snowballed a little bit out of control. We were waiting for Peanut to land a couple of Sejuani ults throughout the series. There's a lot that happened in that one.
Yeah, some oopsies on Seju ulti, but you have to remember that they had really clean dive on the bot side. I think that snowballed the game earlier. So after that, I think those oopsies can happen all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest game by any stretches of the imagination, but Zeus on Camille ends up getting big, right, and makes it so difficult for DRX to play this out. We want to talk about the Corki win, especially in the mid lane.
I mean, AD carry Corki brought up some Ws in the bank, but not on mid lane, and especially not with the AP junglers, right? I mean, I really like Corki mid. It still has a strong early game, but I feel like it only pairs good with Ivern, but no one is playing Ivern on LCK, so...
It's also just not a strong side lane champion in most matchups, so you're really hinging everything on that 2-item spike. You're nerfing your early game, you're nerfing Nidalee because you have no setup for her, so it just didn't really feel like it fit this draft specifically. The win rate is atrocious, right? But like this draft wasn't it for Corki.
Yeah, it felt like a very specific type of fight that you're looking for if you're DRX with the CC that you had. Otherwise, you fall behind and things go wrong. And here's the moment where they do so. We talked a lot about tower dives earlier. Well, what if you dive behind the tower here, Wadid?
Yeah, I mean, the details were really clean. Sejuani was just waiting for the team to be in range. And also, like after that, just Viper, no hesitation here, just flashing on Leona. It doesn't matter what target they crush on them. You just need to clear one target, and after that, they didn't went back to the turret. That means that it's not a turret dive, actually. You know, they're just killing people. And also, that detail on the Corki as well, he just Q flash on Corki with the Sejuani. That made a lot easier on the dive as well.
Unfortunately, UCal's returned, or not returned, but like his late arrival to the bottom lane there means that it's really easy to then just collapse on him as well. If he instead decides, as soon as they end up losing that first member, I'm just going to try to push for a mid plate, he can at least get some value out of his, in his own lane, out of that faster roam coming through from the Jace. But instead, because he comes down, he just ends up being free food, which doesn't help his mid-game cycle. We were talking about the 2-item spike.
So then DRX fall behind. We're thinking they'd fall apart. They don't. Stabilized a little bit, which then led to our next fight here at Otacon.
I mean, you never do the objectives when enemy team has poke, like Ziggs and Varus. Like, it was really hard at first place, and anyways, look at the damage from the Varus. It was easy angle for the Delight to engage on this, and yeah, after that, it kind of fell off.
It's just really desperation here, I think, out of DRX. The setup they were looking for wasn't there, and Teddy had a pretty good game on the Ashe. His positioning was good. He had a few good punishes with Rich. We're not showing all of those here, but this, unfortunately, this wasn't really one of those fights where everyone's on the same page. And the only thing they could try to do is take out Zeka because he's up there, but it's at the cost of 2 more members when that res buff is already up.
I mean, obviously, the game was really hard for DRX, but I feel like the teams are more kind of just running it down after the early game falls. I don't think game is that hard to like bounce back, I think you can give up the Otacon like if you need it, because it's GA anyways, right? Like after like 3 minutes of farm, you still have chance to bounce back, but I feel like just teams are giving up way too fast.
We usually skip past draft, or we've skipped past draft a little bit more, but interesting little wrinkle. We got to see Camille into the Mbessa, a new entrant there in the top lane kind of combat here in game 1. What did you make of that?
I think that also comes from the swap kind of strategy, because they picked Jace earlier, right? Normally you think it's Zeus on the top lane, but you have Zeka who plays a lot of AD champions on the mid lane, so I think that kind of a mind game from HLE was kind of on point.
I don't always like Camille into Ashe because she's, one of those champions that has to go really deep, and if she doesn't end up securing that kill with her team, then she can just kind of get kited and eventually killed. But when you have that Jace to follow up on that engage from long range, it actually has a lot of synergy there, especially with the Sejuani with it as well.
And then last point, back to you, Wolf, because we talked about it during the break. This was the first game back here for Teddy after coming back feeling sick. How did you feel like his debut went, despite the fact that DRX had their plan get derailed early?
I think it's really tough to compare Teddy to Lazyfield in this isolated game, but I do think Teddy looked like he was on form despite obviously being hospitalized and not being able to scrim and practice with the team directly. So it's a good look, I think, for Teddy so far. Maybe we'll see him on a bit more of a playmaking champion here going to the rest of the series.
Yeah, he's known as one of the vocal player on his role, so I think that's a huge difference between Lazyfield and Teddy. So I really want to see some like clean rotation from DRX, actually just playing around Teddy as well.
Yeah, the makeup of this team changes when you have someone that vocal out. They come back in, and remember, their only other loss was to T1. This is the other big test that they have. Let's see if they're able to bounce back here in game number 2 as we send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Spacers, for the breakdown. As happy birthday, Zeus. And happy Zeus Day win, that says. And a lot of Zeus fans, obviously, for this player. And it was nice to see him on Camille. You know, carry in the top lane, wins the matchup, has Sejuani, has counter pick with the swap. It was just the perfect position. And that's really where you're going to find a lot of value with players that have deep champion pools and can play carries. And that's what we know Zeus for. DRX will stay on the blue side, unsurprisingly. We'll see if the draft favors them a bit more this time around, because Zeus will get counterpick again, potentially.
If I'm Hanwha, I'm not going to be feeling too bad about that opportunity. Only in game 2, so there is still a ton of champions open. Yone, Skarner, I imagine, will just keep hitting the ban list. Maybe Azir as well. Outside of that, Kalista is still available. Gnar taken away. Maybe looking for an early pickup of something like the Renekton or the Jax. Here for Rich, although Sejuani already gone, which is actually another one of Sponge's comfort champions. Goes to that very often. Not going to be seen here. Rumble as well.
Cassante.
Is it just, yeah, B1 Cassante, huh?
Or
unless they ban it.
R3 ban Cassante. There you go. And
it'll be Vi is open this time around. I do think Vi is one of those champions where if your team or if your opponent really wants to, it's not that hard to draft a composition into it that just kind of obliterates it. But generally teams just don't. We've seen DK do it with the Zillion. You know, playing Vi into Zillion is just the worst.
I do feel like, though, a lot of players can't play Zillion well, and, a lot of teams can't play around it well because they just don't have practice on it. They just want to play what they know. And something that Zeka knows is the Galio. He's going to be playing it here. Or at least I hope he knows enough about it. And thinking about Xin Zhao as well.
Yeah. That's a lot of circles. Got a knock-up circle, got a knock-away circle. Just layer these on top.
You know what champ has a damage circle? Ziggs.
He does. Yeah.
He does have a damage circle.
And you just pick another top lane AD character for Zeus.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe something with CC, something that can really bully lane. How about TF? AD, TF,
it's
top.
Perfect. It's
Bring
perfect.
it back.
Yeah.
Sorry for all the Zeus fans that have flashbacks to last year. As the Aurora gets locked in. Kind of sad we haven't seen that Aurora Nocturne combo. I really like it. I thought it was very fun. I'm not going to see it here today either.
Really feels like Aurora has fallen off in a big way.
She has. Yeah, she's really relegated to like second rotation bans. As Caitlyn priority here for Teddy. Whoo! Well, forces out an immediate response. And then also most likely forces out an Elise ban as well.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how you feel about the Elise ban when they play Ezreal and it's like... realistically, how often are you going to be hitting Viper?
Yeah, I just don't really think the Caitlyn this early on is a good idea, because if they want to, they can ban a lot of things that go well with Caitlyn. They had third pick to answer the Caitlyn with the Ezreal. Like, there's a lot of great stuff still available.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's with the priority? Caitlyn hasn't seen too much success either. The Jax is going to be banned here.
Yeah, I was wondering, because it could also be Aurora top. We don't actually know whether Aurora is going yet. But you can do the same thing and then pick support. Pick something like the, I'm double checking, like the Rel, for example, while still having the opportunity to go in aggressively. Rakan is another. Poppy's already taken off the board. Leona's already gone, so I feel like the Rakan stocks are quite high, and you still don't give anything away without really risking too much. Because Caitlyn, definitely need a team that can play around it for it to really have the value that you'd be looking for. Romban, no surprise, but now Humble Life can just slam Rakan here on 4. Poppy's gone. Leona's gone.
Karma gone.
Undo gonna play like Maokai. What are we doing here? The Galio is also still technically a flex. I think we've only seen the Galio tank into what, Rumble, which obviously he's taken off the board.
Yeah.
But if it ends up being Aurora top, Zaze is happy to pilot it. There is still some flex potential here. You can put Zeka on really any of his melee champions. And yeah, I do think the Rakan ban is a good call, both because the Light is amazing at it, 2 of its counters are already gone, and then they are just going to pick the Elise. I don't love that.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and you've got Repel to get away from, you know, Nautilus or...
Just because we can does not mean we must, Veldes.
They both start with the letter E.
No. Yes.
Yeah, Caitlyn Tom Kench.
Do not do Caitlyn Tom Kench, please. Nico makes sense. Has the ability to use the clone to tank, you know, tank a cocoon.
Yeah.
You have a good amount of threat yourself. You combo well with the Caitlyn. I think this is great. Completely fine. Could still be UCal, kind of, technically, as we are going to blind Gragas. You know, with Nara banned...
They could pick Silas here.
Yeah.
You have a lot of AP, but you have Gragas ults, Nico ults.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's okay. I don't think it's... that... It's not bad, but it could be worse. What
certainly doesn't look like they're going to do that, unless he's playing at top, but...
As the Light is pranking everyone, we're not going to get excited until anything is locked in.
Oh! Wait, what? Anivia?
What does it mean? Is it Sekka Anivia? Because you could tell me it's Zeus and I would believe you just as much as Sekka.
Well,
is this the hidden Aurora
it's
counter?
not Zeus. Because playing Anivia into Gragas is a terrible idea.
Well, I hate it, but I don't know. If Anivia is getting locked, I'm...
Okay. No, it is. It is Anivia into Gragas.
Well, I hope you never get ganked, because I don't see how you live through that. But I'm gonna say in the 1v1 that does not sound like a... Like, how do you match the shove post 6? I guess you don't?
You just...
Okay, I feel like this is...
You just cast him.
I feel like this is...
And he's a sitting bird.
This is my fault. I joked about the ADTF top.
Why do you always do this, Chronicler?
I don't know. I don't mean to.
The caster curse, caster blessing. I mean, at least we get to see Anivia top. That's cool. I don't think it's a good idea.
He is on the shy arc, okay? We're just gonna let him be. We're just gonna accept, see what happens.
This is like...
No judgment
Game 1 was too easy. So now let's give ourselves a real challenge with top Anivia as we hop into the Rift for game number 2. So, you can see the lines, right, Chronicler? You're good at seeing the lines. Just maybe as good as you are at caster cursing. Maybe not quite that good.
Caster curses aren't real, Valdez. Okay. Oh god, it's grasp as well. So, so maybe
if Jace can build tank.
Yeah. So maybe it's the Well, I don't actually know what the build's going to be like, because there are a couple of different avenues you can take, right? You can just go Grasp and go full damage. You can go Grasp and you can do what Gragas did earlier, which is like Cosmic Drive, Fimbulwinter, because I do assume you still have to go mana items because you're playing Anivia. I haven't seen the runes yet, but I assume the precision is going to be Presence of Mind. But Anivia is one of those picks where if you do get to level 6, you can be in any laning situation and you can just wave clear indefinitely.
Yeah.
Grasp Anivia. Zeus also, I'm pretty sure, got a ward early on, so does actually have a good amount of experience immediately, as it's, Presence of Mind and Cut Down. Demolish.
That's the Ox Ziggs build right there, those runes.
So does Zeus win this? Wait, he missed his...
Yeah, because he got bodied slammed, so he couldn't activate the second part of the Q.
But like, still winning.
I mean, he is ranged, right? So he is going to be very annoying in the early parts of this lane. That doesn't change. He also hits level 2.
What, like 3 grass procs already?
Yeah. He's got another one prepped and ready to go. Let's
also,
see it, Zeus.
If you're rich, you're like, what the hell is this bird doing in my lane? Like, not just, I've never seen this bird, because who plays Anivia?
Yeah.
Like, there's exactly one player that's known for playing Anivia. That's Froggen. And I'm sure a lot of fans hear the name and go, who are you talking about?
Frog who? There's something happening in mid here. UCal trying to get a kill, but unfortunately for him, there's a million people here. He is going to get first blood, though, and trades flashes with Zeka, so worth for him. Although, I mean, there is assist gold that does come through, but yeah, interesting little trade there. We didn't get to see the beginning of that, but a lot of damage coming out from Aurora.
Yeah, Zeka, you knew the matchup you were going in. I'm not so sure about getting solo boloed, even with Peanut paying attention to your lane early on. And also Zeus being in your lane level 1, like, I don't know what happened there. As unfortunately Rich is having a very unfun and uninteractive gameplay experience. And has to base.
Yeah.
Oh my god, once Zeus gets level 6, this is gonna be... it's gonna be painful, Valdez. As we might have a fight on our hands here. As
oh, the flash! Delight flashes over the Vi.
and then...
Give him a fist bump!
Wow, yeah. So he flashes over the Vi, and then Sponge flashes the cocoon. So no one dies. As very straightforward. He didn't... Yeah, Zeka just takes multiple passive hits. Gets his Justice Punch cancelled in the wind-up,
like,
just
misses
dies.
everything. Yeah.
So Peanut got a kill out of that, which is good. But UCal also has been able to build a lead, which he's going to be feeling good about. So the one big weakness that I do imagine for this Anivia is what if you get Dove? Hasn't backed yet. Also still has passive. Now, if you are a viewer that does not know what this champion does, because it hasn't been seen in pro play for a very long time.
Yeah, where's our, you know, it's been 365 days since...
It's LCK Cup, so it's the first time it's played in LCK Cup.
So you don't get the graphic?
Yeah, no, we don't. But it's the first time it's played in LCK Cup, I can tell you that with certainty. And so, Anivia...
I want to see the graphic.
We got the big stun, we get the damage, the little icicle, we have the...
little icicle.
Well, it's a little icicle that does big damage, okay? The icicle dares to dream. We got the wall, most iconic, I'd say, and then the ult, where you just throw a giant...
It's a circle.
Storm of
Remember when we were thinking about
oh
circle
my
damage?
god, it's the extra circle!
It's the third circle to complete the diagram.
And our scouts have actually reported that Zeus has been playing a lot of top Anivia and solo queue. It is one of those things where you think about it for a little bit, and imagine just being your average top laner and playing into Anivia with Grasp. It's like Grasp Karma is nothing compared to this. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Grasp Karma is objectively evil.
Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed, actually, in the game. That should be disabled. So they're going to take the Cloud Drake here, DRX, and trying to set up for this. Zeus has hit level 6, And he has it here. He's building towards what could be a rod.
Oh, Delight. He's on a flank.
He's level 3.
It's fine. He has Cocoon. He has full build. He's Elise.
He's Elise, level 3. It's all you need. When becomes nothing. There's the Cocoon with no follow-up, and that was onto Ondale.
Dubstep Ignite.
Nice repel. Zeka's got an angle here.
He doesn't have flash, though. Hard for him to just get across, and Zay is zoning out. He's zoning.
Actually zoning them with the Anivia ult. Little fight for the last grub. Let's see it. Who's going to get it? It's just going to come down to a smite from that one. But Rich is just standing. He doesn't know what Anivia does. Stands in the ult. The wall comes down and Anivia gets a kill as well. And that's 2 for Life Esports. And the 1 grub to deny from DRX.
Rich, as we speak, fervently looking up YouTube videos. What does Anivia do? As the attempted flank from the Light doesn't really hit the mark, but doesn't matter as much. Rest of the team is ready. Zeka actually on a good flank angle there. As this is after the fact. Zayas has bone blading Rich, just gets CC'd, ends up going down, and he doesn't really get to go anywhere either. I think a lot of this comes down to what happened before this. Just the position being taken by Hanwha Life. And if they can CC anyone for a little bit of time in Zeus' ultimate, that's going to be tough. Now, Catalyst done. Tier started to stack. So I guess he is just going like standard 8. We don't know. It might be Fimbulwinter instead, but most likely Roa into Archangels. And maybe after that you go tank? We'll see. The tank builds have scarred me, Valdez.
I mean, you know, it could just be like Azir.
Teddy?
Just have Grasp. Teddy, yeah, he's dead. And that is going to be handed over to Viper.
No, that's mean, man. You can't just insect people on Zinzao.
Why not? What? That looks cool.
It did. It's very mean.
Yeah, I want to see more of that.
Especially if you haven't played that much Zinzao yet, any Zinzao player has tried to do that after they've already challenged someone and then realized very quickly that it doesn't work. So the key thing here is that if he would have E'd, then Teddy would have had a buff on him, so you can't knock him back.
Yeah, just don't do that.
Don't do that. But Peanut doesn't do that because he knows what the champion does, so very nice. He just flash, gets the knockback. Teddy, I think realistically is like, yeah, okay, I'm definitely dead here. Doesn't invest the summoners, which was the right call. And things are not so good, Valdez. We are not quite at the 2.5k gold deficit at 10 minutes. But, you know, we still have another minute, so we'll have to see. Sponge?
We still have top Anivia in this game, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. You know, this is one of those things where I feel like teams didn't have to do this in fairness. Oh
my god! Delight?
Sponge, no.
Yeah, Sponge is dead. Oh no. Well, I mean, he had a cool play, but he had to use his flash for it.
No, not the bird!
The bird's here. Teddy has flash, but okay, he's gonna just net over the wall. That's totally fine.
Not
Zeus,
the bird?
not forced into the egg. The bird is the word.
Yeah, as good as that Sponge play was initially, like really nicely set up, goes for the flash Q to ensure that the Light doesn't get to repel up and just negate the damage. Also ends up killing him. New turrets are very scary. The Light out and about on the map again. Spots you, Kel. Nothing going to come of it for now.
I wonder if this Caitlyn pick was a bit of comfort as well. As Delight, the flash cocoon into Ondale. He's going to throw in a Pop Blossom just to die. Didn't really have any other options, so can't really blame him. The second he gets cocooned, he's dead.
Does get the flash out of Viper, so that's something. Yeah. Viper did flash to ensure that he wasn't knocked up by the Pop Blossom. Still not going to be feeling great about that one. And maybe it's like both. We saw Ondale kind of hesitate and being like, I don't know if I want to play Nico. Maybe it's both. Where Ondale doesn't feel as comfortable on Nico, and then Teddy really wanted to play Caitlyn. As we take another look here, Mashing on by Sponge, charges up in the bush. Delight feels safe because he's Elise, but because he flashes, he also doesn't have the opportunity. And here you see Ondale tries to do the right thing, which is ensure that they can't actually hit you by using your clone as DRX. Ozek. No,
All right, they're trying to get in. The cask used on the Ezreal. And Viper will be forced away for now. Zeka doing a good job zoning on the left side, but Rich taking a huge amount of damage. And if you don't have cast for the Anivia, she just gets to zone everyone. As Peanut going to take out Sponge. And the entire right side of the fight is already lost by DRX.
Yes, passive. Cannot kill him.
You can't kill him. You don't have a way to stop his ult. I was looking at the Gragas and I'm like, hey, not a bad option into Anivia. You can throw cask on him if he's got his ult up. We just haven't seen that be a reality at all in this game, even once.
Yeah.
Are you
flashing?
Yeah, Zeus really is trying to challenge himself in this game. And he's just that tanky as well with just the catalyst and grasp.
It's not good for you if you win worlds. You know, like you're gonna start doing weird stuff as UCal, trying to keep this game alive.
Oh, the blood pedal. Okay, well, yeah, he's still
it's something.
Dead. Yeah. Okay, Viper gonna dodge that. He's got a Z, and he gets away. A lot of low health bars there. Meanwhile, Homalife Esports taking the Hextech Drake on the bottom side of the map.
So the gold lead is stable. Viper does have E, do note. Also Zeka there. I think we should let this one go. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, observers. Keeping us in the dark for a little bit there. Viper has really, because we've been talking about the Anivia because it's fun and it's interesting. But what's actually been happening is that Viper is 3-0. Which doesn't feel great. And I think retaking control is so hard. But yeah, he uses this combo on Ezreal, and he just eat.
And Teddy's ulting the Ezreal in the Anivia ult.
Yeah.
It's just a disaster. Well, okay. Rich, as well, is having a bit of trouble here. Also going to get ulted by Ezreal. True Shot Barrage helping out. A little alcove gaming and just dies instead. Delight will take that.
The final order and Peanut immediately basing is like, ooh, I've seen it on solo queue. Yeah. That doesn't go over well generally.
Yep. That guy is going to be AFK the rest of the game.
Not Peanut.
In the side lane. Not Peanut, yeah. So, looking for the first turret. Plate's still up here at what? What? Where'd he go?
Brandon, this game is so silly!
At least support is still a thing, and it dies very fast to Aurora.
There have been exactly 2 people that have made this pick look good, and one is okay. One sec. We need to see what happens here.
Viper's just dead. He doesn't have a Z. He doesn't have flash. That's a lot of gold given over to Sponge.
And just like us, Homalife are having a bit too much fun, and as a result, UCal's just frantically running around murdering people, which is a good win condition. I'm gonna go out there and say it.
It also happens in solo queue, you know? Like the team gets so far ahead, they start throwing.
Yeah.
You know? Homalife, this is not solo queue. This is, in fact, the LCK Cup 2025.
So the only 2 people that have made Elite Support looks good. One is 2-time world champion and genius monster carrier.
Yes.
And the other one is one of the biggest enigmas in League Esports, also 2 times world champion, and died almost 10 times on the champion while winning.
Yes.
Which is Beryl.
Beryl. If Beryl
Those are the
plays
2 sides of the spectrum. Those are the 2.
Yeah. It's just like Carria said in that one interview, you know, you're not Carria, you're not on T1, you shouldn't play this. But the other LCK teams did not take heed of that warning.
Sponge has actually been having a clean game as well on the Vibe. Been where he needed to be. Obviously the topside play was a bit too much, but Viper here doesn't have his flash, and even with the buffer, gets caught by UCal. Andil is there, but he's like, I don't want to steal away the kill.
Yeah.
This doesn't matter that much, as we're trying, you can't dive in Nivea. The wave clear is there. I don't even...
Zeka, you're not paying attention. You can't dive the Anivia. You don't need to TP to top lane.
Level 11 for Zeus as well. Also, I'm pretty sure he is actually going for Fimbulwinter next.
Yeah.
No, that's not. You can't play. Just go and play tank Anivia, Valdez.
Why not?
Because it's evil.
I think it's fine. It's much better than tank Karma. We already were over this.
Yeah, I guess.
I think the problem is grasp.
I think the problem
and tank items.
Yeah.
And
why not both?
I guess it is a bit of both.
So
and the top lane meta?
yeah,
lane swaps,
lane swaps exist.
Lane swaps, yeah. There's just like a lot of things that come together. It's a very difficult issue.
Now that I
you know?
think about it, wouldn't
a chance to kill Tank Anivia? I mean, kind of Tank Anivia. There's the cask. Can you get him in the egg? Yes, you can.
He's gonna die.
I don't know if they can kill him in time.
No, they have to for sure. They have the cooldowns.
Okay, he didn't have flash. They did it.
Oh my! Do you know the one, the JoJo GIF where it's
No.
like just people? Okay, it's just 3 guys punching down on 1 person lying down. That was how
That's
that
not
felt.
a very nice gif.
Well, no, but he was like in the corner as an egg, getting like body slammed and punched,
That's true,
and body
yeah.
slammed and punched.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Gotta hit your W, Peanut. Or does he?
No.
Maybe he doesn't. Okay.
No,
well,
not gonna hit it. Doesn't have to either. You can't tell Peanut what he can and can't do. He gets to do whatever he wants. And he's gonna drop the Rift Herald in top lane. Meanwhile, the mid turret is going down.
Yeah, they're also dropping a Herald in top.
Yeah, they have 4 grubs, so you know, doing some work.
Cosmic Drive now done here for Rich. We'll see Peanut driving Herald into the wall, which seems mean. I love that this game really does feel like Humble Life. It's like, this one's in the bag, and DRX is like, no!
They did that game 1 too.
Zeus might die again. Like, the TP's behind him.
That Q is pretty interesting.
Oh,
Sponge.
wait, Zeka's on his way.
There's the flash.
Zeka's on his way.
Yeah, there's the cask, and now Zeka coming in, but your Anivia's already dead.
He did kill Vi as well, though. So
Yeah.
that's Dragon. Teddy just flashed.
I know this flash as well.
Viper's level 11.
Viper's not done yet. He's got red buff. He's coming in. I mean, they get the knockup onto him. It's
fine. Just use both
flashes away. Yeah, why not? I'm Ezreal. It's fine. I'll do whatever I want. And Yukal's pushing top while the Drake fight was happening. The Drake fight, that wasn't really a Drake fight. That turned into a little bit of a fight, which ended up with Viper using both the sums.
Rich is coming back in this game. Like, Zeus now dying back to back.
He's
Him
got the
evading
moves.
that gank gracefully. Oh, yeah, it's a flash, but, you know, good sidestep. Also, Zeus just, like, taking that blast cone. That's a little optimistic. You're a Nivea with no passive. I don't think you can do that.
No vision. He's just like, yeah, whatever. I should be fine.
Surely it'll be okay. It really does feel like a solo queue game in how it's playing out. Like, Viper going in there is also peak solo queues. Like, I'm level 11 Ezreal. I have my Triforce. I will go wherever I please. And then he has to blow both sums. It's like, it's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I've got this this great support who's going to help me out a lot in staying alive. Lise with Storm Surge.
Yeah. Well, you have Galio. Galio is basically a support.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Zeus, you had like a 700 gold lead. I was really excited after the Camille game, but this one, not the cleanest game. Really, it does feel like Peanut and Yukal are actually playing as clean of a game as they can, and then the rest of the players just kind of yakety sexing all over the rift.
Yeah.
As Otacon comes up, we'll see if either team is willing to go for this anytime soon.
I think DRX, probably the coach took them into the booth after that game 1. They were like, guys, you're playing against Jace, and what else were they playing against? Varus, yeah. You can't just start the Otacon in front of them when you're down 3,000 gold, guys. HLE Esports, they have a bit of a different situation, though. They are actually 3,000 gold ahead. And they're still respecting.
Yeah, you really have to. There is a lot of AoE team fighting potential on DRX.
Oh.
Good blue ward there. Ends up seeing a lot. As a Wolf or Scouting reporter has actually told us that Zeus, in fact, does always go Fimbulwinter, and as we see that, does now have that finish. Not quite hit the threshold yet, but will be doing so soon. You know, you got a lot of CC. You get a good amount of value out of that, and always love the mana if you're a Nivea. When is Rise coming back? That's what I want to know. all these tank items.
Do we need Rise back? Rise just doesn't have the range.
I'm pretty sure. No, well.
He's just too.
Are you trying to will it into existence?
He's just too old.
Pretty sure doing
of a
play
champ, you know.
Rise as well. Well, Keen's played it a few times.
When did Anivia come out?
I'm pretty sure it's season 1.
It wasn't on release though, right?
I don't know.
It wasn't a release
I started playing in season 2.
I know that Rise was. So, you know, it doesn't really get older than like Rise, Annie, Alistair,
Tryndamere,
etc., etc. But Anivia, I do wonder. I don't actually know that one. Used to play a lot of Anivia in a different meta.
A different
nowadays. No. But now that Zeus is playing it, and maybe Humble Life Esports win this game.
Oh, you should ban it tonight. Solo queue. I'm just warning you.
Yeah, just don't even take the chance, right? Just don't even let it happen.
Imagine being a top laner in solo queue with your jungler who is only pathing bot while being stuck in a 1v1.
So Anivio's release, according to G-Sun, Anivio was released on 2009, July 10th. So
that is like
very
that's
early
season
on.
1, right?
Yeah.
Wow. And here she is in all her glory. Iceberg.
Same champ. Rise was February 21st. So thank you, G-Sun, for the update.
Few months.
Yeah. Yeah, so Rise is pretty old. I don't think we should see him.
Well, he's both, you know, in game and as a champion.
Also, he's been changed like 8,000 million times. So
100% the most reworks of any champion.
Yeah. Peanut on the chase. Viper trying to recreate the smash. Highlight that we did see, but not meant to be.
Sponge just taking a bit of poke. See the pinks going down. Rich on his merry way. This is not done. If Homa Life go too crazy at Otacon, they're shredded and they get caught in a couple of big team fight outs, could be a problem. What they
How shredded
also
are they,
do,
though?
well, they're not, because they're not doing it. They're just doing the Infernal Soul Point. So maybe we trade. We're going to try and get a kill on Zeka.
Yeah, I mean, that's already a lot of damage here on Teddy. He's going to try to ult down, and he will be successful. Just like that.
They are going to start Otacon, though. Rich, he's standing guard. This is on Vision. They do not have the damage to use this. It's just 2 people, and they're going to... Oh, on the flank. Flanking who? Flanking the light?
He's still flanking.
Zoom.
Still flanking.
Does he? Yeah, I was about to say, like, he's going to E.
Viper's here. Handel's got to be careful. He's getting taunted. Yeah, well, he's okay. He's just dead. Meanwhile, DRX, they did not learn their lesson from game 1. They're trying to two-man the Otacon while they're support guys. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Well, the light's almost down.
That's fine.
They can still play this fight. This is a 4 versus 4, Valdez.
I'm not a believer. How do you get through this? Look at the walls. What is this? How do you play against that? DRX is like, wait, what the hell? How is this allowed?
Season 1, baby! Sponge needs access, but Zeka is just standing guard.
And it's just going to come down to the smite, and there you go. You can't get past the Anivia and the one little Otacon wall. That's all it took. And Zeka's dead. Well, he's going to revive. Okay, extra gold given over. They're trying to do it. A lot of damage comes out from Viper, but it doesn't matter. Big turnaround here from DRX. They're just getting so much gold. And eventually they will be able to kill this egg as well. You would imagine they're going to try to back off of this.
They got the that's everyone.
That's everybody. 1,000 golds given over. Teddy, meanwhile.
Zeka?
Why didn't he Sonya's?
Zeka, there's a Caitlyn!
Oh no! And he's gonna go down! All of a sudden,
shutdown!
DRX, they don't have the health bars to rush a Baron or anything, but this game is up in the air.
Well, they're still gonna lose soul. What is happening?
I'm believing, Chronicler. DRX can do it. They've Viper, go pick up those cinders. They're right next to you.
So Yeah, take it away, Chronicler.
Yes, please.
In theory, it makes sense to try and go for a fight like this, because as long as you trade even slightly okay, you will have tempo to try and make a play towards Baron. There's a reason why on the upcoming patch, so we're 2 now on free, they actually add, I think it's a 15-second grace period for the withdrawal to ensure that you can't do this. The problem is, that must have been a misclick. Like, especially against Caitlyn, there's absolutely zero way why else you would. Zonya's there. So that ends up being a big shutdown. They still get the soul point. I still don't think for Hanwha this is even close to the end of the world, but this is just DRX being given a real opportunity in this game. The gold lead is now negligible. Yukao is still huge, 5 stacks. Teddy is getting towards a 3rd item. Already his Yuntal and his IE done. DRX can win this game, Veldas, and yes, they need to figure out a way to deal with this pesky Infernal Drake that's about to come up. Yeah, good flash. If that W connects, you do die. I was about to say, Hanwha, do not start Nash.
But they have Anivia. Yeah, their turn is kind of just Anivia. I mean, they have pretty good turn.
No, I think the turn's fine.
It's just the game is too close now that you can't really...
But Yuka's about to hit Death Cap.
Force it.
So Yuka gets Death Cap. Teddy gets a 3rd item. You can look at Peanut. He knows. He's been the guy on the other end. I don't know what he's saying, but he definitely looked nonplussed about the situation.
900 gold left for the Death Cap. And we will have it. Zeka, not again. Not again, Zeka. Not like this. I mean, they don't have that much damage, and he's pretty tanky, but like...
That's Flash.
Yeah, the Flash just come in, the cask is there, and Zeka's just dead. Again, another pickoff on a Zeka who just can't help it today. Has like 8 or 9 deaths already on today.
The one upside here is that they can't actually take an objective because it's towards the bot side of the map, so they can't Nash. Getting mid lane would be big though. Is Viper unfazed by everything that's transpiring thus far.
Just, okay. Jumping into a Xin Zhao. You know, Sponge was really good up until that moment. He was doing a great job. He set up so many kills, got that kill in the bottom lane, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to send it.
I get the thought process, because if you kill Xin Zhao, you do...
But he's Xin Zhao.
I know that, Veldas. But that's the thought process is, I go in on Xin Zhao. If we kill him, we can Nash, because then the jungler is dead.
True.
But now... the Hanwha Life
if we go in and kill the whole enemy team, we can Nash.
Because DRX, their jungler is dead.
Yes.
Can they do this?
I think they can, honestly. Andal also caught. Viper going to take him down. Teddy, he is getting zoned by Anivia, but at least Zeus has to flash away, but that just means that Rich is going to be the sacrifice instead. Delight! Oh my. It's okay.
I guess Yukao has Death Cap done?
This Baron does a lot of damage.
Oh, Yukao. Can we please can we get some vision? Can we get this man some help?
Oh, the flash forward.
They might die.
Yeah, this is a very awkward time. Sponge is back, and now, oh no, they did it! They finally killed Xin Zhao, but instead Yukao goes down. And Zeus is back, he's got a Banshee's Veil, and they will take him out here.
Sponge is trying!
Sponge is trying to kill the Baron by himself. Instead, he's just going to elect to die. Oh, maybe he gets away, actually. A chance?
Flash!
A chance?
Flash!
Oh. No! Nice try. Good effort. Good effort.
He earned
Wasn't
that.
meant to be. Wasn't. Good try. Good try.
Oh, I gotta vote for POM after this.
Well, we know it's not Zeka. So we've eliminated, it's like multiple choice, you know, eliminate the options.
If Rich gets that body slam, do not forget that, like, Zeus doesn't have his passive, so actually maybe at this point he does. Was a while back.
Pretty long cooldown.
He must have, the way that he was playing. And there, Yukao, if he actually, like if Viper doesn't have his summoner, or if he's a little bit quicker, because it looks like they're actually a bit disjointed there. If Teddy, Sponge, and Yukao are on the same page, I actually think they can do it. What if we just killed Zeka again? Unfortunately, I don't think that worked this time because there's no damage.
Yeah.
So Yukao joins.
The rest of the team is there too.
Oh, 20 seconds. You can't give up this dragon.
Oh, the cocoon! Very nicely done by Delight. And I guess that's why we're picking Elise support. Land Cocoon, kill enemy with your carry. It's as easy as that.
Can't be how it ends.
What do you mean?
Is that it? Is that how the great resistance,
that's the end
great
of the game.
story of DRX?
And then the game ended, Chronicler.
Not like this, Valdez.
Just like exactly like what you're watching right now. Zeus, he's just charging forward. He has Banshee's Veil. He's like,
get him, Ondil!
What are you gonna do? Ondil, desperate. They want to kill Viper, but they can't. They just don't have the damage. And I mean, they're still in Anivia in the front line, so they have oodles and boodles of damage. They get him into the egg. Rich is like, man, this isn't fair. I shouldn't have had to play this game into this bird. That's not a thing. Should have checked the solo queue accounts. Unlucky. Well, Homolife Esports, this is the expected result of today, I'll say that. Now, we had a lot of unexpected things that did happen. And you can read into that whatever you may. We'll see if we see more Anivia in the future here. As Zeka, will he go down another time? No, he will not. It is the end of the game. Viper ends it with 12 kills as well on the Ezreal. A pretty strong one from Homolife.
I need to vote for POM. Is it just Viper? Like trying to think back, I think his Varus was good as well. It's like Viper or Zeus, but Zeus did have a little bit too much fun with this one. Peanut's a good shout. No,
Zeus' Camille was good. It's either Zeus or Viper, I think. You know.
I mean, this was a really good game for Peanut.
Yeah. But
yeah, it might be Zeus.
Both Zeus and Viper had good games in both games, right? So
yeah.
I feel like probably one of them.
I end up going for Viper, and thinking back to some of the decisions that Zeus made in this game, I feel good about that. I think that was the right call. Peanut, his Sejuani, his ults weren't great, but never really seemed to be too bothered by anything. It's an Angry Bee.
Yeah.
Together with Head of Penguin, a classic.
Group Baron? No, it's Homolife Esports.
I've been making a lot of comments and jokes about, you know, time periods. Unfortunately for Zeka, it's 2022, but spring. Not Worlds. As he really hasn't been able to find his groove yet this season. Just looking all over the place. And this was a pretty fun game, right? Like, I don't think we should read too much into this, but if you take this into the context of how Homolife has looked as a team this split, the fact that they got pummeled by Genji, lost to DK as well, we can, I think, at least draw some initial conclusions. And moments like this, you can't keep getting away with it. Like, they won this game, but moments like this make you wonder, Valdez.
Well, they're surely able to shore up for him, and he has good moments as well. It's just some of them look like he's a bit unfocused, right? He's kind of just out in the middle of nowhere getting caught, stuff like that. Aurora still does a lot of burst damage, especially into squishy AP supports. We did learn that as well. Viper, he got caught this one time. Top Anivia, apparently a thing. Especially when you're on red side and you have counterpick for top lane. A lot of times we're just handshaking like, you know, Cassante, Ambessa, or Jace, Cassante, Jace, Gragas, Jax, you know, the same stuff. But if players can actually pull out interesting picks, we saw him play Camille and Anivia in the top lane, did Zeus. So I think it's fair to say that maybe we'll be seeing more interesting picks visiting the top lane soon enough.
It's an interesting discussion. It is, I think, one of the reasons why Zeus has been able to have the performance that he has, both in a positive and a negative sense. There's been large periods where he just hasn't been able to perform consistently. But it's also these moments, which is why he is a two-time world champion in the first place, right? Has had really big individual carry moments throughout the last couple of years. And good to see. Zeka definitely is gonna get a stern talking to, I imagine, as this game definitely got to the wild and wacky side, but it is still a 2-0, nothing to see here for Homolife.
Yeah.
As a Delight flashing his...
the 2022 Genji.
Yeah, you'll love to see it.
Yeah. Did more damage than Ondil. I guess
Why, yeah.
We'll be seeing more of the Elise support. And, you know, with blind pick, the blind Caitlyn that came out, they were like, well, let's take the Elise and see what happens.
If you're a DRX fan, though, crazy as it sounds, I think there's plenty to be happy about when it comes to Yuka's performance, when it comes to the team fighting of the team. The problem, I think, is just some of the decision-making. Sponge having a couple of key catches going against him. Andil, unfortunately, looking too hot. But I do know that they have a great support waiting in challengers as well, just in case that they want I want to try something different.
Ox isn't here, but we love to trigger him even from afar. So it turns out the 22, 2, and 13 scoreline was enough.
It was good enough
to get Viper the player of the match. Maybe we'll get some media votes for Zeus. I think Zeus had a good series. You know, even though he did do a little bit of trolling. You know, we all do a little bit of trolling from time to time. He played Camille and Anivia.
So the Camille was actually good, and the Anivia I would just want to vote for because I want to encourage creativity. You know, that's important. That has value as well. That's why we all love Fearless. It's because we get to see a bunch of different champions, even though it's by no means a necessity.
Yeah.
Which makes you think maybe we could do this all the time.
Apparently, KT have locked in playoffs from this one, so congrats to KT.
Yeah, with DRX not getting the win here, even if they would have lost 2-1, it wouldn't have been enough. KT would overtake, thanks to winning the previous series, which was also definitely an experience.
It's an interesting day today.
What a fun day, Valdez.
I don't know what to think about this new patch. I think that there's a lot less action, and I hope that we get more in the future. But guys, we do have the interview. Now I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the LCK Cup POM interview translation, joined by Viper on the side of Hana Life Esports.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 하나생명 e스포츠도 그룹 배틀 마지막 경기를 승리로 장식했습니다.
So Hana Life Esports get to finish strong in the last group battle match. How do you feel?
오늘 이제 마지막 경기였는데 상대 그룹
Today was our last group battle match, and I feel like our opponents have been very strong, and I think we will just have to keep trying harder and play well moving forward. And this is your second time you got selected as POM. Great Ezreal skill shots. A lot of people are actually praising your performance, so what are your thoughts on your current gameplay? I think I'm playing all right. It's pretty ordinary.
천천히 끌어올리는 방향으로 잡고
And
있는데요. 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I believe that right now, I think there's a lot way to go and a long way to reach my true potential. So yeah, I think I just have to try even harder from now on. So you're consistently doing so well. So what is your secret?
좀 사실 뭐 그렇게 잘 퍼포먼스가
To be honest,
좋다고 생각하지 않아서 좀 많이 지기도
I don't
했고,
consider that my performance was so that great.
그런 부분에 있어서
I think I just have to focus on what's important, which is finishing strong until the very end. So I think so far it's too early to say. I think I just have to win a lot more. Cloud Templar even said that, Viper, please take me in as an apprentice. What are your thoughts? I don't really have any thoughts on or any future plans on taking in an apprentice, but maybe I'll think about it in the future. And Anivia made an appearance in Game 2. This was actually, in the LCK history, the first top Anivia. So was this a planned pick or a decision made on the spot?
이게 제가 말해도 되는지 모르겠는데요.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but
준비를 했었던 것
yeah,
같고요.
this is something that we did plan and practice. And this isn't my lane, so I can't really say for sure, but I think it's a really good champion. And given that there's a lot of lane swaps. I think just the kit that Anivia has, she prevents a lot of really good like dive attempts. But I feel like we didn't really get to see a lot of these sort of moments where Anivia survives. But I think in the future, I think we'll be able to showcase even better performances with these sort of picks as a team.
또 저희가 언급한 제우스 선수가 오늘 생일이잖아요.
And today is Zeus's birthday. Did you say happy birthday? Oh no, not yet. Well, this would be a great moment to tell him happy birthday. Yeah, I was aware that it was his birthday. And there are a lot of things on the line with today's match. And so I'd like to say thank you for doing so well today. Happy birthday! And to climb higher from now on, you will take part in the play-ins. What are your goals? Like I've said, a lot of teams are actually performing very well. So we have to come up with a bunch of different comps that we can continue using in the Fearless draft to do well. And that's the end of the interview with Viper and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. A clean 2-0, nothing to see here. You know what? It's actually great to know that our heroes are kind of like us as Hanwha Life Esports take the victory in this series. Close the door on DRX. Welcome back to the space for the final time tonight. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf and Anivia top. That has to be the talking point, right?
Either that or like, do you guys think that at any point there was some, you know, Galio respawning in 47 seconds, 46 seconds, 45 seconds spam was going into the chat?
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen Anivia. You can see this is actually played by Afrika and a loss versus Chovy. And back in 2020. Something that Zeus has been playing in solo queue. We looked it up. We went for the tank build, something that he's been working on, maybe cooking up.
I mean, he's really into Anivia, by the way. He was also playing it on mid as well. So definitely it's one of the poke pick from Zeus. We're going to see it more for the BO5 series. And yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It didn't work out that well, but I mean, it's really exciting to see that, especially in the Fearless drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just exciting to see Chronicler and Valdez's brain trying to process what was happening each step of the way. They're not going to pick Anivia. Okay, it's not going to go top. Okay. What is happening? What's happening is Viper's getting all the votes here. Another 11 of 11. Great job, Right Media and Left Media and VNcast and my analysts here and everyone that got to vote.
I was like, until like about 15 minutes into that game, I was feeling like, oh, it's going to be an Animus Zeus as well. It's easy. But then it became about Viper. And I think everybody kind of forgot what happened in the early game very quickly. I think he's VIP Viper. Otherwise known as Vipper in this case.
Oh my god.
Because he was the most important person that did all the damage and actually really wanted to win the game really badly. The rest of his teammates sometimes did, but he did the whole time.
I mean, did they really try hard enough? I'm not sure, by the way. Like, maybe this is the one that maybe Viper wants to just all chat, like, what is happening? Like Clown Fiesta solo queue game, like kind of similar. But anyways, they're new big three team, right?
Yeah.
So I'm really confused what is happening, you know? So that's why I put on this.
I see. Well, you know who also knew what was happening? The guy that was casting it right in the front line. What did Cronny say? That was a fun Swift play game. The new mode that you can play now in the client. Get you in, get you out. Very faster gold generation. Let's see what the Korean broadcast had to say here. This is how you play poke. That's what he took away from this series.
You know, like Korean side always try to make it better, you know, like always try to make the players look better, but we always fail because we really can't analyze this kind of game, you know.
Yeah, it was messy. Let's see what the last one is. I'm the god of AD carry. Viper, that's true. Prince really wanted to say it about himself, but
Yeah, I was like, is that I'm the god of AD carry, Viper?
Yeah.
Or I'm the god of AD
he's
carry.
like, actually, it's me, by the way.
This is a meme based on the AI generated song about Viper. G-Sun, released it by Hanwha Life. G-Sun had to clarify that one before we, started some Prince Viper beef from the global broadcast. No. Prince.
No, I don't know. I wanted to meme because Prince is like a great AD carry himself. Of course,
He is.
from
He is.
the old days.
He got most predictions for the last week, so it does make sense.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights here from this one. There are a lot that we could have pulled.
Yeah, it's one of the great moments that they had, like using Anivia correctly. But I think Yukal had great moment here to use his ultimate, but he didn't use it. So that's why they kind of split it. But obviously they had one moment, right?
Yeah. It's like the Fairly Odd Parents meme where Ando's like, this is where I'd use my ult if I had level 6!
Yeah!
He's level 4 and he can't use it, and so his positioning was otherwise good, but then the rest of the team is cut off here. Anivia is very good at isolating targets and killing them, and so...
Yeah, great wall as well.
Yep, big burst damage.
Yeah, but anyways, it was only Yukal who can actually pull the trigger right there, but it didn't happen. So level 4 Nico and level 5 Vi couldn't do anything.
That wasn't exactly how that fight was supposed to go, so we have another highlight that shows exactly why this team comp was picked here by Hanwha Life Esports. Again, no way in for DRX in this fight.
Yeah, and also two-manning the Otacon as Andil is trying to get some information, let's say. A little bit, I think, desperate here.
He did get information. They're here, guys.
Yeah, he did find out at the cost of his life. Of course, this play from Yukal means that it's kind of a 4v4 because Delight is essentially out of this one. And you can see the zoning here is just...
Look at the Anivia ulti. What can you do against that?
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously?
those are Teddy's traps, but like no one is really trying to walk towards DRX as it turns out.
Yeah, I remember one time back in the day we tried like Anivia Graves, to block the lane completely, but you have Otacon wall to help that out. So I think that's kind of an idea that Zeus had probably.
Yeah, and then then we had some like fun times here.
Can we skip this? Like,
yeah,
this is like,
okay.
Oh,
God, no, just don't.
Nah,
Hanwha Life
do
Esports
it.
fans, close your eyes, erase this one from your memories. No,
but then
it's only 100 gold more than last week, like Valdez said, to 1,000 gold. Hang on over.
Zeka also after that goes and Zonia's so gets trapped. After losing his res, comes in and dies as well. It was a little bit bizarre.
Let's forget that. That's too much short-term memory. Let's go back to the long-term memory, because again, as G-Sun brought up on the broadcast to Valdez, it was 2009 when Anivia was created, and we figured we'd show some of our photos from 2009. That's me winning a wing eating contest in college. I feel like I beat like 50 people at a wing eating contest.
That's 2009.
I thought this was like you DJing or something.
No, there's like paper on my neck, like the
bib.
Yeah, I had a little bib going on there. That is Mr. Brendan Valdez in 2009.
Same, no?
It looks like he just got done playing some solo queue.
Yeah, there he is. Could have just been yesterday with old webcam.
He probably just
yeah.
No way.
Look at those glasses,
No way.
Baby Bayin.
By the way, it's not exactly 2009. I can't really find out like 2009 picture, but it's one of my old memories. One of the cringe selfie.
Oh, wait till you see mine, Wadid.
Oh, here we go.
Really?
You look handsome. You look like a stylish guy. Like
Okay.
all the I don't remember where I was going or what I was doing.
But it's good actually.
I had really long hair back then, yeah. And it was a lot blonder.
Oh, it looks so good. Like it looks so young and wild and free.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the old camera as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
great. This 2009 was a different year.
It was a different year, and that was when the bird was released. We haven't really seen it in a little while. Anivia coming back
bringing back great memories and victory for Hanwha Life Esports as they go up 3-2. And now we have solidified our playoffs for our Group Elder squads. It is KT that will sneak on in to that playoff spot, and DRX will go to play-ins. They will sit at 3-2 no matter what. So now they have to go up against all 3-2, 2-3s, and maybe a 1-4 squad in Group Baron.
I mean, after today's result, BFX versus Nongshim is gonna be more exciting. And yeah, I mean, for tomorrow is gonna be more banger as well.
Yeah. Okay. The second matchup, we've talked about it forever and all that.
Yeah.
Like, it's Bro versus D+. Do T1 start Smash? That's the real question on everyone's mind right now. I hope so, because I really want to see this team give him the toughest challenge yet and see if he's up for it. And I think all of the testing they've done leading up to this gives him that opportunity. He's had some confident play. I think he's been very strong so far. T1 might be able to do this. I predicted them. I'm feeling really good about their chances, but it's going to be a sick best of 3.
Yeah, huge game there. And again, Bro waiting room until that moment. All right, we got a lot of matches for you tomorrow. All of them matter. Make sure to stick around. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK Backstreet Boys signing off until tomorrow. See ya.
Chase your dreams and don't look back. Reach for the stars.